everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto Multiverse Character Templates, Chapter 61 to 100, Chapter 61. Getting close to 1309 words, I have quite a few medicinal ingredients in my lab. While we have the time, let's make a few more bottles of red healing potion. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, we can distribute them to Nawaki and the others later. No problem. Natsuki nodded and said. In any case, he was getting them for free. He did not need to provide anything. Tsunade quickly brought over a pile of medicinal ingredients. Natsuki took out a portion of the herbs. He moved opposite Tsunade, and after extracting the essence, he added the Hashirama cells. As time passed, a bottle of red healing potion, God's Blood, was successfully produced. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Firia Template Ability 3, Red Healing Potion, God's Blood. Although Natsuki had made red healing potions before, he had not added Hashirama cells, so they had been incomplete versions. This was the first time he had successfully produced the complete version. Natsuki glanced at it, then continued making more red healing potions. It was not until noon that he and Tsunade finally stopped. Your speed is actually faster than mine. Tsunade counted the number of red healing potions and found that Natsuki had made 2 more than she had, leaving her momentarily astonished. Probably because I've tried it many times before. Natsuki blinked and said. In reality, it was because his proficiency had been maxed out once the ability was unlocked. Tsunade did not press for details, and had Natsuki carry the red healing potions as they went to Mito's residence. Sis, why are you guys only getting back now? Nawaki complained, our stomachs are practically stuck to our backs. Sorry, making the red healing potions took up some time. Tsunade paused and then said, the 2 of you divide these red healing potions between yourselves. Red healing potion. Does it have any connection to the previous blue healing potion? Nawaki asked curiously. Because the blue healing potion was inexpensive and quite effective, almost everyone had one on hand now. He had also taken quite a few. Its effect is at least 5 times stronger than the blue healing potion. Tsunade held up 5 fingers and said, at a critical moment, it can save your life. 5 times? That powerful? Beyond his surprise, Nawaki said excitedly, then I need to prepare even more. Do you think there are that many? Tsunade said crossly, this is all there is for now. Aren't you giving any to Natsuki? Kushina asked in confusion. I've already taken mine. These are all for you. Natsuki stepped forward, opened a summoning storage scroll, and took out all the red healing potions he and Tsunade had made. In the end, Nawaki and Kushina each received 7 bottles. Sis, who invented these 2 types of healing potions? Nawaki asked after putting away the red healing potions. Don't worry about such things, kid. Tsunade raised her hand and flicked him on the forehead. The effects of the red healing potion were too broken. If people found out Natsuki was the inventor, he would never have a day of peace. It's about that time. I'll go cook. Natsuki changed the subject at the right time. I'll help you. Tsunade followed him into the kitchen. They had often taught each other culinary skills in the kitchen before, so they had long since developed a mutual understanding. The 2 of them cooperated, and soon a table full of dishes was served. Grandma Mito, try this. Nawaki placed a piece of chicken into Mito's bowl. Mito picked up her chopsticks. After chewing a few times, she could not help but show a surprised expression. Natsuki made this. Mito evaluated, among all the meals I've eaten in my life, this ranks in the top 3. I told you Natsuki's cooking was exceptionally good. Kushina tilted her chin up and said very proudly. If one did not know better, they would think her own cooking skills were being praised. Mito could not help but smile at the sight. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the choice of a marriage partner had to be made with extreme caution. With Natsuki's status and talent, he certainly had a chance. The meal ended in a harmonious and happy atmosphere. Tsunade took out a scroll and said, "This is the ninjutsu scroll for the spirit transformation technique. Memorize the contents first." S-rank ninjutsu were extremely precious. With Natsuki's status, he could not officially possess the ninjutsu scroll, but memorizing it was the same thing. What is the spirit transformation technique? Nawaki could not help but ask. He viewed Natsuki as his greatest rival, so seeing him about to learn a new ninjutsu, he naturally wanted to know more. It's an S-rank ninjutsu. Tsunade briefly explained the effects of the spirit transformation technique. Nawaki was stunned. Don't overthink it. I'm just learning about it in advance. I don't have the qualifications to practice it yet. Natsuki knew what he was thinking just by looking at his expression, so he offered an explanation. Fortunately. Nawaki breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately what? Tsunade glared at him and said, Natsuki has talent and works harder than you. You should learn from him. One day, I will defeat him. Nawaki said unwillingly. I previously created a sword technique combined with water release. Its foundation is water breathing, which can enhance the power of water release. I can teach it to you. Natsuki thought for a bit and said, if you want to learn sword techniques, I can teach you later as well. I'll learn it. Nawaki said immediately. Back when they were dealing with wandering ninja in the land of water, he had seen Natsuki use water breathing. He just had not expected that this sword technique could also enhance the power of water release. Tsunade was slightly taken aback. He was actually willing to teach Nawaki. For a moment, the way she looked at Natsuki became much gentler. The relationship between the two of them grew closer because of this. Natsuki, if there's anything you want to learn in the future, just come find me. Tsunade returned the favor. And if you want to learn great-granduncle's water release, I can teach you all of it. Nawaki immediately followed suit. I won't learn water release for now. I'll focus on practicing water release nature transformation first. Natsuki said with a smile. The fourth ability of his Kamado Tanjiro template required proficient level water release nature transformation to unlock. The fifth ability required mastering total concentration constant, so he was also constantly refining his water breathing. Then Kushina started to speak but immediately stopped. Although she also wanted to learn, right now she could only study sealing jutsu. When there's a suitable ninjutsu in the future, I'll teach you. What Natsuki was thinking of was the 6 powers of the Marines from One Piece. The 6 powers were taijutsu, suitable for Kushina, and also for Tsunade. But although he had awakened a smoker template, it did not include the 6 powers. He could only hope for luck in the future. I'll wait for you. Kushina nodded vigorously. Let's go to the courtyard. Natsuki stood up and went to the courtyard with Nawaki. But he did not teach him personally. Instead, he created a shadow clone to teach him. Because he wanted to test out his bow. Natsuki extended his hands and projected a bow. He then climbed onto the perimeter wall. Clairvoyance. Natsuki looked into the distance, and all the nearby scenery came clearly into view. He made a rough calculation. He could see everything within at least 4 kilometers, or 4,000 meters, very clearly. Natsuki remembered that the range of an average Hyuga ninja's Byakugan was only 1 kilometer. However, the problem with clairvoyance was that it did not have X-ray vision. To be continued. Chapter 62, Protection. 1285 words. The next day arrived, marking the start of a new week. Natsuki and Nona walked onto the street, where villagers could be heard everywhere discussing the newly named legendary Sannin. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had already been quite famous, but now they were known to everyone, especially after making such a huge impact in the shinobi world. The fastest way to become famous was to defeat a well-known opponent. In the recent war during the Uzumaki clan's extermination, the most famous opponents were undoubtedly the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist from Kiri. But against Konoha, one of them had died, and two had been captured. After Natsuki dropped Nono off at the Konoha hospital, he headed toward the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, he instantly became the center of attention. A crowd surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. By the time he finished dealing with them and entered third-year Class A, half an hour had already passed. Natsuki looked up and found that the entire classroom had fallen silent. Fortunately, after living 2 lives, he had thick skin, and walked to his seat as if nothing were out of the ordinary. "Good morning, Minato." Natsuki greeted him with a smile. Minato asked with a complicated expression, "How is your strength improving so quickly?" "Why do you ask?" Natsuki raised an eyebrow. "Although it wasn't mentioned in the announcement, Sensei told me." Minato spoke meaningfully. Natsuki understood the meaning hidden in his words. He knew that Natsuki had killed Jinan. "You can do it too." Natsuki comforted him, "With your shuriken shadow clone technique, killing a Jonin definitely won't be a problem." "How could a Jonin be so easy to kill?" Minato shook his head, fully aware of his own abilities. With his current strength, if he fought a Jonin, he would likely be taken down before he could even use the shuriken shadow clone technique. He couldn't imagine how Natsuki had actually managed to kill Jinan. That was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, an elite even among Jonin. "That's not like you." Natsuki joked. "I won't give up so easily." Hearing that, Minato immediately spoke with a serious expression. It wasn't that he had no hope. As long as he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he would have a chance of winning. When the morning classes ended, Natsuki left the Ninja Academy. But he didn't go to see Orochimaru as usual. Instead, he went to the Konoha hospital. Because he needed to work with Tsunade to produce the first batch of red healing potions. Originally, other medical ninja could have been involved, but considering how valuable the red healing potion was, that idea was abandoned. Natsuki naturally supported this. Rare things were more valuable. If only he and Tsunade knew how to make the red healing potion, his status would rise accordingly, and he could earn more money. Time flew by, and soon it was February. Natsuki could finally take a break from making medicine, but he still had plenty to do. First was practicing archery. Second was training in the nature transformation of water release chakra. Third was training in water breathing. Fourth was learning hiding in mist technique. Fifth was learning a crowd control ninjutsu. He had already obtained a classic genjutsu from Orochimaru, the D-rank demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Sixth was developing a new ability for the Logia-type smoke fruit. These 6 tasks corresponded to the unlocking conditions for 6 abilities. Natsuki planned to start with the easy ones and complete the first, fourth, and fifth tasks as soon as possible. While he was training, a rare Jonin meeting was being held in the meeting room of the Hokage building. A Jonin meeting referred to a meeting that only Jonin could attend. Because Jonin were usually quite busy, such meetings were only convened for particularly important matters. Danzo walked into the meeting room with a frown. In the past, whenever Hiruzen called a Jonin meeting, he would notify him in advance. But not this time. As the leader of Root and the Hokage's assistant, he actually didn't know why this Jonin meeting had been called. "Do you know what this Jonin meeting is about?" Danzo walked up to Homura Mitokado and Udatane Koharu and asked directly. Homura and Koharu glanced at each other and said, "You don't know either." A look of astonishment appeared on Danzo's face. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that AIM is preparing to start a war against us? Homura asked speculatively. Unlikely. Koharu shook her head and said, "War involves too many things. It would be impossible to hide it from us. And I've noticed something." Homura looked around and said, "A lot of Tokubetsu Jonin and Jonin are missing from this Jonin meeting. Only the Jonin who are vital to Konoha have come." Danzo looked around and also noticed the issue. At that moment, the meeting room fell silent as Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru walked in. Seeing them, Danzo's expression immediately darkened. The title of legendary Sannin had been extremely popular lately. But Danzo knew that Hiruzen was the one pushing it from behind the scenes. The purpose was obvious. He was preparing for the next Hokage. If this continued, when would he ever become the Hokage? Danzo withdrew his gaze and sat in his seat in silence. Not long after, Hiruzen walked in. Everyone in the meeting room immediately stopped chatting and looked at him. After Hiruzen sat down, he waved his hand. 2 squads of Umbu suddenly appeared and distributed 3 bottles of red healing potion to each jonin present in order. Hiruzen, what kind of potion is this? Danzo couldn't help but ask. The red healing potion. Hiruzen replied, its effect is comparable to a B-rank medical ninjutsu, and can be used for first aid. Danzo, Hamura, and many other jonin all showed expressions of shock. They all knew very well how terrifyingly effective a healing potion comparable to a B-rank medical ninjutsu could be. Only Tsunade and the other 2 remained relatively calm. They had already known about this in advance. The cost of the red healing potion is very high. These 3 bottles are a gift from Konoha, in appreciation of your usual contributions. Hiruzen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the jonin all showed expressions of gratitude. If you run out, you can submit a purchase application to the village. Hiruzen added. The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched. He really knew how to take credit for others' work. But it was indeed the kind of move an excellent Hokage would make. Danzo stood up and asked in a low voice, who is its inventor? For his safety, this matter is confidential. Hiruzen refused. Confidentiality alone is not enough. Danzo said impatiently, I suggest that Root be responsible for this person's safety. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Hiruzen glanced at him and said, that's enough. Danzo couldn't help but grow anxious. He knew the value of the red healing potion all too well. Obtaining it would allow him to indirectly control other shinobi. Although it would only be a very slight form of control, with the red healing potion, there was so much he could do. It would be very beneficial for him in becoming the Hokage. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen didn't bother saying more and directly used his position to suppress him. Danzo's expression froze. He hesitated to speak but didn't dare say anything more. He clenched his fists and shouted in his heart, Hiruzen, you will regret this. To be continued. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, The Targeted Red Healing Potion. 1734 words. The jonin meeting ended. Tsunade went to Orochimaru's residence. Orochimaru and Jiraiya didn't leave with her because they had been appointed to handle negotiations with the Kiri shinobi. Tsunade refused on the grounds that she had to make red healing potions with Natsuki. Arriving at Orochimaru's residence, she stopped in her tracks. She stood at the door and looked toward the courtyard. Nawaki was practicing water breathing. Natsuki and his shadow clone were practicing archery, hiding in mist technique, and hell viewing technique. Tsunade crossed her arms, wondering to herself if this brat was creating some new ninjutsu again. She could understand him learning hiding in mist technique and hell viewing technique. But why practice archery? As a ninja tool, bows were rarely used by shinobi. First, because they took up space and easily attracted the enemy's attention, making them less compact than kunai and shuriken. Second, their startup speed was slow. Between shooting an arrow and directly throwing a kunai or shuriken, the former definitely took more time. If it were anyone else, Tsunade would definitely advise them not to waste their time. But with Natsuki, she would trust him first. Nawaki noticed Tsunade and hurriedly waved. Natsuki, come over here. Tsunade nodded and said. Nawaki's lip twitched. He felt that Tsunade had been looking for Natsuki more often than for him lately. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki walked up to her. He looked up slightly and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Her already impressive size was accentuated by the way she crossed her arms, making them look ready to burst out. Sensei just held a Jonin meeting. Tsunade recounted the contents of the Jonin meeting. I have no objection. Natsuki nodded and said. Even though Hiruzen was using his red healing potion to win people over, as long as the money reached his hands, it was fine. Here's the list. Tsunade took out a scroll and said, these are all the Jonin who need to purchase additional red healing potions. Didn't they just get 3 bottles? Natsuki asked curiously. For Jonin on dangerous missions, 3 bottles aren't enough. Tsunade explained, these are all Jonin who are about to head out on missions. Natsuki opened the scroll and immediately saw Hitaki Tsukumo. His heart stirred, thinking this might be an opportunity for him to project the white light chakra saber. Who's delivering the medicine? Natsuki put away the scroll and asked. No need to deliver it. Just notify them to come to Konoha Hospital to pick it up. Tsunade replied. Natsuki nodded. If they were coming to pick it up, he could naturally take the opportunity to meet Tsukumo. Nawaki, Natsuki and I are going to Konoha Hospital. Tsunade called out to Nawaki, then headed to Konoha Hospital with Natsuki. Time passed slowly. The Jonin making extra purchases came to Konoha Hospital one after another to pick up their red healing potions. In the new week, Natsuki finally met Konoha's white fan, Hitaki Tsukumo. He didn't seem as bloodthirsty as the legend suggested. With a smile on his face, he appeared quite approachable. His most prominent feature was his head of white hair. Tsukumo-sama, hello. I'm Natsuki. Natsuki brought out his prepared excuse, I've heard of your great name for a long time, especially your swordsmanship, which is incredible. So you're Orochimaru's student. Tsukumo said in a hearty tone, I've heard your name for a long time as well. You're one of the top geniuses in Konoha. I have a humble request. Natsuki continued, I'd like to see your white light chakra saber. No problem. Tsukumo unhesitatingly took the white light chakra saber from his back and handed it to him. The white light chakra saber was a chakra short blade, pure white all over, resembling the fang of some giant beast. Natsuki gripped the white light chakra saber. After he channeled chakra into it, the white light chakra saber immediately lit up, emitting a faint white glow. It seemed to be made of some special material, but its hardness was a bit lacking. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been snapped in Kakashi's hands. Natsuki had an unlock condition to break a famous ninja tool in battle, but obviously, he couldn't go and break the white light chakra saber. First, he couldn't win in a fight. Second, they were both Konoha shinobi, so doing so would be inappropriate. Thank you. Natsuki returned the white light chakra saber to Tsukumo and praised, it truly is a fine blade. You flatter me. Tsukumo smiled and took back the white light chakra saber. Since he had to go out on a mission, he didn't stay long, and left after taking the red healing potions. Looking at him as he left, Natsuki couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. In the original work, Tsukumo chose to commit suicide because a failed mission caused significant losses. Of course, it wasn't this mission. According to the timeline, that event was still several years away. March arrived as scheduled. Natsuki's third-year Class A faced their final exam. After the exam, they would all move up to the fourth year. On the Ninja Academy's playground, the crowd let out bursts of exclamations. Because Minato had instantly defeated Onodera. As the fourth-ranked student in third-year Class A, Onodera's strength wasn't bad. In the first and second years, he could still trade blows with Minato. But Minato was progressing too quickly. Onodera now couldn't even last 3 rounds against him. Of course, it wasn't just Minato but Natsuki as well. That was how geniuses were. Not only did they show talent early on, but they also realized that talent at an extremely rapid pace. Onodera had only managed half of that, so he couldn't be considered a true genius. Minato left the field with a calm expression. Defeating Onodera left him unmoved. His greatest opponent was Natsuki. Although he knew he couldn't win, only by fighting could he understand the gap between them and gather information on Natsuki. Third round, 7th match, Kira Natsuki vs Namikaze Minato. Ishida, you announced loudly. Natsuki, go for it. Kushina clenched her small fists and waved. Minato gave a helpless smile. The one who needed cheering on was clearly himself. Minato stepped onto the field and was momentarily stunned. He saw Natsuki reach out, and a bow appeared before him. Fighting with a bow? Minato was a bit puzzled. After all, the bow's drawbacks were too obvious. Minato didn't overthink it and raised both hands. 6 kunai flew like venomous snakes toward Natsuki's vital points. Natsuki quickly drew his bow and fired. Although his speed was fast enough, he still only managed to fire 4 arrows. Seeing the remaining 2 kunai about to hit him, he directly gripped the bow and swung it fiercely. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. The bow acted like a blade, carrying a stream of water that deflected the 2 kunai back. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Minato's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. He had never seen water breathing before. This is a swordsmanship I created myself, water breathing. Natsuki said with a smile. He had many character templates. Exposing them all was impossible, so he only intended to reveal some common ones. Furthermore, water breathing had already been revealed to Tsunade and the others, and he had even taught it to Nawaki. Minato was left speechless. If it were ordinary swordsmanship, he could understand it, but this was clearly water release combined with swordsmanship, nintaijutsu. Why was someone's self-created ninjutsu faster than their learning of existing ones? Minato suppressed his emotions and immediately formed hand signs. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A series of wind spheres, like bullets, shot out rapidly. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Natsuki used his bow as a sword, with water swirling around him as he swung his arms rapidly, striking from different directions. Dull thudding sounds rang out continuously. That series of wind spheres was actually all sliced apart by him. Minato became even more silent. He no longer hesitated and threw a shuriken. The shuriken vibrated in midair and transformed into countless shuriken. They were so dense that they looked like dark clouds pressing down over a city, a chilling sight to behold. This was precisely the shuriken shadow clone technique. Water release, hiding in mist technique. Natsuki clapped his hands together, and a vast amount of mist spread out. After a month of study, he had already learned hiding in mist technique and hell viewing technique. First, because he used the shadow clone technique. Second, because hiding in mist technique and hell viewing technique were only D rank, so they were not that difficult. Upon learning hiding in mist technique and hell viewing technique, he also unlocked Smoker's second and third abilities. What kind of ninjutsu is this now? Minato immediately showed a look of vigilance. He retreated quickly, but the mist spread too fast and enveloped him in an instant. Just then, the smoke surged and condensed into the shape of a white snake, trapping him. You've lost, Minato. Natsuki walked up to him and said with a smile. Although the shuriken shadow clone technique was powerful, it had a drawback. It was a physical attack. Minato opened his mouth to speak but stopped. What happened? After working hard for a semester, why had the gap between him and Natsuki widened again? The Reikage building in Kumogakure. The third Reikage looked solemnly at the red healing potion on the Reikage's desk. My apologies, Reikage-sama. Dodai bowed slightly and said, the medical nin of the entire village have studied it for half a month, and still haven't been able to replicate this red healing potion. After many Konoha Jonin used red healing potions in battle, villages like Kumo naturally took notice. To obtain a bottle of this red healing potion, Kumogakure even set a special trap and paid a heavy price. Send more shinobi to Konoha. The third Reikage said in a deep voice, activate all undercover agents. We must find the creator of the red healing potion. Yes, Raikage-sama. Dodai immediately responded. He and the third Raikage both knew very well that this red healing potion would play a massive role on the battlefield. For Kumogakure, which had always been eyeing Konoha, this was very bad news. To be continued. Chapter 64, Familiar Figure 1145 words. This ninjutsu is called White Snake. It's a modification based on water release, hiding in mist technique. Natsuki cleared the smoke and explained. Very impressive. Minato remarked with emotion, I couldn't move at all after being entangled. At this point, he felt an even greater urgency to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. If he could learn the Flying Thunder God technique, he could easily escape from White Snake. The Kiri silent killing technique is too difficult, so I could only modify hiding in mist technique. Natsuki said with a smile. Minato's lips twitched, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Did he think modifying a ninjutsu was easy? The two chatted for a bit, then left the field. The students of third-year Class A were not surprised by the result. They were all discussing the hiding in mist technique Natsuki had used. To them, Natsuki felt like a mystery box. No one knew what new ninjutsu he would use next. The final exam continued. After the 3 rounds of sparring ended, Ishida-yu announced the final rankings for this final exam. First place was, naturally, Natsuki. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Heroic Spirit Amiya Template Ability 2, Independent Action. A line of text appeared before Natsuki's eyes. He nodded slightly. Independent Action was an ability that was usually useless, but extremely helpful in life-or-death situations. Of course, Natsuki hoped he would never have to use it. Are you guys free tomorrow? Kushina suddenly remembered something and said, members of the Uzumaki clan are coming tomorrow. You want us to go with you to pick them up? Natsuki understood and asked. That's not the main reason. Kushina said with a smile, I want to introduce you to a few friends. Natsuki nodded and said, I'll go with you. He was curious to see if there were any familiar faces among the arriving Uzumaki clan members. I'll go too. A smile appeared on Minato's face as he said, since tomorrow is a holiday anyway, I don't have anything urgent to do. Then it's settled. Kushina said happily, tomorrow morning at 9, we'll meet at the village gate. After chatting, the 3 went their separate ways to train with their respective sensei. The next day, Natsuki, Minato, and Kushina arrived at the Konoha gate on time. Over here. Nawaki waved and shouted when he saw them. Since a group from the Uzumaki clan was coming, it was only natural that someone would be there to welcome them. The Konoha ninja welcoming them was none other than Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki stepped forward and called out. Kushina and Minato followed closely behind and greeted Tsunade. Natsuki, you've come at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. After Tsunade finished speaking, she walked to the side. Natsuki quickly followed her. So mysterious. Nawaki couldn't help but complain, I always feel like they're hiding something from me. I think so too. Kushina agreed. Tsunade stopped and said, for the time being, I will be the one producing the red healing potions. It seems other ninja villages have set their sights on the red healing potions. Natsuki was slightly taken aback, then immediately guessed the reason. Because it was not hard to guess. The effects of the red healing potions were too good. Other ninja villages certainly would not just stand by and watch. Yes, some jonin out on missions have recently been ambushed by other villages. Tsunade nodded and said, by any means necessary, information about the red healing potions is bound to be leaked. Although jonin were powerful, there was little they could do when facing several times their number in enemy jonin. However, they will likely stop such actions soon. Tsunade added, because they have no way to replicate the red healing potions. The key to the red healing potions lay in the Hashirama cells. Other villages did not have Hashirama cells, so they were destined to be unable to replicate them. Then the next thing they can do is search for the inventor within Konoha. Natsuki said thoughtfully. Not just the inventor but the producer as well. Tsunade shook her head and said. Natsuki was slightly stunned, then it clicked. They would suspect Tsunade was the inventor, but since she was difficult to deal with, they would definitely search for any other producers. Don't worry too much. They would never imagine that the inventor of the red healing potion is an 8-year-old child. Tsunade patted his head and said, the Uzumaki clan members are almost here. Let's head back. What did you guys talk about? Before they even got close, Nawaki asked impatiently. It's a secret. Tsunade said with a light chuckle. Nawaki's face was instantly filled with question marks. Was she really his sister? They're here. Just then, Kushina shouted excitedly. Natsuki looked up and saw a group of red-haired ninja and children walking toward them. Keisuke-sama, welcome. Tsunade stepped forward and said, Grandma Mito has difficulty moving around, so she asked me to come and welcome you. Understood. Keisuke nodded and said. He was one of the few who knew that Mito was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Many children were waving to Kushina. Kushina called out their names and ran over. Natsuki and Minato followed behind her. These are two of my classmates and my new friends. After the initial greetings, Kushina introduced Natsuki and Minato to them. While responding, Natsuki looked at the little girl named Uzumaki Kei. Because she bore some resemblance to Karen. In the original story, after the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, Karen's mother fled to Kizugakure. But the ninja of Kizugakure treated her as a mobile blood bank. She lived a miserable life and eventually died from excessive blood loss. Karen's fate was similar to her mother's, but fortunately, she caught Orochimaru's eye and was taken away from Kizugakure. Natsuki did not know if Kei was Karen's mother. But in any case, now that she was in Konoha, it was impossible for things to be as tragic as in the original story. He had essentially done a good deed. The holidays always passed quickly. New semester, new class, new classmates. On the first day of the new term, 4th-year Class A welcomed 5 transfer students. They were all from the Uzumaki clan. These included Kushina's 2 good friends, Uzumaki Kei and Uzumaki Chiki. Of course, more than 5 children had come from the Uzumaki clan. They were assigned to different grades according to their ages. For Natsuki, the addition of new classmates was no different from before. However, Onodera and the others gave them a wide berth whenever they saw them, fearing that Kushina would lead them in bullying them. But with Kushina's personality, she naturally would not act like a Konoha troublemaker. To be continued. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, The Kumo Spy's Actions 1264 Words Orochimaru's Residence. Natsuki stood in the corner. To be more precise, he was floating above the ground. Because his legs had turned into smoke. Natsuki was attempting to develop the white mist spray that Smoker had used. The principle was not difficult. It was simply spraying smoke to create an explosive reaction force for rapid movement and flight. Not far from him, Nawaki stood in place. Although he was not making any movements, his breathing was more rapid than usual. After training for so long, he had basically mastered water breathing. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Natsuki turned his head to look at the entrance. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade walked in. Natsuki raised an eyebrow, secretly thinking that something major must have happened. Because the 3 of them rarely gathered together. They all had their own things to attend to. Konoha has just concluded negotiations with Kiri. Tsunade said as she took out a scroll, then added, I kept Samahata. Kiri was actually willing to give up Samahata. Nawaki asked with some surprise. Samahata's value doesn't compare to Fuguki Suikazan and Kuriara Kushimaru. Tsunade replied, besides, both justice and the upper hand are on our side. Kiri can't do anything to us. Kiri's strength is far inferior to ours. Jiraiya laughed and said, they wouldn't dare start a war. Natsuki nodded slightly. In the original story, Kiri indeed did not participate in the Second Shinobi World War. Tsunade looked at Nawaki and said, this Samahata is intended for you and Kushina. Let's ask Kushina first then. Nawaki said nonchalantly, if she doesn't want it, then give it to me. He did not really need Samahata. After all, he was following the path of Senju Tobirama's water release. Tsunade nodded. Now Konoha has trouble too. Jiraiya changed the subject and said, Iwagakure has withdrawn from the Land of Rain, and Aim and Suna have suddenly expanded the scale of the war. Konoha has received intelligence that Suna has dispatched Chiyo. Tsunade said in a deep voice, this woman, Chiyo, is not simple. She is the #1 puppeteer in the shinobi world, and her poison skills are not inferior to mine. Chiyo has also brought Suna's puppeteer troops. Jiraiya added. Puppeteers were a specialty of Suna, referring to ninja who could control puppets. Top-tier puppeteers, like Chiyo, could control 10 puppets at the same time. When facing puppeteers, a one-on-one fight would instantly turn into one against many. Sensei has sent Orochimaru and me to the Land of Rain to prevent this war from spreading to the Land of Fire. Jiraiya said again. Previously, Tsukumo had been in charge, but his talent lay in assassination, not large-scale war command. Orochimaru was different. He could be called comprehensive. As for Jiraiya, he was mainly responsible for intelligence gathering. I want to go too. Nawaki said immediately upon hearing this. What are you going there to join in the fun for? Tsunade's gaze sank, and she asked with dissatisfaction. I'm already in the 6th grade. I've long since learned all the knowledge taught at the Ninja Academy, and I can graduate at any time. Nawaki said very confidently, and with my current strength, I am fully capable of participating in the Chunin exams. You're this high profile with only Chunin level strength. Tsunade glared at him and said, look at Natsuki. His strength is much greater than yours, yet he didn't say he was in a rush to go to the battlefield. Nawaki's expression stiffened. For a moment he could not refute it. Natsuki could not help but feel moved. In the original story, it was only mentioned that Nawaki died at 12, but it did not say when he graduated. Considering his strength and the situation of the Second Shinobi World War, he most likely applied for early graduation. In other words, there was a high probability that he would go to the Land of Rain battlefield with Orochimaru this time, then die in an explosive tag trap. Natsuki, when do you plan to graduate? Orochimaru suddenly asked. I plan to graduate next year. Natsuki pondered for a moment and said. He still had quite a few abilities that had not been unlocked, so there was no need to rush to the battlefield. Besides, the Second Shinobi World War had only just begun. Going to the Land of Rain now would not mean immediately participating in the war. When it became intense, he and Nawaki would naturally join the war with Orochimaru. I really don't understand your thinking. Nawaki sighed and added, but next year is fine too. We'll just happen to graduate together. He was currently in the 6th grade, and would officially graduate in March next year. Then let's wait until you two graduate next year before deciding. Tsunade heard this and confirmed it. After I go to the Land of Rain, you two will follow Tsunade to train. Orochimaru reminded them. Yes, sensei. Natsuki immediately replied. I will also call Minato over to train with you. Jiraiya had the same plan as Orochimaru and Tsunade. He did not intend to take Minato to the battlefield. You two continue training. After discussing the matters, Tsunade and Jiraiya turned and left. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and asked, Can I study your sword? Orochimaru paused slightly, then handed the Kusanagi sword to him. Thank you, sensei. Natsuki took the Kusanagi sword. He was naturally studying the Kusanagi sword to project it. After all, who knew how long it would take for Orochimaru to return from the Land of Rain? There isn't only one Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru looked at him and said, if I have a chance to find a second one, I will give it to you. Thank you, sensei. Natsuki's eyes lit up, and he did not refuse. Moreover, theoretically, these two Kusanagi swords were different, so he could project the Kusanagi sword again. Not long after, Minato also appeared in front of him and Nawaki. He had been sent over by Jiraiya. Time was tight. Jiraiya and Orochimaru would leave for the Land of Rain tomorrow. Tell me, do you think the three of us will become teammates? During a break, Nawaki rubbed his chin and suddenly asked. Hard to say. Natsuki said casually, Lord Jiraiya probably won't let his student team up with us. That is indeed a problem. Nawaki agreed. I feel that your teammate will most likely be Kushina. Minato thought for a moment and said. Not necessarily. Nawaki knew that Kushina's identity was special, so he said, everything depends on how the village arranges it. But it doesn't matter. Whether we are teammates or not, we can all train and practice together. Natsuki comforted him. A certain residence in Konoha. It has been confirmed that the inventor of the red healing potion is Tsunade, and no second creator has been found. It really is her. This is truly troublesome. Should we give up? Report this matter to the Raikage and let him decide. The difficulty of capturing or killing Tsunade in Konoha is too high. There is one more thing to ask about. Recently, many members of the Uzumaki clan have come to Konoha. Should we capture a special one and bring them back to the village? I think we can. Last time, because of Konoha, the extermination of the Uzumaki clan fell short of success. This time, we must make up for our mistakes. The conversation between the two Kumo ninja ended, and the residents returned to peace. To be continued. Chapter 66, Chapter 66. The captured Kushina 1375 words early the next morning. Natsuki and Nono arrived at the entrance of Konoha. At this time, a large number of ninja were already standing in orderly rows in front of the village gate, waiting for the order to depart. Needless to say, they were the ninja Konoha had sent to the Land of Rain. Natsuki swept his gaze around and felt that there were several hundred people. It seemed the situation in the Land of Rain was even more intense than he had imagined. Just then, his gaze suddenly focused, and he saw a girl with long, straight black hair in the crowd. It was Mikoto. The current hair had grown into a graceful young lady, and was very eye-catching. Natsuki thought for a moment, then waved to her. His action attracted quite a bit of attention. Because the current him was very famous in Konoha. Calling him one of the outstanding talents of the next generation would not be an exaggeration. Mikoto was slightly startled and found it somewhat unexpected. But she still walked over to Natsuki. Natsuki, long time no see. A gentle smile appeared on Mikoto's face. With this smile, the cold and aloof image she had just shown was completely shattered. Mikoto-senpai, if I had known you were going to the Land of Rain, I would definitely have invited you to a meal in advance to send you off. Natsuki said with some regret. When I come back you can invite me then. It will be the same. Mikoto said softly. Then it's settled. Come find me after you return. Natsuki nodded and said. Mikoto smiled and agreed. Because they were about to depart soon, she chatted with Natsuki for a couple of sentences, then returned to the formation. Natsuki and Nono then met up with Nawaki and the others, arriving in front of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Everything that needed to be said had already been said yesterday. Orochimaru and Jiraiya did not say much more. After greeting them, they led the team out of Konoha. The village has caught quite a few spies recently. Tsunade reminded them, although it should not involve you, try not to go to remote places during this period. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki knew that the purpose of these spies was to find the inventor of the red healing potion. Fortunately, Tsunade had stepped forward to divert attention from him. Why are there suddenly so many spies? Nawaki asked in confusion. It means the shinobi world is filled with undercurrents, and the situation is extremely chaotic. Tsunade said casually. Natsuki suddenly thought of something. That was whether the kidnapping of Kushina would happen ahead of time. There were two main reasons why he thought so. First, Kumo's attack on the Uzumaki clan had failed because of Konoha. Second, there were now many members of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Natsuki could not help but narrow his eyes. There was indeed a certain possibility. Although Kushina's kidnapping in the original story did not happen during this time period, his appearance had already changed many things. The butterfly effect might also come true in this matter. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki asked if there are spies from Kumo and Kiri, would they take action against Kushina and the others? Hearing this, Tsunade subconsciously frowned and began to think. I think it's possible. Nawaki struck his palm with his fist and said, after all, Konoha ruined their plans before. Natsuki has a point. Tsunade nodded and said, I will notify sensei later, and have him send Umbu to protect Kushina and the others. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Kushina immediately said. Nawaki, the great sword Samahata is for you. Tsunade took out a scroll and handed it to Nawaki. Kushina doesn't want it. Nawaki took the scroll and asked. It's too ugly. Kushina said without hiding it at all. That really does sound like a reason you girls would give. Nawaki did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, I'm different. As long as it makes me stronger, I can accept it no matter how ugly it is. You all should go to school. Tsunade paused for a moment, then said, when school ends at noon, I will come pick you up. Whether it was Nawaki, Natsuki, or Kushina, they currently only attended school for half a day. The remaining half of the day was used for training. But most of the time now, Natsuki used his shadow clone to attend school. After Tsunade left, Natsuki smiled and asked, do you like cats? Why are you asking that? Kushina froze for a moment, then said, cats are pretty cute, especially that cat of yours. Since you like them, help me take care of it for a while. Natsuki then used the summoning technique and summoned the ninja cat, Shirayuki. Kushina cheered and immediately hugged Shirayuki in her arms. You're already holding it. Could I still be lying to you? Natsuki asked in return. Natsuki, you're afraid something will happen to Kushina, so you're having Shirayuki stay with her, right? Nawaki suddenly understood and asked. That is part of the reason. Natsuki admitted. Aside from the ninja cat Shirayuki, he also planned to have the crow Kuroba secretly follow Kushina. First, because he did not want anything to happen to Kushina. Second, because the unlock condition for the third ability of the Uzumaki Naruto template was to stop Kumo from kidnapping Kushina. Although Natsuki did not know whether Kumo would kidnap her or not, it was better to be prepared. Kushina subconsciously raised her head. After Nawaki's reminder, she finally understood why Natsuki had suddenly asked her to help take care of the cat. Why are you looking at me like that? Natsuki asked with a smile. And nothing. Kushina turned her head away, her face slightly red. Class is about to start. Nawaki could not stand this atmosphere and quickly reminded them loudly. Minato had a calm expression. He had once had some affection for Kushina, but he had long since given up. After all, he could tell that Kushina liked Natsuki more. Moreover, Natsuki was also his good friend, and was stronger than him in every way. He did not think he had the ability to compete, so now he had already accepted it calmly. Let's go. Natsuki smiled and said. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. During this half-month, nothing major happened in Konoha, and no members of the Uzumaki clan were kidnapped. But for safety's sake, Natsuki still did not have the crow Kuroba, or the ninja cat Shirayuki return. In any case, even if they came back, there was temporarily no use for them, so it was better to have them stay with Kushina. The weekend. After Kushina finished breakfast, she said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito and headed to Orochimaru's residence. Just as she walked out of the Senju clan compound, she ran into Natsuki and Minato coming toward her. A look of surprise appeared on Kushina's face. But the ninja cat Shirayuki, which was following far behind her, suddenly stopped. It sensed that something was wrong. This Natsuki did not seem to be its boss. Natsuki walked up to Kushina. "Why are you two here?" Kushina was only halfway through speaking when Natsuki raised his hand and knocked her unconscious. Without another word, he grabbed her shoulder and fled at high speed. Minato followed closely behind him. Two Konoha Umbu ninja appeared immediately after. But just as they were about to give chase, two more ninja suddenly emerged from the surroundings and blocked their path. A battle broke out just like that. The two people disguised as Natsuki and Minato were Kumo ninja. Half a month ago, they had sent information about the red healing potion and the Uzumaki clan back to Kumo. Not long after, they received a reply. Temporarily give up on the red healing potion and capture a member of the Uzumaki clan to bring back to the village. They observed for a long time and finally decided their target would be Kushina. First, because the chakra in her body was very special. Second, because she was very close to Tsunade. To be continued. Chapter 67, No Hesitation. 1225 words. Orochimaru's residence. Natsuki, Minato, and Nawaki were training. Tsunade stood not far away, watching them and occasionally giving guidance. But she was only a shadow clone. Tsunade's real body was at Konoha Hospital, because she had a lot of work to do. Using a shadow clone to guide Natsuki and the others was already enough. Something bad happened. A sudden voice rang out, "Something happened, meow." A snow-white cat rushed into the courtyard like a streak of white light. "Shirayuki, did something happen to Kushina?" When Natsuki saw Shirayuki, his expression changed, and he hurriedly asked. Tsunade and the others also had an ominous feeling in their hearts. "She was taken away, meow." Shirayuki hurriedly recounted what had just happened. This was a premeditated kidnapping. Tsunade immediately made a judgment. First, two ninja disguised themselves as Natsuki and Minato to approach Kushina. Then, two more ninja held back the Konoha Umbu ninja. No matter how she looked at it, they had clearly come prepared. "Tsunade-sensei, I'll go after them." Natsuki hurriedly said, "Aside from Shirayuki, Kuroba is also watching Kushina." "You did well." Hearing this, Tsunade felt slightly relieved. She knew Kuroba was a crow. Right now, the Kumo spies were busy escaping Konoha, so they might not notice the crow tracking them from the sky. But chasing them alone is too dangerous. Tsunade then said, "Judging from the current situation, their numbers are unclear. There is a high chance there are more than 4 of them. I'm going to." Nawaki tightened his grip on the great sword Samahata and said, "You immediately go to Konoha Hospital and notify my real body. Minato, hurry to the Hokage building and report this matter to Sensei." Tsunade acted decisively and instantly made arrangements. "Natsuki and I will chase them first. We can't lose track of them." Although Nawaki and Minato also wanted to go with them, they both knew this was not the time to act willfully, so they immediately split up and set off. "Tsunade-sensei, I'll go somewhere high to check the situation." After Natsuki finished speaking, he leaped up and jumped onto the roof. Clairvoyance. His eyes immediately changed slightly, and everything around him came into view. From his elevated position, Natsuki quickly discovered his summon, Kuroba. He immediately rushed over. "What did you find?" Tsunade followed behind him and subconsciously asked. "I saw Kuroba." Natsuki replied. Tsunade was immediately a little surprised. She had not even discovered Kuroba, yet Natsuki had already found him. But the situation was urgent, so she did not think too much about it. Their speed inside Konoha isn't especially fast. We need to catch up to them quickly. Once they leave Konoha, they will definitely speed up. Natsuki reminded her, I'm going to accelerate, Tsunade-sensei. After saying that, he used weight reduction and reinforcement magecraft. Although his speed increased greatly, it was still not fast enough compared to Tsunade. Even if she was only a shadow clone. The two rushed all the way forward and finally caught up to them at the edge of Konoha. Tsunade-sensei, are there any other Kumo ninja nearby? Natsuki asked very calmly. I haven't sensed any. Tsunade shook her head and said. Looks like only 4 Kumo Jonin participated in this kidnapping. Natsuki said thoughtfully. 4 Kumo Jonin might not seem like many, but in reality, that was already quite a lot. Infiltrating Konoha is not a simple matter. After Tsunade finished speaking, she snorted coldly and said with some dissatisfaction, they failed to discover 4 Jonin infiltrating the village. They truly neglected their duties. Tsunade-sensei, there are only 2 Kumo Jonin here. We can attack directly. Natsuki suggested in a serious tone. Not waiting for my real body. Tsunade could not help but hesitate. If we delay, things may change. Besides, we can't let them leave the village. Natsuki said in a deep voice, Tsunade-sensei, you also know my strength. I killed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Jinin Akabino. Then let's do it. Tsunade was not someone who dragged things out, so she immediately agreed. Shadow Assassin. Natsuki's body had already vanished. A massive shadow quickly moved toward the 2 Kumo Jonin. After approaching them, Natsuki did not attack them directly. Instead, he immediately used hiding in mist technique. When the mist spread, his entire body also turned into smoke. What is going on? The young Kumo-man on the left asked in confusion, why did a thick mist suddenly appear? No, this is hiding in mist technique. The middle-aged Kumo-man on the right immediately reminded him, be careful. There is definitely someone in the mist. But in the next second, they sensed that something was wrong. A large amount of smoke enveloped them, preventing them from moving. This isn't hiding in mist technique. The middle-aged Kumo-man suddenly roared. In an instant, dazzling lightning spread out with him at the center. The lightning rushed into the mist, making the mist grow dimmer. It's effective. Seeing this, the young Kumo-man could not help but look delighted. He did not have strength as great as the middle-aged Kumo-man, who could still release lightning release chakra after being trapped. Tsunade suddenly appeared. She clenched her fist and punched the middle-aged Kumo-man. The massive force caused the spot she struck to cave in. The lightning on the middle-aged Kumo-man's body dissipated, and he lost consciousness. Tsunade. When the young Kumo-man saw Tsunade, he was scared out of his wits. Tsunade could not be bothered to speak to him, and clenched her fist again. But she quickly loosened her hand. Natsuki had appeared behind the young Kumo-man. He held the sword of the Thunder God and swung it out. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. The sword of the Thunder God, wrapped in flowing water, easily cut off the young Kumo-man's head. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Natsuki stepped back and dispelled hiding in mist technique, and white smoke bomb. It was even easier than I imagined. Tsunade said with emotion, although your strength is not equal to a Jonin's, the ninjutsu you created are both numerous and useful. Even Jonin can hardly avoid them. Natsuki did not pay attention to her praise, and immediately walked over to the unconscious Kushina. He took out a bottle of red healing potion and poured it down her throat. She is only unconscious. Tsunade stretched out her hand and said, there is no need to waste a red healing potion. A stream of green chakra surged from her palm and covered Kushina. A moment later, Kushina suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Natsuki in front of her, she subconsciously shrank back. Clearly, her memories were still stuck before she was knocked unconscious. Kushina, I'm the real Natsuki. Natsuki hurriedly explained, the ones who disguised themselves as Minato and me were Kumo Jonin. They have already been dealt with by Tsunade-sensei and me. Kushina subconsciously looked at the Kumo Jonin corpses on the ground. She immediately believed Natsuki's words. Kushina sat up and hugged him tightly. It's already fine. There's no need to be afraid. Natsuki held her small body and gently stroked her red hair. The sound of rushing wind rang out. Tsunade and a group of Umbu ninja arrived. To be continued. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Kirito Template 1302 words. I'll be dropping 5 extra chapters when we reach 10 reviews. We're currently at April 10th. Is it already over? Tsunade thought as she released the shadow clone technique. A large amount of memories returned, letting her understand the entire sequence of events. She had to admit, Natsuki's performance could be called perfect. Tsunade had originally thought this rescue operation would be extremely dangerous, because Kumo had made a great deal of preparation. That could be seen from the fact that they had captured Kushina right in front of the Konoha Umbu ninja. The reason this rescue operation had been so simple was entirely because of Natsuki. Although her shadow clone had also participated, it had only played a supporting role. It was Natsuki who immediately confirmed Kushina's location through Kuroba, and it was also he who acted very decisively. Most importantly, he had enough strength. Shadow space, combined with his modified hiding in mist technique, allowed him and her shadow clone to easily defeat those 2 Kumo Jonin. Tsunade felt that even if it were another Jonin stronger than Natsuki, it would still be difficult to do it so easily. Just then, Nawaki and Minato arrived late. Their strength was inferior to Tsunade and the Umbu ninja, so naturally, their speed was slower as well. It was solved this quickly. Nawaki said while panting, "What a shame, I didn't get to help. As long as Kushina is fine." Minato looked at Natsuki and Kushina hugging each other, and his feelings were somewhat complicated. But he quickly regained his calm. "You guys take these 2 Kumo Jonin back and extract information from them." Tsunade looked at the Umbu ninja and instructed, "Be sure to find every single Kumo spy." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." The Umbu ninja immediately left with the dead Kumo Jonin. Tsunade teased, "How long are you planning to keep hugging him?" Kushina subconsciously pushed Natsuki away. She lowered her head, and an uncontrollable blush appeared on her cute face. Thankfully, this time was more frightening than dangerous. Tsunade rubbed her head and said, "Konoha has also turned misfortune into fortune. We can use this chance to wipe out all of Kumo's spies in one move." Congratulations, host, for unlocking Uzumaki Naruto Template Ability 2, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Natsuki's spirit stirred, and a large amount of information surged into his mind. The multiple shadow clone technique was actually very similar to the shadow clone technique, but it removed the limit on quantity. In theory, as long as there was enough chakra, it could create countless shadow clones. For example, Naruto. Every time he fought, he would always use the multiple shadow clone technique, creating over 1,000 shadow clones and carrying out his human wave tactics. As for ordinary ninja, if they created more than 20 shadow clones at once, their chakra could be exhausted, leading to death. Natsuki currently had 4 Kakashi's worth of chakra, so creating 20 shadow clones would not be enough to kill him. But after they were released, the memories, experience, fatigue, and various injuries that returned would probably be more than he could endure. In short, he should avoid creating too many shadow clones. Especially when using them for training, he had to be even more cautious. Natsuki estimated that he could create at most 5 shadow clones for training. Any more than that would be too painful. However, 5 shadow clones were already enough. With the unlocking of Ability 2, the Uzumaki Naruto character template had been completely fused with him. "You have awakened the Kirigaya Kazuto template." A sudden line of text appeared before Natsuki's eyes. He could not help but freeze. This was the Kirito template. A meme of Starburst Stream immediately surfaced in his mind. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Why had he awakened the Kirigaya Kazuto template? Without a doubt, it was related to him saving Kushina. In Sword Art Online, Kirigaya Kazuto had also gone to save the captured Asuna. From that perspective, the two of them had similar actions. Natsuki thought as he looked at his newly obtained Kirigaya Kazuto template. Name, Kirigaya Kazuto. Period, Fairy Dance Arc World, Sword Art Online. Rank, A rank. Ability 1, Night Vision, unlocked. Effect, a racial trait of the Spriggan race, allowing clear vision even in complete darkness. Ability 2, Extraordinary Reaction Speed, locked. Effect, only the player with the fastest reaction speed among all players can use the dual blade skill. Unlock condition, dodge 80% of the attacks during battles against 3 Tokubetsu Jonin or Jonin. Ability 3, Double Circular Slash, locked. Effect, perform a slash with 2 blades while charging forward. Unlock condition, possess a second blade or sword. Ability 4, Starburst Stream, locked. Effect, perform a 16-hit combo using 2 blades. Unlock condition, defeat 3 Fire Release Jonin. Ability 5, The Eclipse, locked. Effect, perform a 27-hit combo using 2 blades. Unlock condition, defeat 1 battlefield commander. Natsuki could not help but nod in satisfaction. The Kirigaya Kazuto template was A rank, meaning that in Naruto, he was roughly at the level of a Jonin. Ability 1, Night Vision. Although ninja could use chakra to enhance their night vision, once chakra was used, it was easy for enemies to detect them. The night vision from the Kirigaya Kazuto template came from a racial trait, meaning it was a natural ability, and did not require chakra. In the future, when Natsuki carried out nighttime infiltration missions, he would have quite an advantage. Ability 2, Extraordinary Reaction Speed. Natsuki immediately thought of Minato and the Flying Thunder God technique. Reaction speed was undoubtedly one of the necessary conditions for training in the Flying Thunder God technique. Right now, all he lacked was spatial talent. Of course, even if he could not learn the Flying Thunder God technique, extraordinary reaction speed would still be very useful in battle. The unlock condition was just a bit troublesome. It required him to dodge most of the attacks during battles against 3 Tokubetsu Jonin or Jonin. Dodging attacks was often harder than taking them head-on. The remaining 3 abilities all came from Kirigaya Kazuto's dual blade skills. But they were not complete, only 3 of them. However, these 3 were the strongest among the dual blade skills. Ability 3 had the simplest unlock condition. Orochimaru had previously promised to give him a Kusanagi sword. Moreover, Ability 3 only required him to possess a second blade or sword. It did not say it had to be famous. In other words, Natsuki could unlock it by casually buying one. The unlock conditions for Ability 4 and Ability 5 were the most difficult. The former required him to defeat 3 Fire Release Jonin. The latter required him to defeat 1 battlefield commander. With Natsuki's current strength, he could defeat a Jonin if he caught them off guard. However, there was also a possibility of things going wrong. But defeating a battlefield commander was an enormous challenge for him. What was a battlefield commander? For example, Orochimaru, who had been sent to the Land of Rain this time, was Konoha's battlefield commander. In other words, Natsuki had to defeat ninja like Hanzo, Orochimaru, or Chiyo. The only thing that comforted him was that there was no strict requirement for him to defeat them one-on-one. However, he was not in a hurry either. If he wanted to unlock Ability 5, he had to participate in the Second Shinobi World War. For Natsuki, that would be next year's matter. By next year, his strength would be able to increase quite a lot. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Aftermath and Reward 1284 words, Natsuki and Kushina, come with me to the Hokage's office. Tsunade paused for a moment and said, Nawaki and Minato, you two go back and continue training. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki nodded, then reached out to Kushina. Although Kushina felt a little embarrassed, she still held his hand and stood up from the ground. Minato and Nawaki subconsciously glanced at each other. They both felt that the Kushina in front of them was very unfamiliar. She was not usually like this. Tsunade led Natsuki and Kushina toward the Hokage building. After arriving at the Hokage's office, she directly pushed the door open and walked in. It's good that you two are fine. Hiruzen looked Kushina over twice, then felt relieved. Although in theory, Konoha currently did not lack candidates for the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Kushina was the most talented. Whether it was her special chakra, or her exceptional ability to learn sealing techniques, she stood above everyone else her age. If she became the Ninetales Jinchuriki, her condition would be even more stable. No matter which ninja village it was, the thing they worried about most was a Jinchuriki going berserk. Every time a Jinchuriki went berserk, it would inevitably cause enormous losses. Fortunately, Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito, had never gone berserk. Tsunade, tell me the details. Hiruzen explained, this rescue operation will be designated as an S-rank mission. All participating ninja will be rewarded according to their contributions. There was nothing wrong with that. It involved a candidate for the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and 4 Kyumo Jonin had taken part. There was absolutely no issue with designating it as S-rank. Moreover, if Kushina had truly been taken to Kyumo, it would also have affected the relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha. The Umbu and I didn't help much. Natsuki was the one who rescued Kushina by himself. Tsunade smiled and told Hiruzen about Natsuki's rescue process. What an unexpected result. Hiruzen was surprised but also happy. He said with a cheerful smile, it seems I no longer need to worry about Konoha's future. Those words carried great weight, but Tsunade did not think there was anything wrong with them. She had never seen a prodigy like Natsuki. In her eyes, even she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had not performed as well as him when they were the same age. It was only because Tsunade-sensei's shadow clone helped that I was able to rescue Kushina. Natsuki said modestly. There's no need for such polite words. Hiruzen waved his hand and asked, what reward do you want this time? Hearing this, Natsuki fell into thought. He truly did not know what he should ask for. He had not even gotten started with the spirit transformation technique he had asked for last time. There was no need to ask for another S-rank ninjutsu. As for money, he was not short of it now. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was already richer than Orochimaru and Jiraiya. As for Tsunade, that was better left unmentioned. Even though she was not as fond of gambling as she was in the original story, she still went to gamble from time to time, and most of her money was lost. Hokage-sama. Natsuki suddenly had an idea and asked, can I become a contractor of the Monkey Clan? Speaking of summons, aside from the 3 great summoning sage regions, there was also one summon that Orochimaru called the strongest, Enma. What made Enma powerful was his indestructible body, and he could also transform into the adamantine staff. In the original story, Hiruzen had many glorious achievements while wielding the adamantine staff. For example, he had knocked back the Ninetales with one strike. Of course, Natsuki was also very self-aware. He said he wanted to become a contractor of the Monkey Clan, not Enma's contractor. In the original story, Enma had the title of Monkey King, and he also had a son named Enra. This explained one thing. This was a summoning beast race, not a single summoning beast. You really have a way of jumping from one idea to another, child. Hiruzen froze for a moment, then asked curiously, you don't know staff techniques, so why do you want to become a contractor of the Monkey Clan? Tsunade also looked at Natsuki. She did not quite understand either. I heard that the Monkey Clan is the strongest summoning beast, so I wanted to see it for myself. Natsuki scratched his head and spoke half-truthfully. Hearing this, Hiruzen did not doubt him. In his view, children thought like this, always liking what was strongest. As for who had told him that, it was most likely Orochimaru. He had said something similar before. You are not a ninja of the Sarutobi clan. If you want to become a contractor of the Monkey clan, you have to get Enma's approval. Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade and said, you should know that even your sensei were not acknowledged by him. Natsuki was immediately a little surprised. He had originally thought that Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had not become contractors of the Monkey clan, because they had become contractors of the three great summoning sage regions, but now it seemed that was not the only reason. I want to try. Natsuki's 10 Shadows technique required 10 summoning beasts. The Monkey clan was also quite strong. Just its indestructible body alone was already comparable to a divine weapon. Moreover, Natsuki suspected that the Monkey clan could not only transform into the adamantine staff, but also into other ninja tools. After all, the meaning of Nioi was that it could change forms at will. In the original story, the adamantine staff could freely extend and retract, grow larger and smaller, and even create clones. Very well. Hiruzen did not refuse and nodded, saying, tomorrow morning at 9, come to the first training ground to find me. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki immediately replied. You may leave. With the matter settled, Hiruzen dismissed them. Although Kushina had already been rescued, as Hokage, he still had many things to handle. For example, dealing with Kumo's spies. You two come with me to see Grandma Mito. Tsunade rubbed Kushina's head and said, she was very worried about you. I'm sorry. Kushina said embarrassedly, I was too careless. If she had been able to recognize the fake Natsuki and Minato, she would not have been captured so easily. The matter is already over. You don't need to blame yourself. Tsunade changed the subject and said, but I will have to give you special training to raise your vigilance. Okay, Tsunade-sama. Kushina did not refuse. She truly needed that kind of special training. Natsuki followed Tsunade and Kushina to meet Uzumaki Mito, and he was praised by her again. After the visit ended, he took the ninja cat Shirayuki to the cat fortress to find Granny Cat. Shirayuki, long time no see, meow. A group of cats gathered around Shirayuki, asking all kinds of questions. Granny Cat. Natsuki got straight to the point and said, I want the best ninja sword you have. Although this ninja sword was only for temporary use, he was not short on money now, so naturally, he wanted the best. The best ninja sword is also the most expensive ninja sword. Granny Cat reminded him. It's fine. I brought money. Natsuki said confidently. Granny Cat nodded slightly. She was an information broker, so she also had some understanding of Natsuki's situation. That izakaya of his was booming, and had earned quite a lot of money. It costs 10 million. Granny Cat raised one finger and explained, this ninja sword contains a small amount of chakra metal. To be continued. Chapter 70, Monkey King Enma. 1368 words. Chakra metal had two effects. First, it made ninja tools sharper. Second, it increased a ninja tool's chakra conductivity. There was no need to say much about sharpness. Chakra conductivity was a bit like electrical conductivity, and every material was different. Chakra metal had the best chakra conductivity, so its price was also high. In the original story, there were very few ninja who could afford chakra metal ninja tools. The chakra blade used by Hiruzen's son, Sarutobi Asuma, was precisely a chakra metal ninja tool. Natsuki did not think too much and paid for the ninja sword called Nekajiri. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Kuragaya Kazuto Template Ability 3, Double Circular Slash. Sure enough, Nekajiri did not need to be famous for it to be unlocked. With the matter settled, Natsuki called Shirayuki, and left the ninja cat clan in the cat fortress. A new day. Natsuki arrived at the first training ground on time. Before he got close, he saw a tall figure over 2 meters high. Clearly, this was not Hiruzen, but the Monkey King, Enma. Enma was an ape covered in silver-white fur, with muscles all over his body. One look was enough to tell that he was powerful. Unlike other summoning beasts, he also wore Konoha's forehead protector. For some reason, Natsuki thought of a meme from his previous life. Why did Enma kill Hiruzen? Are you Natsuki? Enma spoke in human language and asked. Natsuki replied. Fight me first. Enma casually waved his hand, and threw him an iron staff. Natsuki caught the iron staff, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. If Enma's test was staff techniques, then he definitely would not be able to pass. Because he only knew swordsmanship. Be careful, kid. Enma did not give him too much time to think and charged at him. His terrifying strength caused a shallow footprint to be left on the ground wherever he passed. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Natsuki's breathing became rapid. His body spun in the air, and the iron staff carried a stream of water as it smashed down at Enma from midair. Enma did not dodge or evade and swung both fists. A wave of air exploded in the air. Natsuki was sent flying backward. He hurriedly adjusted his body in midair and landed steadily. Enma did not take the chance to attack. He only stood in place and watched him. After Natsuki landed, Enma leaped up. The ground beneath him collapsed. Enma reached the air, raised his right leg, and kicked out. Reinforcement Magecraft. Natsuki's arms bulged slightly, and his strength increased. Water breathing, sixth form, whirlpool. Natsuki twisted his body, and water swirled around him, as if it were a water dragon. As he swung the staff, the water dragon rushed toward Enma. Enma still took it head-on. His indestructible body made him seem like the sturdiest ninja tool. A fierce wind rushed over. That terrifying power appeared again. Natsuki only felt both of his arms tremble. He uncontrollably retreated backward. As for the iron staff carrying the water dragon, when it landed on Enma's body, it caused no damage at all. Natsuki's thoughts turned, and he used the force to drift backward. One sword style, III, Lion Song. After stopping his body, his entire figure turned into a flash of blade light and crashed toward Enma. Enma pressed both hands down and held down Natsuki's iron staff. Without any hesitation, Natsuki waved his left hand and took out the sword of the Thunder God from shadow space. At the same time, he released the iron staff and gripped Nekajiri, which he had bought yesterday. Double circular slash. At that moment, Natsuki's two blades burst forth with astonishing speed. They cut through the air, producing a sharp sound of wind. The two blades formed a fan shape like lightning. And in the center of that fan shape was Enma's head. At this moment, Enma's right hand was holding the iron staff. At the critical moment, he subconsciously raised his left arm. An ear-piercing sound rang out. The sleeve on Enma's left arm was immediately shredded, and the two blades heavily struck his left arm. His body could not help but shake, but that was all. Enma suddenly swung his right arm, and the iron staff swept out horizontally. Shadow Assassin. Natsuki drilled into the shadow and avoided the strike. That is enough. Hiruzen, who had been watching from the side, spoke. Hearing this, Enma put away the iron staff. Natsuki let out a breath of relief and dispelled Shadow Assassin. Up to this point, he could be said to have used every method he had. But because of Enma's indestructible body, none of his attacks had been effective. If they continued fighting, he would have to play unfairly by using Shadow Assassin and the Logia-type Smoke Fruit. Enma was clearly a physical-type summoning beast. Natsuki could not hurt him, but Enma also could not hit Natsuki. Enma, what do you think? Hiruzen asked with a cheerful smile. He was very satisfied with Natsuki. At 9 years old, having such strength was something hard to find even in all of Konoha's history. And now he had already started researching dual wielding. His swordsmanship is good, but he doesn't know staff techniques. Enma evaluated, he can become a contractor of the monkey clan, but he cannot become my contractor. Natsuki understood immediately. Enma's meaning was simple. Aside from him, Natsuki could summon any member of the monkey clan. I have no objections. Natsuki immediately said. As the monkey king, Enma naturally had pride. On top of that, Natsuki did not know staff techniques, and could not bring out his full strength, so it was understandable that Enma did not want to be summoned by him. Fortunately, Enma had not completely closed the door. In theory, as long as Natsuki learned staff techniques, Enma could still accept being summoned. Natsuki could not help but fall into thought. In anime, which characters use staffs or rods as weapons? Cough, cough. Natsuki hurriedly drove that strange image out of his mind. Natsuki, sign your name here. Hiruzen took out a scroll and reminded him, this is the Monkey Clan's summoning contract scroll. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki took out a pen from shadow space and wrote his name on it. Right next to his name were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Shinosuke. The latter was undoubtedly Hiruzen's eldest son, which meant he was Sarutobi Konohamaru's father. In the original story, his name was actually never mentioned. It was only mentioned that he was an Umbu ninja. Let's go. I will take you to the Monkey Clan. Hiruzen put away the scroll and said, you can choose one as your regular summoning beast. In theory, after becoming a contractor of the Monkey Clan, he could summon all of the monkeys. But summoning beasts in the shinobi world all had intelligence and emotions. Choosing one summoning beast as a regular partner would allow it to display its strength better. For example, after Uchiha Sasuke became a contractor of Ryuchi Cave, he chose Aoda as his regular summoning beast. Hokage-sama, I don't know much about the Monkey Clan. Natsuki thought for a moment and asked, could you recommend one? Preferably one with the ability to transform into a blade or sword. Because of the Sarutobi clan's influence, most of the Monkey Clan are better at transforming into the adamantine staff. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said, there are some with the ability to transform into blades or swords. I can recommend one to you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Natsuki followed him and soon met a monkey named Ensei. When the monkey Ensei is summoned through the 10 Shadows technique, hardness is permanently increased by 30%. Perhaps because Hiruzen and Enma had stepped forward, Ensei readily agreed. Natsuki also unlocked Ensei as one of his summoning beast bonuses. All he could say was that it was both tall and hard. Ensei already had an indestructible body, and now his hardness was increased by another 30%. It was probably close to Enma's. In short, this was a huge gain. To be continued. Chapter 71, Mifune of the Land of Iron 1249 words. After Natsuki chose his summoning beast, he said goodbye to Hiruzen and returned to Orochimaru's residence. Natsuki, did you succeed? When Nawaki saw him, he asked curiously. Tsunade also looked at him. Natsuki nodded. That really is rare. Tsunade said with a smile, you feel even more like Sensei's student than we do now. Tsunade-sensei, logically speaking, with your strength, you should all be able to become contractors of the Monkey Clan. Why didn't you? Natsuki asked in confusion. Judging from Enma's test for him, it was difficult, yet also not that difficult. At the very least, it should not have been difficult for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Because our compatibility doesn't match. Tsunade explained, I use my fists, Jiraiya uses ninjutsu, and Orochimaru uses swordsmanship. None of us can bring out Enma's true strength. So that's how it is. Natsuki asked again, Tsunade-sensei, when are we going out on a mission? He currently had quite a few template abilities that needed to be unlocked. There are too many spies in Konoha during this period. For safety's sake, we'll go out after Sensei has cleaned them up. Tsunade thought for a moment before speaking. Natsuki was not in a hurry either. After they finished talking, he began training. He used the shadow clone technique to create a shadow clone. The shadow clone trained in water released chakra nature transformation, while he studied a new ability of the Logia-type smoke fruit, white blow. The setting sun sank in the west. An Umbu ninja suddenly appeared. He walked up to Tsunade, handed her a scroll, and then disappeared. Natsuki, Nawaki, and Minato, who had finished training and were preparing to leave, instinctively looked at her. The Kumo spies in Konoha have all been found. Tsunade did not hide it and said with a smile, "The third Raikage will probably be hurting for quite a while. This is the price Kumo pays for acting so recklessly." Nawaki clenched his fists as he spoke. As the grandson of Senju Hashirama, his feelings for Konoha naturally went without saying. In his eyes, Kumo's attempt to kidnap Kushina was utterly despicable. Tsunade paused for a moment, then said, "Grandmother Mito said that starting tomorrow, you'll all go to her place to train." Nawaki asked subconsciously. "Because of Kushina." Tsunade explained, "First, you can train together so she won't be lonely. Second, Kushina won't need to go out, which will make it safer." Although all the Kumo spies had already been eliminated, the third Raikage would definitely send more ninja over. Kushina was still at risk of being kidnapped. And it was not just her. The other members of the Uzumaki clan would also have their protection strengthened. If something happened, Konoha would have no way to explain it to Mito and Keisuke. The next morning, Kushina absent-mindedly practiced Fuinjutsu. Her gaze drifted toward the entrance from time to time. Seeing this, Mito could not help but smile. Ever since Natsuki had saved Kushina that day, she had been in this state. Mito teased, "Didn't you just see Natsuki? How was that just now?" "The last time we met was the day before yesterday." Only after Kushina finished speaking did she realize the problem. She could not help puffing out her cheeks. Mito smiled even more happily. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Kushina's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran toward the entrance. "Why are you only greeting Natsuki?" Nawaki hooked an arm around Minato's shoulder and asked, "What about us?" "Nawaki-senpai, Minato, welcome." Kushina added, embarrassed. "Let's talk inside." Tsunade raised her hand and knocked Nawaki on the forehead. Everyone entered the courtyard. After exchanging greetings with Mito, they began today's training. In the blink of an eye, it was July. After 2 months of effort, Natsuki unlocked another ability. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Smoker Template Ability 5, White Vine. With that, all 5 abilities of the Smoker Template had been unlocked. Of course, unlocking White Vine also meant that Natsuki had successfully mastered White Blow, and gained the ability to fly. White Vine could be considered the strongest among the 5 abilities. The previous abilities all released smoke from his arms, but White Vine turned his entire body into smoke to restrain the target. His binding ability had risen to another level. On the Ninja Academy's training field, the students of Class A, Year 4, burst into waves of cheers. Because Natsuki had once again defeated Minato. Both involved parties were very calm. One knew he would not lose, while the other knew he could not win. With the customary match between Natsuki and Minato over, Class A, Year 4's first semester came to an end. Unsurprisingly, Natsuki was still first place, while Minato was second. But third place was not Kushina, because she had not taken the final exam. However, it was not Onodera either. It was Kushina's good friend, Uzumaki Kei. In the original story, Karen's mother's talent was not mentioned, but Karen's talent was. Without any teacher, Karen directly used adamantine sealing chains on her own. That alone was enough to prove her astonishing talent. Aside from that, she also mastered the mind's eye of the Kagura, and the mystical palm technique. The only pity was that in the original story, she never encountered a suitable teacher. Otherwise, Natsuki felt that she would not be inferior to Sakura. Judging from the current situation, Kei's talent was quite good, and could be called genius level. though she was still not on the level of Kushina and Minato. I wonder if Sensei will come back during summer vacation, Minato said as he walked. Although training together with Natsuki, Nawaki, and the others was not bad, since the sensei was not Jiraiya, he still could not quite get used to it. Probably difficult. Natsuki shook his head and said. The war between Amigakure and Sunagakure had already reached its fiercest stage. Once a winner was decided, the spearhead might turn toward Konoha, starting a new war. War could break out at any time, so Jiraiya and Orochimaru had no way to leave. Nawaki's voice rang out. Natsuki raised his head and saw Nawaki and Tsunade standing at the school gate. Go home and get ready. Gather at the village entrance tomorrow morning at 9. Tsunade said directly, Sensei has a mission. What mission? Natsuki's spirits lifted as he asked. Nearly half a year had passed since the last time he went out to perform a mission with the Uzumaki clan, and he had long since grown somewhat impatient. Jiraiya sent back intelligence. Hanzo may be planning to make a move against the Land of Iron. Tsunade answered, Sensei wants us to go to the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron. Natsuki immediately thought of Mifune. The Land of Iron was different from other nations. It did not have ninja, but it did have samurai. Though they were called samurai, in reality, they were more like ninja who used blades. Because these samurai also possessed chakra. Mifune was one of the best among them, the general of the Land of Iron and the leader of the samurai. Natsuki fell into thought. In the original story, it had been mentioned that Hanzo and Mifune once fought. Most likely, it had happened during the Second Shinobi World War. In that case, could this trip to the Land of Iron help him unlock a template ability? To be continued. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Nono's first mission. 1230 words after Natsuki left the Ninja Academy, he went to Konoha Hospital. Before he got close, he saw Nono standing at the hospital entrance. Did class end early today? Natsuki walked up to her, reached out, pinched her cheek, and asked. I finished today's lesson ahead of time. Nono answered softly. That's amazing. Natsuki said with a smile, tomorrow is summer vacation. Tsunade-sensei said you'll come with us to the Land of Iron. I can go too. Nono's gentle expression changed, and surprise appeared on her face. Natsuki explained, Tsunade-sensei said your strength is already comparable to a medical genin, so you can go out on missions to gain experience. Nono nodded heavily, the corners of her mouth rising. She looked very happy. She had wanted to go on missions with Natsuki for a long time, but she had never had the chance, or rather, she had not been allowed to. This is your first time going out on a mission, so I'll tell you some things to pay attention to. Natsuki said as he walked, first, you have to bring enough bento. During a mission, you aren't allowed to start a fire and cook. Nono followed behind him and listened very seriously. After arriving at the Konoha orphanage, Natsuki pulled her into the kitchen. The Land of Iron was northeast of the Land of Fire. At a ninja's normal pace, the journey would take 1 to 2 days. That meant they would need between 3 and 6 bento. Considering that aside from Tsunade, they were all children and would not be that fast, he prepared according to a 2-day journey. Natsuki opened the refrigerator and asked, what do you want to eat on the road? Anything is fine. Nono said seriously, everything you make is delicious. Then I'll make a few more things. Natsuki thought for a moment, then said, let's start with 3-color dango. 3-color dango was glutinous rice dumplings. In the original story, it was the favorite of Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Itachi. Nono stood to the side, watching Natsuki's movements. It was only when the tempting aroma spread out that she subconsciously licked her lips. Natsuki handed her a glutinous rice dumpling. Nono immediately opened her mouth and took a bite. After chewing a few times, a trace of enjoyment appeared on her fair and tender face. It's delicious. After Nono finished speaking, she bit into the remaining glutinous rice dumpling. It's all covered in your saliva. Natsuki glanced at his fingers and teased her. When Nono heard that, she gave him a smile. She really was cute. Natsuki turned around and continued cooking. Considering Tsunade, Nawaki, and Minato, who would be freeloading meals, he made a few extra portions. The next day, after breakfast, Natsuki and Nono arrived at Konoha's village entrance. Tsunade, Nawaki, and Minato had already arrived in advance, but Kushina was not there. Her special identity made it difficult for her to go out, especially since she had been kidnapped before. Of course, the most important reason was that Mito's lifespan was nearing its end, so Kushina had to seize the time to learn Fuinjutsu. Let's go. After Tsunade finished registering with Konoha's gatekeepers, she turned and walked outside. Anyone leaving the village needed to register, and she was no exception. Natsuki glanced at Konoha's gatekeepers. They were unfamiliar, not Kamizuki Izumo and Higane Kotetsu from the original story. But that was normal, they had not been born yet. Night fell. The group successfully arrived at the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. Sweet and chewy. This really is good. Tsunade took a bite of the three-color dango and praised it. I don't really like sweets, but I have to say, it's pretty tasty. Nawaki let out a breath and said. Minato and Nono spoke less, quietly eating their three-color dango. Once you're done eating, I'll explain the details of this mission. Tsunade clapped her hands and said, the main goal is to form an alliance with the Land of Iron. An alliance? Nawaki was stunned for a moment, then asked, doesn't that mean we probably won't run into any enemies on this trip to the Land of Iron? Most likely not. Tsunade answered. Then what's the point of this mission? Nawaki immediately showed a disappointed expression. During this period, he had been learning water breathing, and with Samahata as well, he had always wanted to find an enemy to test himself against. He thought there would be a chance during this mission, but who knew they were simply going to the Land of Iron to form an alliance. Do you know what the Land of Iron is also called? Tsunade knew what he was thinking and asked with a smile. Nawaki scratched his head and asked. The Land of Samurai. Natsuki pondered for a moment before speaking. Tsunade nodded and said, samurai value martial strength, and are very willing to spar with others. I've heard Sensei mention that among samurai, there's a practice called dojo challenging. Minato spoke up and said, it means visiting well-known local samurai and sparring with them. Then who is the strongest in the Land of Iron? Nawaki asked impatiently. Tsunade paused for a moment, then said, but you definitely aren't his opponent, so don't go looking for trouble. Can a samurai really be stronger than a ninja? Nawaki asked in confusion. Samurai can also use chakra. Tsunade answered, in reality, they are ninja who use swordsmanship. So that's how it is. A look of understanding appeared on Nawaki's face, and he asked again, is Mifune a jonin? Mifune is famous for his self-created Mifune-style swordsmanship. The defining feature of his swordsmanship is speed, so fast that ninja don't even have time to form hand seals. Tsunade introduced, in addition, he also has a katana called Kurosawa. It's said to be sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. Kurosawa. Is it famous? Natsuki could not help but freeze when he heard that. He knew Mifune had a katana, but he did not know it was so famous. Of course it's famous. Tsunade glanced at him and said, among samurai and swordsmanship-type ninja, it could be said that everyone knows of it. Natsuki immediately thought of his heroic spirit Amiya template. Ability 3, Projection Magecraft, had the unlock condition of projecting 7 famous ninja tools. He had already projected the Sword of the Thunder God, the Kusanagi Sword, the Nuibari, the Kabutawari, and the White Light Chakra Saber. He was only missing 2 more. Judging from Tsunade's description, Kurosawa should meet the condition. Aside from that, there was also Ability 4, Broken Phantasm, whose unlock condition was to break a famous ninja tool in battle. Kurosawa would likely satisfy that requirement as well. Most importantly, Mifune was a samurai from the Land of Iron, not a ninja of Konoha. The only problem was whether Mifune would refuse to ally with Konoha if Kurosawa were broken. Natsuki thought about it carefully and felt that he probably would not. Judging from Mifune's performance in the original story, he could indeed be called an excellent samurai, and he had a strong samurai spirit. I want to challenge Mifune. Natsuki came back to his senses and said, "With your strength, you can give it a try." Tsunade nodded and did not refuse. To be continued. Chapter 73, Nawaki who knows water breathing 1368 words the next afternoon. The metropolis of the Land of Iron. Natsuki and the others followed Tsunade into the daimyo's residence. The daimyo of the Land of Iron sat in a high seat, with samurai wearing katanas at their waists lined up on both sides. Tsunade bowed slightly and spoke. "Princess Tsunade, welcome." The daimyo of the Land of Iron said very politely. Natsuki's heart could not help but stir. In the original story, Tsunade was often called princess. For a ninja, this was something impossible. The reason was that the status of ninja in the shinobi world was actually very low. At their core, ninja were the daimyo's hired muscle, or rather mercenaries, and were very humble before a daimyo. Tsunade was an exception. Whether it was ninja from other villages or the daimyo and nobles of various nations, whenever they saw her, they would add the title of princess. Tsunade took out a scroll and said, "This is the intelligence our Konoha received not long ago." After she finished speaking, a young samurai walked up to her, took the scroll, and handed it to the daimyo. The daimyo opened the scroll and began reading. A moment later, his expression became extremely grave. "Mifune, you read it too." The daimyo casually handed the scroll to the young samurai from earlier. When Natsuki heard Mifune's name, his gaze fell on him. In the original story, his main scenes were concentrated during the Fourth Shinobi World War. At that time, he was already 65 years old, quite different from his current youthful appearance. "Daimyo, although the Land of Iron is a neutral nation, we now have a common enemy, so Konoha hopes to form an alliance with you." Tsunade stated her purpose for coming. This alliance seemed more beneficial to the Land of Iron, because Konoha was stronger than the Land of Iron, but in reality, that was not the case. The Land of Fire lay between the Land of Iron and the Land of Rain. In other words, if Amigekure wanted to attack the Land of Iron, there was a high chance they would attack Konoha at the same time. After exchanging a glance with Mifune, the daimyo agreed. Although Amigekure was a small ninja village, because of Hanzo's existence, its strength far surpassed the Land of Iron. If the Land of Iron faced Amigekure alone, there would be only one result: defeat. Although the Land of Fire lay between them, Amigekure could take a detour, and Konoha could also let them pass. "I still trust Konoha's credibility." The daimyo then said, "Mifune, go prepare the alliance agreement immediately." "Yes, daimyo." Mifune nodded, then turned and instructed his subordinates to make the arrangements. "Preparing the alliance agreement will take time, so we'll sign it tomorrow morning." The daimyo paused for a moment, then said, "You must be tired from the journey. Go rest first, and when evening comes, we'll have dinner together." Tsunade said unhurriedly, "These students of mine have admired the swordsmanship of the Land of Iron for a long time. Would it be possible to hold an exchange match?" The daimyo subconsciously looked at Natsuki and the others. He soon smiled and said, "Of course." Natsuki and the others looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. No matter how strong they would at most be Chunin level. What Tsunade said about admiring the swordsmanship of the Land of Iron probably was not just a polite remark. Whether emotionally or logically, he should agree to this exchange. "Mifune, you handle the preparations." The daimyo instructed, "Call over your senior and junior fellow disciples as well as your students." "Yes, daimyo," Mifune said with a calm expression. His thoughts were the same as the daimyo's. He believed Natsuki and the others had come here because of the Land of Iron's reputation. Tsunade could guess what they were thinking, but she did not say more. Because saying more was pointless. Everything had to be proven with strength. How about setting it after the evening banquet? The daimyo thought for a moment and asked. That works. Tsunade nodded. After the discussion ended, Natsuki and the others followed Mifune to the rooms arranged for them to rest. Soon, it was time to eat. The daimyo valued them greatly, and the dishes served were excellent in color, aroma, and taste. They were delicious but still could not compare to the food Natsuki made. After the meal, it was time for the exchange match. The exchange match was held in the courtyard of the daimyo's residence. Although it was already dark, under the illumination of various lights, it was no different from daytime. I will introduce our guests to everyone. Mifune raised his hand and said, "This is my student, named Yagyu Musashi. His strength is roughly equivalent to a Chunin. I want to challenge him." Nawaki said impatiently. "Nawaki, wait until Mifune finishes the introductions." Tsunade glared at Nawaki and said. Mifune continued with the introductions. Although many samurai had come, the vast majority of them were at Chunin level, while a small number were at Jonin level. The first match, Yagyu Musashi vs. Nawaki. After confirming both sides' willingness, Mifune announced loudly. "Nawaki, good luck." Natsuki spoke. "Don't worry, I'll definitely beat him." Nawaki said with a face full of smiles, "After all, I learned your water breathing." After he finished speaking, he went onto the field with the greatsword, Samahata, on his back. Yagyu Musashi subconsciously looked at Samahata. This was also a sword. Be careful. Mifune's gaze sharpened as he recognized Samahata. That is one of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords, the greatsword, Samahata. Hearing this, Yagyu Musashi immediately became cautious. The 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure had a great reputation, and he had heard of them too. Swordsmanship, IAI/. Yagyu Musashi's body flashed, and he charged toward Nawaki. As he approached, he suddenly drew his sword. The blade was like lightning, its tip stabbing straight toward Nawaki's heart. The moment Nawaki saw him move, he immediately used water breathing. Water breathing not only strengthened water release, but could also comprehensively enhance the body. The blade light he originally could not see clearly was immediately captured by his eyes. Water breathing, first form, water surface /. Nawaki gripped the greatsword, Samahata, and smashed it out directly. Water surged out, forming a huge arc of light in front of him. With a boom, the katana and Samahata collided. Yagyu Musashi only felt his body shake, then he kicked off with both feet, and retreated backward. Nawaki shouted excitedly. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. His body twisted, and Samahata followed his movement, forming a spinning slash from top to bottom. Water flowed around him, rotating like a water wheel. Yagyu Musashi was horrified. He subconsciously raised his sword to block, but it was already too late. The immense force caused his katana to bend. The water flow then slammed into him. Yagyu Musashi screamed, and his entire body spun twice on the ground like a top. The daimyo of the Land of Iron, Mifune, and the others immediately fell into dead silence. They had thought victory was already in their grasp, but in the blink of an eye, it had become a crushing defeat. But could Yagyu Musashi be blamed? What swordsmanship is that? Mifune could not help but ask. He considered himself well informed. He had heard of all kinds of swordsmanship in the shinobi world, large and small. But this style of swordsmanship was completely unheard of. Water breathing. Nawaki raised his hand and said, "It's a swordsmanship style Natsuki created himself." Mifune subconsciously looked in the direction he pointed. When he saw that it was Natsuki, he could not help but freeze. His first reaction was that Nawaki was lying. How could an 8 or 9-year-old child possibly create such powerful swordsmanship? Even in the Land of Iron, one would have to be at Swordmaster level to create this kind of swordsmanship. Swordmaster level was equivalent to Jonin. But Nawaki had no reason to lie. Especially in front of Tsunade. Lying would damage Konoha's credibility. To be continued. Chapter 74, Minato's reaction 12-14 words. Although Nawaki defeated Yagyu Musashi, Natsuki stole the spotlight. But he did not mind. After all, his water breathing had indeed been taught to him by Natsuki. How did I do? As soon as Nawaki left the field, he quickly looked at Tsunade and the others. Excellent. Natsuki praised him. Much stronger than me. Minato said honestly. Because he had been in the same class as Natsuki before, he had regarded Natsuki as his greatest opponent. But after this battle, he also realized that Nawaki's strength could not be underestimated either. However, compared to the gap between him and Natsuki growing wider and wider, he was confident he could catch up to Nawaki. You won because of the water-breathing Natsuki taught you and the great sword, Samahata, he gave you. Tsunade said with a serious expression, don't become proud because of a single victory. Nawaki replied, but judging from the smile on his face, he clearly had not taken it to heart. Tsunade understood his personality too, so she shook her head and said nothing more. Minato, you're up next. Don't lose. Nawaki clenched his fist and cheered him on. Minato had always been unaffected by pressure. He walked into the field with a calm expression. My name is Namikaze Minato. I don't know swordsmanship, only ninjutsu. Minato introduced himself and said, my strength is also around Chunin level. I'll do it. Suddenly, voices rang out one after another. Minato froze slightly. Was he being treated like an easy target? Actually, their reaction could not be blamed. Because Mifune-style swordsmanship focused on one word, speed. When ordinary ninja faced them, they could not react at all and would be defeated instantly. Miyamoto Jiro, you go. Mifune raised his hand and stopped their clamor. A boy who looked 17 or 18 walked out. He was Miyamoto Jiro. Perform well. Mifune reminded him. There were only 3 matches in this exchange. Nono was a medical ninja, so she would not participate. Of the 3 matches, they had already lost one. If they lost another, how would the Land of Iron preserve its reputation? Moreover, the samurai sent by the Land of Iron were already much older than Natsuki and the others. If they bullied the young with age and still lost, it would be even more embarrassing. But if they sent people of the same age, they would definitely lose. Because under normal circumstances, an 8 or 9-year-old child would not even have graduated from the Ninja Academy, let alone reach Chunin level. Mifune still had confidence in Miyamoto Jiro. Speed was his greatest advantage. Especially before reaching Jonin level. Unless Minato, like Nawaki, possessed the advantage of swordsmanship and a ninja sword. Miyamoto Jiro took out a katana. Minato nodded. Just as he was about to move, a flash of blade light appeared in his vision. Swordsmanship, IAI/. Like Yagyu Musashi, Miyamoto Jiro moved like thunder. With one step, his blade had already arrived before Minato. Mifune could not help nodding. Miyamoto Jiro's swordsmanship, IAI/, was extremely perfect without any mistakes. With such speed, only a small number of elite Chunin, Tokubetsu Jonin, or Jonin could react. But in the next second, a clang made both Mifune and Miyamoto Jiro's expressions freeze. At the critical moment, Minato blocked Miyamoto Jiro's blade with a kunai. At the same time, he retreated and threw 6 kunai. Although Miyamoto Jiro was shocked, his movements were not slow. Clang, clang, clang rang out in succession. He used his katana to knock all 6 kunai away. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Minato formed hand seals while pulling back. By the time he stopped, countless wind bullets were already attacking Miyamoto Jiro. Mifune-style first Tachi, blaze. Miyamoto Jiro gripped his katana tightly, chakra surged out, and then he swung his blade. In an instant, a visible sword aura cut all the incoming wind bullets in half. Miyamoto Jiro took a deep breath, accelerated again, and charged at Minato. Before he arrived, his sword arrived first. The speed was also astonishingly fast. But Minato's body flickered, and he dodged his katana. How is that possible? Miyamoto Jiro confirmed that Minato blocking his swordsmanship earlier had not been a coincidence. This 8 or 9-year-old child possessed reaction speed far beyond ordinary people. Mifune also noticed this and fell silent. In the end, he had underestimated them. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Minato formed hand seals with both hands and threw a shuriken. In an instant, countless shuriken covered Miyamoto Jiro. Miyamoto Jiro widened his eyes, his wrist trembling as he swung his katana rapidly, and knocked the shuriken away one after another. Minato calmly formed hand seals again. Wind release, gale palm. A gust of wind wrapped around him. His speed suddenly increased as he rushed toward Miyamoto Jiro. Miyamoto Jiro noticed him and quickly slashed at him. But Minato still dodged it. And with that brief delay, the shuriken landed on his body. Seeing this, Mifune quickly stepped forward, grabbed Miyamoto Jiro, and retreated. Minato immediately stopped. You won, Minato. Mifune praised him. If you were a samurai of the Land of Iron, I would definitely make you my successor. If such astonishing reaction speed were used in swordsmanship, it would create a swordmaster no less talented than him. Thank you. Minato left the field calmly. As expected of the student Jiraiya-sama chose. Nawaki raised a thumb and said, if he did not have water breathing and the great sword, Samahata, he would not have been confident in defeating Minato. His strength wasn't weaker than mine. My victory was rather fortunate. Minato smiled and said, why does the way you speak sound exactly like Natsuki? Nawaki's mouth twitched as he said, Natsuki also likes saying things like fortunate and luck. Minato immediately fell silent. He had heard those kinds of words far more often than Nawaki. After all, every time there was an exam, he would lose to Natsuki. Over time, he had also been influenced by Natsuki. At this moment, Mifune and the others once again fell into a deathly silence. Of the 3 exchange matches, they had already lost 2. If they lost all of them, it would no longer be a matter of preserving face. And they could also tell that Natsuki was probably stronger than Nawaki and Minato. Especially since he had even created his own swordsmanship style. The samurai of the Land of Iron were famous for their swordsmanship to begin with. If they could not compare to Natsuki in swordsmanship, then their reputation over all these years would become a stepping stone for him. Who do you want to challenge? Mifune asked slowly. Natsuki said in a calm tone. What are you saying? You really don't know your place. A little brat actually dares to be this arrogant. Mifune-sama has defeated quite a few jonin. The moment Natsuki said this, the other samurai began scolding him one after another. Mifune glared at them, then turned to Natsuki and said, I accept your challenge. Since Natsuki dared to challenge him, it meant he truly believed he had a chance of winning. In addition, this was the final match of the exchange. The Land of Iron could not lose again. To be continued. Chapter 75, Broken Phantasm, bonus, 1892 words bonus for 200 horsepower, next bonus at 400 horsepower. I'll be dropping 5 extra chapters when we reach 10 reviews, we're currently at April 10th. Since you can create your own swordsmanship, then swordsmanship must be what you are best at. Mifune's right hand gripped his katana, Kurosawa, but he did not draw it. More or less. Natsuki nodded and said. Then where is your sword? Mifune looked him over twice and asked. A ninja pouch could only hold small ninja tools such as kunai and shuriken. A sword definitely could not fit inside. A sword would usually be worn at the waist or carried on the back. My sword is a little special. Natsuki formed hand seals with both hands and summoned Ensei. He already had 2 swords, one sword of the Thunder God and one Nekajiri. But it would be very difficult for those 2 swords to cut through Mifune's Kurosawa. The sword of the Thunder God itself was not sturdy. In the original story, it had even been broken by Naruto and Sasuke. As for Nekajiri, there was even less to say. It was not a famous sword, merely a sword with a little chakra metal added to it. Therefore, Natsuki planned to use Ensei. Ensei already possessed an adamantine body, and with the enhancement of the 10 Shadows technique, its hardness could surpass Mifune's Kurosawa. However, if he wanted to cut through it, he would still need some skill, such as repeatedly striking a certain point on the blade. What's going on? The other samurai were puzzled by Ensei's appearance. The 3rd Hokage's summoning beast. Mifune had broader experience than the other samurai and immediately thought of Hiruzen's Enma. Yes and no. Natsuki explained, it is not Hokage-sama's summoning beast, but they both come from the monkey clan. As he spoke, Ensei's body began changing, and a katana soon appeared before everyone. Natsuki casually placed the katana at his waist. I have heard of the monkey clan before. I never expected to see one with my own eyes today. Mifune said with a serious expression, please instruct me. The fact that Natsuki had created water-breathing swordsmanship was already enough to make him take this seriously. Now he had even brought out the same type of summoning beast as Hiruzen. With Hiruzen's status and strength, it was impossible for him to casually give a summoning beast to an 8 or 9-year-old child. Natsuki had to have something extraordinary about him. Mifune had been very confident in winning this battle earlier, but now he was somewhat uncertain. However, no matter what, he had to win. IAI/. Mifune's body instantly vanished from the spot. Only a streak of blade light sped swiftly through the air. It was the same IAI/, but in his hands, it was much faster than Yagyu Musashi and Miyamoto Jiro's. One sword style, IAI, Lion Song. Reinforcement Magecraft. Natsuki had long guessed that he would use IAI/, so he drew his sword as well. His entire body turned into a streak of blade light and collided with him. After the sound of air being torn apart came a piercing metallic explosion. The terrifying force formed wave after wave of air that spread in all directions. The samurai watching subconsciously frowned, but their eyes remained fixed on the field. The 2 people who had vanished appeared again. The 2 katanas were still not separated, forming a stalemate. This. Are they actually evenly matched? Am I under a genjutsu? His swordsmanship isn't inferior to Mifune-sama's. Miyamoto Jiro and the others widened their eyes one after another, disbelief appearing on their faces. Well done. Nawaki immediately shouted excitedly. Minato subconsciously leaned forward. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to understand Natsuki's strength. Surprise flashed through Tsunade's eyes. She had originally thought Natsuki's strength would be quite a bit inferior to Mifune's. You truly are remarkable. As Mifune praised him, his hands suddenly lifted, then came down. In an extremely short time, he erupted with powerful strength, bringing down a downward slash aimed at Natsuki's katana. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. Natsuki did not take it head-on. He retreated, and a sword wave burst out like wind. Mifune's expression did not change. His downward slash turned into a horizontal slash, directly splitting the sword wave in 2. Swordsmanship, sky-splitting slash. Mifune flicked his wrist, and chakra poured into his Kurosawa. A crescent moon-like blade light attacked Natsuki. Water-breathing, 4th form, striking tide. Natsuki immediately stopped. He raised his katana, and countless streams of water surrounded it. Reinforcement Magecraft. He leaped up, borrowed the force of his body, and brought the katana down toward Mifune's head. The blade light shattered. With a clang, Mifune used Kurosawa to block Natsuki's katana. But what he did not notice was that in both collisions, Natsuki's katana had landed on the 2/3 point of Kurosawa's blade. The reason Natsuki could be so precise was because he possessed clairvoyance. Clairvoyance could accurately hit a target several kilometers away, let alone Kurosawa at close range. Mifune-style first Tachi, blaze. Kurosawa lit up, flashing with blue light. Mifune gripped Kurosawa tightly. The instant he poured chakra into it, he pulled back and swung fiercely. A powerful sword aura appeared in the air. Its massive form was like a 40-meter-long blade descending from the sky. Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. Natsuki swung several times in an instant, and the final strike blocked the sword aura. Countless waves of air exploded like fireworks. Natsuki was forced to retreat uncontrollably, his feet leaving deep marks in the ground. Mifune-sama has gained the advantage. As expected, Mifune-sama is stronger. Seeing this, the other samurai all became excited. Tsunade, Nawaki, and the others showed worried expressions. Natsuki stopped and took a deep breath. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he was indeed inferior to Mifune. But this was not a pure swordsmanship battle. Your talent in swordsmanship, I am willing to call it the strongest. Mifune said regretfully, it's a pity you are not a samurai of the Land of Iron. After saying that, he moved forward again. Kurosawa was like a giant dragon biting toward Natsuki. Reinforcement Magecraft. Water-breathing, sixth form, whirlpool. Natsuki twisted his body, and his blade once again struck the 2/3 point of Kurosawa. Mifune only felt his arms tremble slightly, but he soon steadied himself. Kurosawa turned and swept out again. Reinforcement Magecraft. Water-breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Natsuki met it with a slash. With a clang. Both sides retreated. But Natsuki retreated one more step. Even with the enhancement of reinforcement magecraft and water-breathing, his physical quality was ultimately inferior to Mifune's body, which had been tempered through countless battles. Even so, the fact that he could fight him with only a slight disadvantage was already enough to shock Miyamoto Jiro and the others. For the first time, they learned that there was actually someone with such terrifying swordsmanship talent. The two swords collided continuously. The two of them attacked back and forth, locked in battle. There was no doubt that Mifune had the advantage. But Natsuki also had an advantage, which was that he had a lot of chakra, and could continuously use reinforcement magecraft and water-breathing. Mifune suddenly let out a soft sound and quickly pulled back. He lowered his head, and could not help frowning. A crack had appeared at the 2/3 point of Kurosawa. This was the first time he had ever seen Kurosawa damaged since obtaining it. The adamantine body of the Monkey Clan truly lives up to its reputation. Mifune took a deep breath and said, "After the battle is over, I'm willing to pay to repair this katana for you." Natsuki pretended not to know anything and spoke. Mifune immediately said, "But it is indeed time to end this." Secret sword, snowstorm slash. Mifune shouted fiercely, and all the chakra in his body surged out. With him at the center, a storm formed. Kurosawa bloomed with intense blue light. The light covered Kurosawa and continuously spread outward. Natsuki immediately realized he could not block it. The instant Mifune moved, he used white blow. A massive blue sword aura carried a fierce wind as it blasted toward Natsuki. Wherever it passed, the ground split open and broken stones flew everywhere. Tsunade subconsciously stood up and was just about to rescue Natsuki when she saw an astonishing scene. Before the blue sword aura reached him, Natsuki shot into the sky. He truly shot into the sky. Countless clouds of smoke lifted him and sent him rising into the air. The blue sword aura immediately missed. A huge trench appeared in the ground. Mifune could not help freezing. His eyes reflected Natsuki in midair. It was obvious that his secret sword, Snowstorm Slash, had no effect at all. What kind of ninjutsu is that? A look of surprise appeared on Tsunade's face. He can actually fly. Minato was also seeing flying-type ninjutsu for the first time, and was immediately stunned. Nawaki shouted excitedly. Reinforcement Magecraft. Water-breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Natsuki rapidly descended from the air, water flowing around him. As he approached Mifune, a sharp sword light fell. I haven't lost yet. Mifune reacted. He gripped Kurosawa tightly and slashed upward, blocking Natsuki's katana from below. Natsuki's gaze sharpened. He stretched out his left hand, and Nekajiri fell from his shadow space into his hand. Reinforcement Magecraft. Double circular slash. Nekajiri and the katana formed by Ensei crossed to form a fan shape. And the center of the fan was precisely the 2/3 point of Kurosawa. After an earth-shaking collision, a crisp sound rang out. Under everyone's stunned gazes, the famous blade Kurosawa broke. The tip of the blade flew out and landed on the ground. Mifune held the broken blade and subconsciously stabbed toward Natsuki. White Snake. Natsuki threw Nekajiri away with his left hand, and smoke surged out. The smoke, like a white snake, immediately wrapped around Mifune. Natsuki raised his right hand, and the katana pressed against his neck. Mifune immediately froze. Only after a long time did he loosen his hand. The broken blade fell to the ground with a clear sound. A samurai voluntarily abandoning his sword meant he had already admitted defeat. Miyamoto Jiro and the others did not know what to say. They stood in place like blocks of wood. Nawaki immediately shouted. Nono also subconsciously stood up. If the occasion had not been inappropriate, she definitely would have run over. Tsunade revealed a satisfied smile, but what followed was a bit of a headache. Because Natsuki had performed too well. It was not exactly suitable. They had just become allies, yet he had so bluntly defeated Mifune, and even broken his famous blade, Kurosawa. It really was not very appropriate. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Heroic Spirit Amiya Template Ability 4, Broken Phantasm. Natsuki looked at the line of text that appeared before him, and thought to himself that Broken Phantasm had finally been unlocked. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 Power Stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested, Patreon. com/blown leaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Sasaki Kojiro Template 2480 words. The occasion was not suitable, so Natsuki did not test Broken Phantasm. He bent down and picked up Kurosawa, which had broken into 2 pieces. Taking advantage of that brief moment, he used Projection Magecraft, and chakra flowed into Kurosawa's blade. The younger generation is truly formidable. Mifune said slowly, I have to thank you today. You made me understand that my swordsmanship still needs to improve. He had become the general of the Land of Iron and the leader of the samurai at a young age, so he was naturally proud. Even though the strength of the 5 great villages far surpassed the Land of Iron, when it came to swordsmanship, he believed he should be number 1 in the shinobi world. Natsuki's appearance had shattered his perception. He had indeed been somewhat narrow-minded before. My swordsmanship is inferior to yours. I defeated you using ninjutsu. After Natsuki finished understanding Kurosawa's materials, he handed it to Mifune. A loss is a loss. There is no difference between swordsmanship and ninjutsu. They are both part of your strength. Mifune took Kurosawa and said this very frankly. Natsuki nodded slightly. No wonder Hanzo had spared Mifune in the original story, because he admired his spirit of sacrificing himself to protect his comrades. In a certain sense, the young Hanzo also had the bearing of a strong person. But after he grew old, that became another matter. Today's battle was truly splendid. The daimyo of the Land of Iron stood up and said with a smile, the 2 of you have worked hard as well. The exchange match ends here. Everyone, go rest. Yes, daimyo. Mifune bowed slightly and said. Seeing this, Tsunade felt a little relieved. It seemed that the daimyo and Mifune could accept defeat. As expected of the land of samurai, the daimyo left first. Mifune and the other samurai did not stay long either, but all of their gazes were on Natsuki, as if they were reluctant to part. In truth, they still had not recovered from the shock of him defeating Mifune. Nawaki said excitedly, "You've become famous in the land of iron this time. Mifune is the #1 samurai and #1 swordmaster of the land of iron." Tsunade said with a smile, "You defeated him. In less than a day, your name will be known throughout the land of iron. He lost to me because he didn't understand my ninjutsu." As Natsuki spoke, he undid the summoning technique, and let Sarashizu return to the Monkey Clan's residence. "What was that flying ninjutsu you used just now?" Hearing this, Nawaki quickly asked, "Was it a ninjutsu you created yourself?" Natsuki nodded and said, "It's a ninjutsu I modified based on hiding in mist technique. It's called White Blow." "What a pity, I don't have the talent to create my own ninjutsu," Minato said with great envy. Natsuki's mind stirred, and he thought of the Rasengan. The Rasengan was powerful, and did not require hand seals. If it was created, he could use it too. He could try it when he had time. But creating the Rasengan required extremely high chakra control. After all, the Rasengan was known as the pinnacle of chakra-shaped transformation. That isn't called modifying a ninjutsu. It's basically changing it into another ninjutsu from the root. Tsunade said in astonishment, "White Blow already looks like it has nothing in common with hiding in mist technique. It's more like a Kekii Genkai." "A Kekii Genkai? Isn't that a little exaggerated?" Nawaki widened his eyes and asked. Minato and Nono also showed surprised expressions. Because they all knew what a Kekii Genkai was. A Kekii Genkai was not an ordinary ninjutsu. It was a new release created by fusing two chakra nature transformations. For example, wood release was earth release plus water release. Another example was ice release, which was wind release plus water release. Of course, there was also another kind of Kekii Genkai inherited through bloodline, such as the Sharingan and Byakugan. Kekii Genkai were often stronger than ninjutsu using a single chakra nature transformation. But being strong meant they were uncommon. Among the 5 great villages, there were not many ninja who possessed Kekii Genkai. However, aside from a few individual Kekii Genkai, most Kekii Genkai ninja were very strong. The Iburi clan living in the land of fire has the ability to turn into smoke, but their ability is very unstable. Tsunade shook her head and said, "They cannot freely control their smoke transformation, and they can even die because they are unable to return from it." Natsuki raised an eyebrow and remembered the plot involving the Iburi clan. To sum it up, it was extremely tragic. After Orochimaru defected, he went to the Iburi clan, and helped them stabilize their smoke transformation ability. The Iburi clan thought they had found a savior, but in reality, they were all Orochimaru's test subjects. In the end, they were wiped out by Orochimaru. It had to be said that Orochimaru, in his pursuit of immortality, truly stopped acting human. Fortunately, the current Orochimaru had not yet fallen into darkness. Then it sounds worse than the ninjutsu Natsuki created, Nawaki commented. It really can't compare. Tsunade paused for a moment, then said, "Their smoke transformation also has a fatal weakness. If the wind blows them away, they die." Nawaki scratched his head and asked, "Then what use does this smoke transformation ability even have?" Precisely because its flaws are too great, the Iburi clan did not join Konoha, and instead hid away in windless caves to survive. Tsunade explained. As a ninja, extensive knowledge could bring a considerable advantage. After all, knowledge was intelligence. Now that she had explained the Iburi clan's intelligence, if Natsuki and Nawaki encountered them in the future, they could easily win by targeting their weakness. "You all did well today. 3 matches, 3 victories." Tsunade changed the subject and said, "It's about time. Let's return to our rooms." Nawaki and the others nodded, then each returned to their own rooms. After the door closed, Natsuki extended his hand. Projection Magecraft. A katana exactly the same as Kurosawa slowly appeared in the air. Natsuki gripped this replica of Kurosawa, and could not help nodding. Because the system had recognized Kurosawa as a famous ninja tool. With this, he only needed to project one more famous ninja tool to obtain the enhanced version of Projection Magecraft. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Orochimaru had previously promised him that he would find him a Kusanagi sword. Should he wait for him, or should he find one himself? But if he went to find one himself, he could not think of a suitable target for the time being. The 7 ninja swordsmen were an option. However, they were all currently in Kirigakure. On top of that, Natsuki had a grudge with them, so going to find them would be no different from walking into a trap. Natsuki suddenly thought of the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, when Madara left, he had taken the Uchiha gunbai with him. Although he knew Madara was not dead, the aged Madara was still Madara. In the entire shinobi world, including Mito, there was probably no one who could defeat him. You have awakened the Sasaki Kojiro template. The sudden line of text startled Natsuki out of his thoughts. Sasaki Kojiro, he was not unfamiliar with this name. In the Pokemon series, he was a member of Team Rocket. Ahem, wrong series. Sasaki Kojiro was a very famous great swordsman. After studying Chujiryu swordsmanship, he traveled across various regions and founded the Gonryu swordsmanship school. But his most famous deed was his duel with Miyamoto Musashi, where he was defeated and died. Compared to Sasaki Kojiro, Miyamoto Musashi was even more famous. He created the Nitten Ichiryu swordsmanship school, which was also known as two-sword style. Natsuki fell into thought. The fact that he had awakened the Sasaki Kojiro template was definitely related to defeating Mifune. He just did not know which work this Sasaki Kojiro came from. After all, there were many works related to him. As Natsuki thought this, he looked at the Sasaki Kojiro template he had just obtained. Name, Sasaki Kojiro. Period, 5th Holy Grail War, Assassin Class Servant. World, Fate/Stay Night. Rank, A rank. Ability 1, Presence Concealment, unlocked. Effect, erases one's presence and hides within the environment, making one's existence difficult to detect. Ability 2, Clear and Serene, locked. Effect, allows one to maintain a clear and tranquil heart at all times. Unlock condition, experience 6 consecutive battles without any emotional fluctuations. Ability 3, Knowledge of Soa, locked. Effect, when using the same swordsmanship repeatedly against a target, the attack will not be easily seen through. Unlock condition, master 6 kinds of swordsmanship from the shinobi world. Ability 4, Mind's Eye, locked. Effect, a 6th sense used for combat, a danger perception ability based on natural talent. Unlock condition, aside from Mifune, defeat a target whose swordsmanship is stronger than your own. Ability 5, Subeim Geishi, locked. Effect, a sure-kill sword technique that simultaneously cuts down an opponent from 3 directions and takes their head. Unlock condition, fight a gatekeeping battle against an opponent of the same level. So it was the gatekeeper. In the 5th Holy Grail War of Fate/Stay Night, he was illegally summoned, so he could only guard Ryudo Temple. Furthermore, the catalyst used to summon him was Ryudo Temple's mountain gate. Unable to leave the gate, he became a gatekeeper. But that did not mean he was weak. As someone rated A rank, in Naruto, he had strength roughly equivalent to a Jonin. If judging by swordsmanship alone, Natsuki felt he could be rated S rank. The Sasaki Kojiro template was relatively special. Because out of his 5 abilities, 4 were essentially passive abilities. Ability 1, Presence Concealment. As an assassin class servant, commonly known as an assassin, presence concealment could be considered essential. But his presence concealment rank was not high. It was more like a swordmaster blending himself into the environment, lowering his sense of presence. However, for Natsuki, it was still very useful. After all, ninja often carried out infiltration missions. Ability 2, Clear and Serene. When Natsuki saw this ability, he thought of Ain's forced calm. In terms of effect, it was indeed very similar. How should it be put? Although it could not directly increase his strength, it could help the user better bring out their strength. In competition, or rather in battle, mentality had a great influence. If one could remain calm even in a desperate situation, it would be easier to reverse the outcome. Its unlock condition was not difficult either. When Natsuki fought, he generally did not experience much emotional fluctuation. Ability 3, Knowledge of Soa. To be honest, this ability was a little absurd. It was like a conceptual ability. The first time it was seen, it was unknown, but the second time, it became known. In the shinobi world, it was still the same saying, ninja battles were intelligence battles. The effect of knowledge of Soa was that even if the user repeatedly used the same swordsmanship, it would not be easily seen through. Of course, to do that, it meant the user had to be thoroughly familiar with many kinds of swordsmanship. Therefore, its unlock condition was to master 6 kinds of swordsmanship from the shinobi world. Natsuki currently only mastered Konoha-style swordsmanship, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, and Orochimaru-style swordsmanship. Ability 4, Mind's Eye. It was somewhat similar to Ability 3, and leaned toward being a conceptual ability. But its effect was equally powerful, like an enhanced version of instinct. Ninja, or rather humans, would sometimes inexplicably feel something at certain moments. That was instinct, or the sixth sense. With Mind's Eye, Natsuki would be even less likely to get injured in battle. But its unlock condition was very demanding. He had to defeat a target whose swordsmanship was stronger than his own. For now, the only person Natsuki could think of was Konoha's white fanned, Hitaki Tsukumo. He most likely could not beat him. However, as more and more abilities from his templates were unlocked, sooner or later, he would defeat Tsukumo. Mifune counted too. However, he had already triggered the Sasaki Kojiro template, so there was no way for him to help unlock the ability again. Ability 5, Tsubeim Geishi. Tsubeim Geishi was Sasaki Kojiro's signature technique. Its unlock condition was somewhat confusing to Natsuki. What did a gatekeeping battle mean? Did he need to find a place similar to Ryudo Temple and guard the gate there, just like Sasaki Kojiro? Natsuki fell into thought. The system's text had always meant exactly what it showed. It seemed he did not need to guard the gate of a place similar to Ryudo Temple. Theoretically, guarding Konoha's gate would also work. It could even be extended to fighting in front of a gate. Natsuki yawned and did not continue studying it. Since he had already awakened the character template, unlocking all of its abilities was only a matter of time. There was no need to rush. The next morning, Tsunade signed the alliance agreement with the daimyo of the Land of Iron on behalf of Konoha, and Natsuki and the others' mission was completed. The group did not stay any longer. After the signing was finished, they returned to Konoha. We won't train today. Go home and rest. I'm going to see Sensei. After Tsunade finished speaking, she walked toward the Hokage building. Are you going to rest? Nawaki stated his plan. I'm going to Grandmother Mito's place to train. I'll go too. Minato said without hesitation. His current strength could not compare to Nawaki and Natsuki, so naturally, he did not dare slack off. Because the moment he slacked off, the gap would become even wider. For example, Natsuki's battle with Mifune this time had made him realize that point. Natsuki had actually modified a flying ninjutsu without making a sound. In theory, if he could fly, then as long as he opened enough distance, he would already be in an unbeatable position. Because Minato had no ninjutsu that could counter it. Nono did not speak and only looked at Natsuki. You two go first. We'll come over later. Natsuki thought for a moment and said. If he returned to the village and did not go, Kushina would probably be unhappy if she did not see him. Nawaki nodded and said, "Come over soon. See you later." Minato did not say much and left with Nawaki. "Let's go. We're going to the training ground." Natsuki glanced at Nono and said. In truth, he simply wanted to test the ability he had just obtained, Broken Phantasm. Although Nono did not know what he intended to do, she still agreed. To be continued. Chapter 77, Studying the Rasengan. 1716 words after arriving at a secluded, empty training ground, Natsuki raised his hand. Projection Magecraft. A kunai appeared in his hand. Natsuki flung it fiercely. The kunai flew straight toward a nearby tree. The moment it pierced into the trunk, the kunai suddenly trembled, and the chakra contained within it surged outward. With a boom, the kunai exploded. With it as the center, a small pit appeared in the tree trunk. Nono looked completely confused. How could a kunai explode? There was no explosive tag tied to it. And the power of this explosion was far inferior to an explosive tag. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. The power produced by a projected kunai combined with Broken Phantasm was indeed not as good as an explosive tag. But this was an explosion with no cost, much cheaper than explosive tags. Moreover, most ninja were fragile. An explosion like this could still cause fairly serious injuries. Most importantly, it was impossible to guard against. Who would expect a kunai to suddenly explode? Natsuki soon thought of another way to use it. Projection Magecraft. Kurosawa was replicated and held in his hand. He threw it out directly. Kurosawa struck the tree, with 1/3 of the blade piercing into it. Broken Phantasm. Natsuki snapped his fingers. Kurosawa exploded as it trembled. The tree was blown apart at the middle. First, because 1/3 of Kurosawa's blade had pierced inside, it was equivalent to an internal explosion. Second, because Kurosawa contained more chakra than the kunai, the power of the explosion was also greater. Natsuki could not help laughing. It was still the same point. Who would expect a ninja sword he threw to explode? Projection Magecraft combined with Broken Phantasm undoubtedly possessed the power to kill on first encounter. The so-called first encounter kill was actually an embodiment of the idea that ninja battles were intelligence battles. When ninja faced a ninjutsu they had never seen before, it was very easy for them to be instantly killed or suffer a heavy blow. What do you think? Natsuki turned to look at Nono. It's amazing. Nono said softly. But because Natsuki had always been amazing in her heart, her surprise quickly disappeared. Let's go. We're going to Mito-sama's place. Natsuki pinched her small face, and left the training ground with her. Soon, they arrived at the Senju clan's residence. Nawaki, Minato, and Kushina were already training. Natsuki thought for a moment, then said, I feel like I can begin the second stage of water release chakra nature transformation training. Once he completed the second stage, his water release chakra nature transformation would basically reach the skilled level. Ability 4 of his Kamado Tanjiro template could then be unlocked. Come with me. Nawaki put away Samahata, and brought him to a nearby river. He did not speak and directly stretched out both hands. The next second, a stream of water rotated and swayed in midair under his control like a dancing snake. Water release has two characteristics. One is moisture, and the other is flow. Nawaki explained, the first two stages of water release chakra nature transformation training correspond to these two characteristics. This flowing characteristic looks like it has something to do with chakra shape transformation. Natsuki said thoughtfully. Nawaki nodded and said, because flow involves changes in chakra shape. Ninjutsu had 3 foundations. The first was chakra control ability. The second was chakra shape transformation. The third was chakra nature transformation. Powerful ninjutsu often involved all 3. Of course, there were also those that involved 2, such as the Rasengan, which did not involve chakra nature transformation. As Natsuki looked at the flowing water, his heart could not help but stir. Was this not the best reason for him to create the Rasengan himself? The Rasengan was a ninjutsu that Minato created by imitating the tailed beast ball. But Natsuki had never seen the tailed beast ball, and he had no way to see it in the short term either. Unless he went to ask Uzumaki Mito for help. However, the tailed beast ball was so dangerous that she definitely would not release one for no reason, just to help him create the Rasengan. Moreover, in her current old age, releasing a tailed beast ball might even accelerate the consumption of her lifespan. I suddenly have an idea for a new ninjutsu. Natsuki spoke. Nawaki suddenly turned to look at him. No, hold on, is creating ninjutsu that easy? And wasn't I teaching you water release chakra nature transformation training? Why did you suddenly get an idea for a new ninjutsu? But the requirements for this ninjutsu are rather high. Natsuki said with a smile, I'll ask Kushina and Nono to help me later. He had also thought of this just now. The Rasengan required extremely high chakra control. Kushina and Nono happened to meet this condition. The reason was that Fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu were the two most difficult types of ninjutsu. Without extremely high chakra control, there was no way to learn them. Moreover, if he had Kushina and Nono help him, the copyright of the Rasengan he eventually created would still belong to him. After all, the two of them would not take credit. Let's continue training water release chakra nature transformation. Nawaki hesitated, then finally said gloomily. Time reached noon. Everyone paused their training and gathered together, preparing to eat lunch. When I was watching Nawaki control the rotating water flow earlier, I got an idea for a new ninjutsu. Natsuki said, but I need Kushina and Nono to help me. I can help. Nono froze slightly, somewhat unable to believe it. What ninjutsu? How do I help? Kushina immediately became excited when she heard this. Minato, on the other hand, looked stunned. So sudden. And did you not just create a flying-type ninjutsu? If a mass of chakra is compressed and made to spin at the fastest speed, what do you think would happen? Natsuki asked. Everyone immediately fell into thought. If that mass of chakra exploded, its power definitely wouldn't be ordinary. Nawaki clenched his fist and said. Not only that. Minato said in a deep voice, it might not even require hand seals. That's right. Nawaki reacted and said, this is a hand seal-free ninjutsu. In the shinobi world, ninjutsu that did not require hand seals were extremely rare. I'll call this ninjutsu Rasengan. Natsuki said with a smile. Rasengan? It sounds a little too simple. Minato thought for a moment and said, how about Halo Popsicle Spiraling Hair Whirl Natsuki Double Style Sphere? Nawaki, Kushina, and Nono all looked at him strangely at the same time. What's wrong? Is this name not good? Minato asked in confusion. The names you come up with really are unique. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched as he spoke. It's too complicated. Rasengan sounds simpler and easier to understand. Kushina commented. Nono nodded in agreement. Let's talk about how to create the Rasengan. Natsuki brought the topic back. Do you already have an idea? Minato asked curiously. I have some. Natsuki stretched out his hand and said, I think the first stage is to gather chakra in the palm. After he finished speaking, Minato and the others also began experimenting. The first stage was not difficult. All of them could do it, but the time they took was different. The fastest were Kushina and Nono, followed by Natsuki, and last were Nawaki and Minato. The second stage is to continuously and steadily release chakra, making the chakra move irregularly in the palm. Natsuki continued. Not long after he finished speaking, the chakra in Nawaki and Minato's hands suddenly exploded. Clearly, they could not control their chakra to move irregularly. The chakra in Kushina and Nono's hands began flowing irregularly. But they did not hold on for long before it exploded as well. The chakra in Natsuki's palm was the same. This second stage feels really difficult. Nawaki frowned and said, "Wait here for a moment." Natsuki greeted them, then went to a nearby store. After spending money to buy many balloons and rubber balls, he returned. "I just thought of a method. Use a balloon filled with water as support." Natsuki explained, "We'll use chakra to make the water inside the balloon move irregularly until the balloon bursts." This method sounds much simpler. Kushina could not help saying, "Natsuki, you really are too smart." Minato nodded and said, "To think you came up with so much in such a short time. It's simply unbelievable." So there's a reason Natsuki can create so many ninjutsu himself. Nawaki said admiringly. "Let's continue training." Natsuki coughed lightly and said, "In the original story, the Rasengan could be considered the only ninjutsu whose training method was explained very clearly. The current him was already close to Jonin level in strength, so he had the qualifications to replicate it. What are you all doing?" When Tsunade walked in, she found Natsuki and the other four sitting in the courtyard, each holding a balloon. "Sis, we're creating our own ninjutsu," Nawaki said excitedly. Tsunade could not help freezing. "What do you mean, you are creating your own ninjutsu?" After staying with Natsuki for so long, could the talent for creating ninjutsu actually spread? "It's like this." Nawaki briefly explained the cause and process. "A hand seal-free ninjutsu, Rasengan." Tsunade subconsciously fell into thought. Although Nawaki had only mentioned 2 stages, she could already imagine that the power of the Rasengan would definitely not be poor. Even at her level, the Rasengan could still play a role. "Tsunade-sensei, do you want to learn it?" "I can teach you," Natsuki asked with a smile. "What are you saying, you little brat?" Tsunade came back to her senses, walked up to him, and knocked him hard on the forehead. Seeing this, Nawaki could not help making faces. Finally, someone else had enjoyed the same treatment as him. "You can talk after you research it properly." Tsunade withdrew her hand and said. If she participated, the progress would indeed become much faster, but there was no need. First, it would take credit away from them. Second, letting Nawaki and the others develop ninjutsu on their own was also very beneficial for them. To be continued. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, New Generation 1797 words. The next day, Natsuki and Nono arrived at the Senju clan's residence. "Good morning." Kushina greeted them energetically, her face full of smiles. Natsuki nodded, then looked at Nawaki. He was staring intently at the balloon in his hand. "Creating a ninjutsu yourself isn't that simple." Natsuki reminded him, "Nawaki, you should still focus mainly on learning water release and water breathing." "Then why were you so fast when you created your own ninjutsu before?" Nawaki asked in return. Natsuki was immediately speechless. He did not even know how to answer that question. But Natsuki is right. Tsunade walked out of the living room and said, "Your talent doesn't lie in creating ninjutsu." "That really hurts." Nawaki sighed and put away the balloon. "Everyone has their own strengths. There's no need to force it." Tsunade comforted him. Nawaki nodded and said, "I'm going to train water release and water breathing." Kushina, Nono, and Minato also began their own training. "Tsunade-sensei." Natsuki stood in place and said, "I want to learn new swordsmanship." "You mean the swordsmanship available in Konoha?" Tsunade asked, somewhat puzzled. In her view, Natsuki's swordsmanship was already enough to rank in the top 3 in Konoha. Although Konoha had quite a few swordsmanship styles, most of them did not reach A rank. In terms of power, they could not compare to the swordsmanship Natsuki had created himself. "The more I learn, the easier it will be for me to integrate everything and create more swordsmanship." Natsuki gave his reason. "Those words coming from your mouth really feel out of place." Tsunade sighed and said, "Generally speaking, words like that should come from someone at sensei's level. Natsuki gave her the air of a grandmaster. Though she did not know that everything he was doing was to unlock the abilities of his character templates. Then I'll teach you Senju-style swordsmanship, which is second grandfather's swordsmanship. Tsunade pondered for a moment before speaking. Senju Tobarama's swordsmanship. Natsuki nodded slightly. As for why Senju-style swordsmanship came from Senju Tobarama, and not Senju Hashirama, the reason was simple. Hashirama did not need swordsmanship. He only needed to clap his hands, and whatever he called for would appear. Natsuki formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. The shadow clone went to train water release chakra nature transformation. He followed Tsunade to learn Senju-style swordsmanship. Summer vacation silently disappeared amid training. Class A, Year 4 entered the second semester. After more than a month of effort, Natsuki and the others completed the second stage of Rasengan training. Now they had reached the third stage, which was replacing the balloon with a sturdier rubber ball. Natsuki estimated that Kushina and Nono would be able to learn the Rasengan before graduation. He, Nawaki, and Minato would be a little slower. Though he said slower, it was actually already very fast. In the original story, Minato spent a full 3 years developing the Rasengan. Of course, developing the Rasengan and learning the Rasengan were two different concepts. Although Natsuki was also developing the Rasengan, he had a cheat, so his progress was much faster. Aside from progress with the Rasengan, he also unlocked another ability. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Sasaki Kojiro template ability 2, Clear and Serene. Its requirement was very simple, to have 6 consecutive battles without any emotional fluctuations. It also did not limit the opponent's strength. So Natsuki found Nawaki and Minato and fought 6 matches. After successfully unlocking it, he also tested the effect of Clear and Serene. How should it be put? It was calmer than sage time itself. His entire person became free of desire and want, unmoved by anything. In short, it was an extremely frightening state. Fortunately, it could be turned off. If it were active all the time, life would have no joy at all. Time reached October. As usual, Natsuki arrived at the Senju clan's residence. Before, he would still go to the ninja academy for half a day every day, but ever since learning the shadow clone technique, he had his shadow clone attend school instead. After greeting Kushina and the others, Natsuki went to the riverside. He stretched out his hand, and ripples immediately appeared on the surface of the river. A stream of water scattered in every direction like a fountain, but it was soon controlled and gathered back together. Natsuki's second stage of water release chakra nature transformation training had already reached its final stretch. He felt that he could complete it today. An hour later, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Kamado Tanjiro template ability 4, water breathing 7th form, 8th form, and 9th form. Natsuki glanced at it and could not help relaxing. After working hard for so long, he had finally unlocked the first 9 forms of water breathing. It seems that during the time I was away, you still worked very hard. A sudden voice rang out. Natsuki subconsciously turned his head and saw Orochimaru. This is the second Kusanagi sword I found. Orochimaru took out a Kusanagi sword and said, consider it a gift after so long apart as teacher and student. Thank you, sensei. Natsuki could not help smiling. This was truly double happiness. After obtaining the Kusanagi sword, he could unlock the real projection magecraft. Sensei, why did you come back? Has the war in the land of rain stopped? Natsuki put away the Kusanagi sword and asked curiously. It hasn't stopped, but for now, it won't affect Konoha. Orochimaru walked as he spoke. I came back because Sensei invited me to attend the 7th night banquet. The 7th night banquet. Natsuki quickly reacted. The 7th night banquet was a custom in the shinobi world, referring to a banquet held on the 7th day after a child's birth to invite guests. Sarutobi Asuma was about to be born. So that's how it is. Natsuki nodded and said, since Sensei came back early, you can just happen to guide Nawaki and me. Sensei, you're back. When Nawaki saw Orochimaru, surprise immediately appeared on his face. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Tsunade asked with a surprised expression, what about Jiraiya? Didn't he come back with you? To prevent Amigakure and Tsunagakure from making a move while I wasn't there, I returned secretly. Orochimaru explained, Jiraiya didn't come back. After I attend the 7th night banquet, he'll come back. War really is troublesome. Tsunade said with a look of disgust. What she hated most was war. Back then, her grandfather Senju Hashirama had finally ended the chaotic era, but not long after he died, war broke out again. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Since you've finally come back, rest properly during this period. Tsunade changed the subject and said. Orochimaru nodded. Nawaki suddenly said proudly, during this period, I've become a lot stronger. Words alone are no proof. Orochimaru smiled faintly and said. I'll show you. Nawaki picked up the great sword, Samahata, and walked into the courtyard. Water breathing. Orochimaru subconsciously glanced at Natsuki. What Nawaki was displaying was indeed water breathing, but he only knew the first 4 forms. Even so, combined with the unique traits of the greatsword, Samahata, he could fight some Tokubetsu Jonin. You've improved quickly. Orochimaru praised him. Nawaki stopped moving, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Tsunade smiled. Although her younger brother's personality was not very suited to being a ninja, he could bring them quite a bit of happiness. We also developed a ninjutsu. After Nawaki placed Samahata on his back, he stretched out his hand and used the Rasengan. But he had not learned it yet, and the rotating chakra soon lost control and exploded. Nawaki had long since grown used to this kind of failure. Before it exploded, he had already pulled away. A very interesting ninjutsu. Orochimaru said seriously, if it can be completed, it may be evaluated as an A-rank ninjutsu. It's called Rasengan. Nawaki shook his hand and explained, the idea was provided by Natsuki. That is within expectations. Orochimaru nodded slightly and said. If the idea had truly come from Nawaki, then he would have been surprised. After saying that, Orochimaru looked at Natsuki again. Natsuki thought for a moment, then showed him double circular slash and white blow. Tsunade, Nawaki, and the others had already seen these 2 abilities. As for the final 3 forms of water breathing he had just unlocked and the earlier broken phantasm, he had never used them, and there was no need to show them now. So it's a flying ninjutsu. Compared to double circular slash, Orochimaru cared more about white blow. After all, flying ninjutsu was truly rare. Unfortunately, it has quite a few flaws. Orochimaru said with regret, you can't fly freely in the air. Natsuki nodded. White blow's flight was indeed a little lacking. After the demonstration ended, Natsuki and the others began training again. After all, Orochimaru's return did not mean training could stop. Natsuki returned to the riverside again. He took out the Kusanagi sword and began projecting it. When the projection succeeded, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Heroic Spirit Amiya Template Ability 3, Projection Magecraft. Natsuki felt his body tremble, and in the unseen, he sensed a special bounded field. That was undoubtedly Unlimited Blade Works. Because Heroic Spirit Amiya's Projection Magecraft was essentially a byproduct of Unlimited Blade Works. But he had not yet unlocked Unlimited Blade Works, so he could not use it. He could only vaguely sense it. Natsuki let out a breath and used Projection Magecraft. The next second, a replica of the Kusanagi sword appeared before him. He held the genuine sword in his left hand, and the replica in his right hand, then crossed them from left and right and slammed them together hard. A piercing sound rang out. Both Kusanagi swords were completely undamaged. Natsuki could not help nodding. The replicas projected by the current projection magecraft were already no different from the genuine articles. The only pity was that there were very few ninja tools in the shinobi world with special functions. Otherwise, projection magecraft would truly be invincible. But few was still not none. In the future, if he had a chance to project the Uchiha Gunbai and fan against Madara, it would probably leave him unable to figure it out even after thinking for 3 days and 3 nights. Another week passed, and on October 18, Sarutobi Asuma was born. This meant that the group of ninja Natsuki was familiar with would also be born one after another. For example, Yuhi Kurenai, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, Shizen, and the others. To be continued. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Sleep together 20 for 47 words. Under the night sky, the Sarutobi clan's residence was brightly lit and extremely lively. Because today was the 7th day after Asuma's birth. Natsuki followed Orochimaru and Tsunade into the banquet, but he did not sit at the same table as them. He, Nawaki, Minato, Kushina, and Nono sat at the same table, commonly known as the children's table. Aside from them, there were also Uzumaki Kei, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and others. Natsuki looked around and, with Nawaki's enthusiastic introductions, recognized quite a few characters from the original story. For example, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Yuhi Shinku, Udatain Koharu, and Mitokado Hamura. It was not until the 7th night banquet was about to begin that he saw Danzo. The current darkness of the shinobi was somewhat different from the version who appeared in the original story. He did not yet have that arm full of Sharingan, nor was he disabled. Danzo's gaze swept around. When he saw Natsuki, Nono, and the others, he paused slightly, and his eyes changed. But he soon returned to normal. Clearly, his heart was not as calm as it seemed. The more famous Natsuki and Nono became, the more regret he felt. If they had joined Root back then, Root's strength would definitely have risen to another level by now. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. For the time being, he had no way to deal with Natsuki and Nono. Unless he could become Hokage. But that was also a delusion. Danzo was very clear that the next Hokage would definitely be born from among Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Even if he shamelessly competed for it, he would not be able to beat them. He is Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root. Root belongs to Umbu, but it is not managed by Umbu. Nawaki introduced him and said, Root has a terrible reputation, and does all kinds of evil. Don't get involved with him unless you have to. I understand. Natsuki nodded slightly. Nono subconsciously looked at him. She remembered when Root had tested them at the Konoha orphanage, and Natsuki had told her to hide her talent. At that time, she still had not understood the reason for doing so, but now she understood everything. Fortunately, she had listened back then. Otherwise, she would have joined Root and lived a completely different life. Just then, Hiruzen walked out. Together with him were Biwako and Asuma in her arms. A phrase suddenly appeared in Natsuki's mind, vigorous despite old age. Because the current Hiruzen was already 42 years old, while Biwako was 1 year younger, 41. Their age could be considered having a child in their later years. Natsuki secretly thought that he was truly a model for his generation. Hiruzen simply said a few words, then announced the official start of the 7th night banquet. Natsuki chatted with Nawaki and the others while finishing today's dinner. The night gradually deepened. After the 7th night banquet ended, Natsuki and the others each returned home. The next day, Orochimaru greeted them and returned to the land of rain. 2 more days passed, and Jiraiya suddenly appeared before them. After exchanging greetings, he took Minato away, saying that he would teach him alone for a period of time. Natsuki guessed that he was going to teach Minato that legendary ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. But Jiraiya did not teach for very long. Less than 2 months later, he left in a hurry. Because the situation on the Land of Rain battlefield had changed suddenly. In the end, Konoha could not avoid it and began a three-way melee with Amigakure and Sunagakure. However, Konoha's involvement actually lowered the intensity of the Land of Rain battlefield somewhat. After all, in a three-way melee, if two sides fought too fiercely, it would be easy for the third party to take advantage. Time reached December. After the final exam of Class A, Year 4's second semester ended, winter vacation began. Natsuki also smoothly unlocked a new ability. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Kamado Tanjiro Template Ability 5, Water Breathing, 10th Form, Constant Flux. Natsuki had obtained the Kamado Tanjiro template for more than a year, close to 2 years. Now he had finally unlocked all of its abilities. But he was not in a hurry to test Water Breathing, 10th Form, Constant Flux. Natsuki took a deep breath and activated Water Breathing, Total Concentration, Constant. In an instant, he felt his body change. With every breath, he had the illusion that his body was becoming stronger. In fact, it was not exactly an illusion. Water Breathing, Total Concentration, Constant meant he could maintain fully focused breathing throughout the entire day. This was equivalent to him keeping water breathing active at all times, and never turning it off. As time passed, his body would subtly become stronger and stronger. Natsuki rubbed his chin. After the Kamado Tanjiro template fully fused, he had one less thing to do. He no longer needed to spend time training water breathing, and water release chakra nature transformation. Next, he should unlock the Kurogaya Kazuto template, and the Sasaki Kojiro template. He could first unlock the Kurogaya Kazuto template's ability 2, Extraordinary Reaction Speed. After all, extraordinary reaction speed was very useful in battle. It seemed he had to go out on a mission. Just then, Tsunade's voice reached him. Natsuki came back to his senses and walked into the courtyard. "Sis, is there a new mission?" Nawaki asked expectantly. The reason he asked this was because Tsunade had called them over as soon as she returned. Whenever this had happened before, it was because she had accepted a mission for them. "There is a mission, but it has nothing to do with you." Tsunade shook her head and said, "This mission, I'm only taking Natsuki." Nawaki immediately shouted, "If we're talking about swordsmanship alone, I can already take the Tokubetsu Jonin exam. I naturally know your strength very well." Tsunade explained, "This mission is to the Land of Rain. The battlefield is chaotic, and your strength still isn't enough. Natsuki hasn't even graduated yet, right? How can he be allowed to go to the Land of Rain?" Nawaki froze and asked. Kushina and Nono also showed worried expressions. As for Minato, he had been learning the Flying Thunder God technique from Hiruzen during this period. Jiraiya was on the Land of Rain battlefield, and had no way to teach him. Tsunade also could not teach him the Flying Thunder God technique, so in the end, Hiruzen could only teach him, or rather, guide him. Natsuki is already comparable to a Jonin. Even in the Land of Rain, he is qualified to go. Tsunade paused for a moment, then said, "Our mission this time is to deliver supplies to the Land of Rain, and bring back the seriously ill ninja on the way." Nawaki clenched his fists and said, "I also have to reach Jonin level strength as soon as possible. Strictly speaking, I'm not even a genin." Natsuki blinked and said, "That's true." Tsunade could not help laughing when she heard this. From this perspective, Natsuki could be called an oddity in Konoha's history. He clearly had Jonin level strength, yet he had not even graduated from the Ninja Academy. How can you still joke at a time like this? Kushina placed both hands on her hips and said, "The Land of Rain is a battlefield. You have to be careful. With Tsunade-sensei there, nothing will happen." Natsuki reached out and pinched her cheek. Kushina snorted softly, but she did not say anything else. "All right, Natsuki, go make preparations. We'll set off this afternoon." Tsunade rubbed Kushina's head and said. Natsuki did not have much to prepare. He hoped even more that he would encounter a few Tokubetsu Jonin, or Jonin during the mission so he could unlock his abilities. Time reached the afternoon. After Natsuki said goodbye to Kushina and the others, he left with Tsunade. The supplies being sent to the Land of Rain this time are mainly red healing potions and blue healing potions. Tsunade took the initiative to speak. Aside from that, there are also ninja tools and food. Natsuki nodded. He was not surprised that the 2 potions he had invented had become logistics supplies. Medical ninja were scarce and injuries on the battlefield were commonplace, so potions naturally became extremely important. The reason I'm taking you with me is because only you and I can make red healing potions. Tsunade added. Are we going to stay in the Land of Rain for a while? Natsuki reacted and asked. Tsunade answered, we need to make a batch of red healing potions before leaving. Natsuki did not mind when he heard this. After all, it would give him more time to unlock the abilities of his character templates. When they arrived at Konoha's village entrance, a group of ninja was already waiting. Tsunade-sama. A young man with Byakugan stepped forward and said, all supplies are in place. Nothing is missing. Thank you, Hizashi. Tsunade nodded, waved her hand, and shouted, move out. Natsuki subconsciously glanced at Hyuga Hizashi. He was Hyuga Hayashi's younger twin brother, and his ending was rather tragic. Kumo's ninja kidnapped Hyuga Hinata, were discovered by Hayashi, and were killed on the spot by him. As a result, Kumo turned around and demanded that Konoha hand over the culprit. To prevent Kumo from declaring war on Konoha, Hizashi eventually chose to die in Hayashi's place. Hello, I'm Hyuga Hizashi. Hizashi looked at Natsuki and spoke. I'm Natsuki. Hizashi-senpai, it's nice to meet you. Natsuki immediately responded. Although I'm your senpai, in terms of strength, I might not necessarily be better than you. Hizashi said with a smile. Natsuki was extremely famous in Konoha now, so he naturally knew quite a few of his achievements. For example, defeating Mifune, the leader of the samurai of the Land of Iron. Natsuki felt that Hizashi was not as repressed or cold as he was in the original story. It was probably because he was still young now, and his relationship with Hayashi had not yet broken down. We haven't fought, so the result is still uncertain. Natsuki casually said, I'm very interested in the Byakugan and Gentle Fist. When we have time, we can spar and exchange pointers. Although Hizashi was young, his strength was not weak. At present, he could more or less be considered a Tokubetsu Jonin. In other words, he satisfied the conditions for unlocking character template abilities. No problem. Hizashi agreed. Unlike the Uchiha clan, although the Hyuga clan was proud, they knew how to read the situation. At least on the surface, they had always supported the Hokage faction. Natsuki was a ninja of the Hokage faction, so of course he would not offend him. The Land of Rain bordered the Land of Fire, and was located northwest of the Land of Fire. The group carried the supplies and headed toward the northwest. By evening, they successfully arrived at the border. Tsunade did not rush into the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain was currently in a state of war. Once they entered, they could encounter battle at any moment. They had already traveled for an entire day, and did not have enough stamina to deal with combat. Tsunade immediately ordered everyone to set up camp on the spot and rest for the night before setting off again. Tsunade-sensei, which tent do I sleep in? Natsuki looked left and right and asked. You'll sleep with me. Tsunade said casually. Natsuki immediately froze. Are you embarrassed? Tsunade teased, we're sleeping in sleeping bags anyway. What does it matter? I'm happy. Natsuki coughed lightly and said. Looks like I'm still quite charming. The corners of Tsunade's mouth rose as she smiled. Of course. Natsuki immediately praised her, Tsunade-sensei, in my heart, you've always been Konoha's #1 beauty. Not bad, not bad. Tsunade became even happier after hearing this. She wrapped an arm around Natsuki and walked toward the tent. Natsuki's head crashed into her soft chest, and he felt a fragrant scent spread around him. He opened his eyes and could only see her clothes and the rise and fall of her skin. Only after entering the tent was he able to breathe fresh air again. Tsunade sat down on the carpet and said. Natsuki sat across from her, took a bento from his shadow space, and handed it to her. Every time they went out on a mission, Tsunade would freeload his bento. He had long since gotten used to it. Why have I studied for so long, but my cooking still can't compare to yours? Tsunade took a bite of fried shrimp, chewing as she revealed an expression of enjoyment. Your cooking skills are already very good now. Natsuki casually said, if you want to improve further, it depends on comprehension. Why does that sound like improving strength? Tsunade said lazily, forget it. I'm already very satisfied. There's no need to improve my cooking further. After finishing the meal, she handed the empty bento box to Natsuki. Natsuki stood up, preparing to wash it. Just as he took a step, he saw an astonishing scene. Tsunade's mature body fell backward, and after making contact with the carpet, her whole body shook twice. Natsuki felt his scalp go numb. He turned and walked outside. By the time he finished washing the bento box, Tsunade looked even less proper, casually lying on the carpet. Aren't you using a sleeping bag? Natsuki asked. The sleeping bag is too narrow. It isn't comfortable to sleep in. Tsunade waved her hand and said, you can use it. Were you this casual before too? It doesn't look like you're carrying out a mission. Natsuki asked curiously. Of course not. Tsunade glared at him and said, I only relax a little in front of you and Nawaki. Natsuki thought about it carefully. During their previous missions, she had indeed had the bearing of a ninja. Of course, judging from the original story, all of that was just her disguise. The way she was now was her true nature. No wonder when it came to competing for 4th Hokage, only Orochimaru participated. Jiraiya spent every day searching for the child of prophecy. Tsunade had no interest in being Hokage at all, and only Orochimaru had some degree of willingness. But his willingness was not that high either. He competed for 4th Hokage in order to make it easier to conduct experiments. Now that Nawaki had not died, it was hard to say. To be continued. Chapter 80, Full Power 1888 words. I'll be dropping 5 extra chapters when we reach 10 reviews. We're currently at May 10th, late at night. Natsuki, who was sound asleep, suddenly heard Tsunade's voice. He subconsciously opened his eyes and met her gaze. Enemy attack. Natsuki froze slightly and asked. Hizashi and the others. Before Tsunade could finish speaking, sounds of fighting rang out outside. Is it Amagakure's ninja? Natsuki quickly crawled out of his sleeping bag. Tsunade shook her head and said, it's Tsunagakure's ninja. Their goal is most likely to steal our potions. Konoha's red healing potions and blue healing potions were already known throughout the shinobi world. They were effective and highly valuable. After Tsunagakure learned of their existence, it was only natural that they could not resist coming to steal them. So that's how it is. Natsuki immediately asked, what do you need me to do? Under the condition of protecting yourself, repel the Tsunagakure ninja attacking us. Tsunade spoke as she walked. Natsuki quickly followed. Once they left the tent, the sounds of fighting grew even louder. Blade flashes, sword shadows, and flying chakra were everywhere. Natsuki, be careful. Tsunade patted his shoulder, clenched her fist, and disappeared from the spot. In the next second, dense screams rang out. Presence concealment. Invisible ripples spread out. Although Natsuki was still standing in place, the aura around his entire body had vanished without a trace. Unless someone looked with their eyes, it would be very difficult to discover his existence. Natsuki looked around and quickly confirmed his target. He was glad that the ones who came this time were from Tsunagakure and not Amagakure. Because most Amagakure ninja were skilled in water release. Natsuki walked toward his target. It was a fire release Jonin. He stood in place, continuously using fire release ninjutsu to attack Konoha's ninja. Movement type magic, weight reduction. Natsuki accelerated and blocked the fire release Jonin's path. He could have launched a sneak attack from the shadows, but he did not, because he wanted to unlock two abilities at the same time. Not only did he need to defeat a fire release Jonin, but he also needed to dodge 80% of his attacks. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. After projecting Kurosawa, Natsuki swung his sword. The water flow was like a blade light as it collided with the huge fireball. Hissing sounds rang out continuously. As mist rose, water and fire began to intertwine and explode wildly. The fire release Jonin subconsciously looked at Natsuki. After discovering that he was only a half-grown brat, he immediately snorted coldly and formed hand seals. Fire release, Crimson Earth Spider. The night sky was suddenly lit up. A tongue of flame spewed out, landed on the ground, and turned into an enormous fire spider. The fire spider rushed toward Natsuki at high speed. The scorching aura caused sweat to instantly seep from his forehead. White blow. Natsuki leaped up, and white smoke sprayed out beneath him, sending his entire body into the air. A flying ninjutsu. Seeing this, the fire release Jonin's expression changed slightly, and he immediately put away his contempt. Without saying another word, he suddenly swung both hands, and a large number of kunai flew toward Natsuki. Natsuki still did not block head-on. The Kirigaya Kazuto template gave him night vision, and with the heroic spirit Amiya template's clairvoyance, he could clearly see the trajectory of every kunai. Natsuki's body rose higher again. After completely avoiding all the kunai, his body turned and fell downward. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. As Kurosawa rotated with him, it released a spinning slash. The fire release Jonin frowned slightly, but his reaction was not slow. He formed hand seals and used fire release, great flame flower. A massive fireball over 4 meters wide flew upward from below toward Natsuki, attempting to devour him. Water and fire once again clashed violently. But this time, fire release, great flame flower was superior. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Natsuki turned his wrist, and Kurosawa cut toward the great fireball from multiple directions. Mist spread. Flames scattered, breaking apart in the water-like blade lights. Seeing this, the fire release Jonin formed hand seals once again. A fire dragon flew out with a roar. Shadow assassin. Natsuki directly disappeared, and hid inside his own shadow. What's going on? Confusion appeared on the fire release Jonin's face. The mist dispersed. The fire dragon did not hit its target and charged straight into the distance. But the problem was that Natsuki had been in midair with nowhere to hide. The fire release Jonin did not understand where he had gone. Just then, the sound of breaking wind rang out behind him. He subconsciously turned his head and saw a slash that seemed capable of shattering the tide. At the critical moment, the fire release Jonin clapped his hands together and used the body flicker technique. A large amount of chakra surged from his feet, and his body rapidly retreated, but Natsuki relentlessly chased after him. The fire release Jonin immediately opened his mouth and spat out a fireball. Seeing this, Natsuki withdrew his sword and dodged to the left. The fireball grazed past him and flew out. The fire release Jonin froze slightly, not understanding why he had deliberately forced himself to dodge it. But he did not think too much and formed hand seals again. Flames spun rapidly, and a fire dragon tore through the air, attacking Natsuki. Shadow assassin. Natsuki drilled into his shadow. The fire dragon missed and flew into the distance. So it's a shadow secret technique. The fire release Jonin finally saw the shadow on the ground clearly and immediately said with certainty, "You're a ninja of the Nara clan." Natsuki released Shadow Assassin. The instant he appeared, he threw out a pile of kunai. Just before they could hit the fire release Jonin, a wall of water rose. He did not only know fire release. He also knew water release. After all, he was a jonin, so it was normal for him to know two release types. Without stopping, Natsuki threw the projected Kurosawa. Kurosawa struck the water wall, but after piercing in 1/5 of the way, it could not advance any further. Seeing this, the fire release jonin could not help smiling. But the moment his smile appeared, Kurosawa, and all the kunai suddenly exploded. The water wall was torn apart in an instant. The chakra produced by the explosion immediately engulfed him. Caught off guard, the fire release jonin let out a scream. His clothes were covered in various tears, and blood seeped out from them. Double circular slash. Natsuki projected to Kurosawa and rushed forward. Even more blood sprayed out. The fire release jonin's head fell. Without question, the greatest contribution in this battle belonged to Broken Phantasm. The fire release jonin had not expected his ninja tools to explode, so he suffered a heavy blow. Natsuki did not even look and continued throwing himself into battle. There were relatively few Sunagakure jonin skilled in fire release, so he did not force it and specifically targeted Tokubetsu jonin. After he killed two more Tokubetsu jonin, this encounter ended with Konoha's victory. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Kurogaya Kazuto Template Ability 2, Extraordinary Reaction Speed. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. Aside from that, the Kurogaya Kazuto Template's Ability 4, Starburst Stream, had also been unlocked by 1/3. He only needed to defeat two more fire release jonin. Clean up the battlefield immediately. Take the supplies and the wounded and leave. Tsunade shouted loudly. For ninja with severe injuries, a bottle of red healing potion can be distributed to maintain their condition. She was worried that Sunagakure's ninja would return. Natsuki casually threw the projected Kurosawa into his shadow space. The ninja tools he projected now could exist for a long time. In theory, when he was free, he could project in advance and store many ninja tools. However, since he had not unlocked unlimited blade works yet, they could only be stored in his shadow space. Shadow space had a weight limit, so it was not suitable to store too many ninja tools. After changing camps, Tsunade sent people to notify Orochimaru and Jiraiya while leading the medical ninja to treat the wounded. Natsuki did not know medical ninjutsu, so he did not participate in the rescue. He sat to the side and rested, recovering the chakra he had just consumed. By the time the sky had just begun to brighten, Jiraiya arrived with a group of Konoha ninja. The situation is still fairly good. It's basically under control now. Tsunade took the initiative to speak. Were there any losses among the supplies? Jiraiya nodded and asked. They remain intact. Tsunade answered. That's good. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief and said, the arrival of this batch of supplies can greatly reduce our pressure. Are there many wounded who need to be brought back to the village? Tsunade asked about her mission. Quite a few. Jiraiya's expression turned ugly as he said, especially the poisoned ninja. We can only barely maintain their lives. Hanzo's poison. Tsunade's expression also became solemn. Jiraiya nodded and said, I can't explain the specific situation clearly either. You'll have to look at them before making a decision. Jiraiya-sama. Only after they finished talking did Natsuki step forward and greet him. You actually came too. Are you the only one? Jiraiya was somewhat surprised when he saw him. He now has Jonin level strength and can protect himself. Tsunade explained for Natsuki, he can also help make medicine. So that's how it is. Jiraiya was one of the few people who knew Natsuki could make red healing potions. After their conversation ended, everyone headed toward the land of rain. In the morning, they finally arrived at Konoha's main camp in the land of rain. Orochimaru led many jonin to welcome them at the entrance of the main camp. Natsuki stepped forward and greeted him. To the main tent. Orochimaru nodded and said. On the way to the main tent, Natsuki noticed Uchiha Mikoto. She had just walked out of a tent, and when her gaze met Natsuki's, she could not help freezing. Natsuki nodded to her, but said nothing and followed Tsunade and the others into the main tent. Tsunade explained the situation. Orochimaru was currently Konoha's commander, so he had the authority to lead. Tsunade immediately explained the situation with the supplies and the losses from last night's battle. Tsunade, go check on those poison ninja now and see whether you can detoxify them or slow the spread of the poison. After understanding the situation, Orochimaru immediately gave his orders. Tsunade paused for a moment and said, gather all the medical ninja in the main camp. No problem. Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. I'll take you there. Jiraiya took the initiative to speak. Tsunade nodded and followed him out. After a little thought, Natsuki also followed them. Staying in the main tent would not let him do anything useful, and Tsunade's mission was also his mission. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested, Patreon. com/blown leaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Hanzo's poison 1798 words at the northern end of Konoha's main camp in the Land of Rain. Before Natsuki even got close, he smelled a mixture of blood and medicine. His expression remained normal as he walked in. Inside a large tent, wounded ninja were lying neatly on the carpet. At the same time, many medical ninja were treating them with solemn expressions. Tsunade-sama. When they saw Tsunade, the medical ninja all showed looks of pleasant surprise. This was their trust in the shinobi world's greatest medical ninja. Don't mind me. Continue what you're doing. Tsunade waved her hand and said. The poison ninja are in another tent. Jiraiya led the way in front. After passing through the large tent, they entered a smaller tent. A group of ninja with pained expressions entered their sight. Tsunade slowly walked up to the nearest ninja. She crouched down and extended both hands. Delicate illness extraction technique. Pale green chakra flowed into the ninja's body. The ninja's body trembled, and he immediately screamed. Tsunade's expression did not change as she continued pouring in chakra. A moment later, a lump of black liquid flew out from the ninja's body. The ninja's darkened face immediately regained some color. Tsunade, you really are amazing. Seeing this, Jiraiya could not help praising her. His poisoning isn't considered deep, so I could separate the poison out. Tsunade explained. But what if the poisoning is too deep? Jiraiya quickly asked. If the poisoning is too deep, I can only remove part of it. The remaining part will require an antidote. Tsunade let out a long sigh and said, but so far, no one has been able to neutralize Hanzo's poison. Jiraiya immediately fell silent. The reason Hanzo was so troublesome was because of his poison. Not only did it have a wide range, but there was also no way to detoxify it. Tsunade could be considered the only medical ninja in the shinobi world with any hope of neutralizing his poison. If even she could not do it, then the other medical ninja had even less of a chance. Of course, Hanzo himself could neutralize it. In the original story, he had detoxified Mifune. But he definitely would not detoxify Konoha's ninja. Natsuki recalled the plot from the original story. Tsunade indeed had not neutralized Hanzo's poison. If she could detoxify it, then during that battle with Hanzo, only she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru would not have been left at the end. Natsuki fell into thought. Could he trigger a character template skilled in detoxification? But how would he trigger it? Test the poison on himself. Hanzo's poison was too potent. If he was careless and was poisoned too deeply, that would be pure suicide. But if he fought Hanzo, he could not win either. Was there any ninja who had the same poison as Hanzo, but with weaker toxicity? Natsuki remembered that Hanzo's poison came from a salamander. Since childhood, another dead salamander's poison sac had been implanted into his body, so even the air he breathed out carried poison. To avoid accidentally harming others, he usually wore a gas mask. In theory, other ninja could also implant a salamander poison sac. But judging from the original story, there did not seem to be any such ninja. While Natsuki was thinking, Tsunade continued treating the poisoned Konoha ninja. Time slowly passed. By evening, only 5 ninja were left in the tent. The lowest ranked among these 5 was a Tokubetsu Jonin. The reason was simple. Ninja who could fight Hanzo, be poisoned, and still survive naturally would not be weak. But the problem now was that they were too deeply poisoned and Tsunade could only remove part of the poison. The remaining poison had no antidote, and it would eventually merge with their bodies, causing them to live in pain for the rest of their lives. I can only temporarily slow the spread of poison in their bodies, Tsunade said with tightly furrowed brows. Tsunade, you've already done very well. Jiraiya comforted her. No matter what, I have to try. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, prepare a laboratory for me. I'll immediately have someone set one up. I guarantee you can use it tomorrow. Jiraiya said seriously. If they could crack Hanzo's poison, Konoha's chances of winning against Amigakure would probably increase by half. You've all worked hard today. Go rest first. Jiraiya said again. Tsunade's body relaxed, and fatigue immediately hit her. With her strength, even she found it hard to endure after spending most of the day continuously extracting poison. Natsuki, come to the laboratory with me tomorrow as well. Tsunade instructed. She was not asking Natsuki to make antidotes, but to make red healing potions. Natsuki understood as well, so he nodded and followed her to the residence arranged for them. After arriving at Konoha's main camp, he did not sleep together with Tsunade. Instead, he was assigned a separate tent. It had to be said, this was a very regrettable thing. Time reached the next day. Natsuki and Tsunade entered the laboratory that had been built overnight. It was very simple and not much different from a tent, but the equipment inside was fairly complete. Natsuki, these are the medicinal ingredients I prepared for red healing potions. Turn all of them into red healing potions. Tsunade handed Natsuki a summoning storage scroll. Natsuki nodded. Tsunade walked to another experiment table, and began trying to make an antidote. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tsunade-sensei. After Natsuki finished making all the red healing potions, he spoke up and called her. Tsunade subconsciously looked at him. Her face was full of exhaustion. For 3 days, she had barely rested, and had been researching the antidote the entire time. At this point, she had not yet learned the strength of 100 seal, so she had no way to keep her body in peak condition at all times. Unfortunately, even after working so hard, she still made no progress with the antidote. The red healing potions. Natsuki handed her a summoning storage scroll, and reminded her. Just give it to Orochimaru. Tsunade reacted and said. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki nodded, then said, it will be difficult to make the antidote in a short time. You need to pay attention to your health. You don't need to worry. I know the condition of my own body. After Tsunade finished speaking, she suddenly let out a soft sound and stared straight at Natsuki. What is it? Natsuki felt baffled. This is the antidote formula. Tsunade took out a scroll and said, but it's an incomplete product. It only slows the spread of the poison. Tsunade-sensei, you mean you want me to research it too? Natsuki looked at the scroll in front of him, and could not help asking. The fact that you were able to invent blue healing potions, and red healing potions means you already meet the conditions to research antidotes. Tsunade paused for a moment, then said, you happen to have no other tasks right now, so research it together with me. The corner of Natsuki's mouth twitched. Of course, he could not research an antidote. But he did not refuse. What if he could trigger a character template skilled in detoxification later? Another 2 days passed. Early morning. Jiraiya came to the temporary laboratory. As soon as he walked in, he saw Tsunade and Natsuki sleeping while sitting on the carpet. The two were leaning against each other. In particular, Natsuki's head was directly resting on Tsunade's waist. Jiraiya could not help freezing slightly. Had they not slept all night? Is something wrong? Tsunade woke up, yawned, and asked. She casually let Natsuki rest his head on her thigh. There is something. Jiraiya looked very envious. Such treatment was something he did not even dare imagine. However, Natsuki was only a child, so his envy quickly disappeared. Ambu just sent back a piece of intelligence. They discovered one of Amagekuru's bases where our captured ninja are being held. Jiraiya explained, the person in charge of the base is Kandachi, known as Hanzo's right hand. He is also skilled in using poison. I understand. I'll make a batch of special antidotes for you right away. Tsunade nodded and said. I'm going to. Natsuki sat up and said. When it came to Kandachi, he did have an impression. In the original story, such a character had indeed existed. His plot was related to Jiraiya and Naruto. After Hanzo died, Kandachi left the Land of Rain, occupied a village, and became a bandit. Until one day, he encountered Jiraiya and Naruto, and then there was no then. What are you going there for? Tsunade asked with a frown. I have shadow secret techniques, so I'm suited for infiltration and rescuing people. Natsuki paused for a moment and said, most importantly, I want to see Kandachi's poison and find out whether I can gain any inspiration. His true purpose was to see whether he could trigger a new character template. After all, in terms of strength, Kandachi could barely be considered a jonin. He also had some fame in Amagekure. Tsunade could not help freezing slightly. Let him go with us. As soon as Jiraiya heard this, he immediately said, I promise you, he will return safely. If anything happens to him, I definitely won't let you off. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya but still agreed. Natsuki let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. How many ninja are participating in this mission? Tsunade stood up and asked. 3 ninja squads, 12 people. Jiraiya answered. Then 2 bottles per person. Tsunade nodded and began making them. After the antidotes were finished, Jiraiya took them and left the laboratory with Natsuki. The two of them arrived at the entrance of Konoha's main camp. 12 ninja were already waiting there. Natsuki glanced over and found a familiar face, Mikoto. The ninja squad she belonged to was made up entirely of Uchiha clan ninja. Aside from them, there was also a classic Inoshikacho ninja squad. The final squad was not weak either. It had a ninja from the Hyuga clan, and a ninja from the Aburame clan. These 12 ninja were chunin at minimum. Among them, the 3 captains were jonin. Together with Jiraiya, that made 4 jonin. When they saw Natsuki, they were a little confused, but during a mission, none of them asked too much. This is the antidote made by Tsunade. Jiraiya took out the antidotes and said 2 bottles per person. If you are poisoned during the mission, drink 1 immediately. Mikoto and the others answered in unison. Move out. After distributing the antidotes, Jiraiya took the lead and left Konoha's main camp. To be continued. Chapter 82, Hanzo's Nemesis. 2494 words. Pouring rain fell in torrents. Natsuki, wearing a raincoat, followed Jiraiya without saying a word. The Land of Rain, as its name suggested, was a land with a lot of rain, where rain fell throughout the 4 seasons. Because of the excessive rain, the architectural style of the Land of Rain was completely different from other nations, giving it the feeling of a steel city. With the help of the Hyuga clan and Aburame clan ninja, the group arrived at their destination without any real danger. It was a base located in a valley, but the land around the base was a deep black color. Whether plants or insects, everything had withered and died. Clearly, deadly poison had been scattered across the ground. If they wanted to enter the base, they had to cross this poisonous ground first. There are 8 Amage-Cure ninja inside the base. The Hyuga clan ninja spoke. There are 16 Konoha ninja being held captive. The priority of this mission is rescue. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, I'll lead a team to infiltrate first. After the rescue succeeds, the rest of you will be under Natsuki's command and block the Amage-Cure ninja. When everyone heard this, they could not help showing surprised expressions. Although they knew Natsuki was Orochimaru's student and had excellent talent, in their eyes, his strength was not enough for him to become the person in charge. After all, aside from Jiraiya, there were still 3 Jonin present. Mikoto was even more stunned. Could it be that in Jiraiya's eyes, Natsuki was stronger than the 3 Jonin? That's how it'll be. Jiraiya did not explain further. He chose for ninja skilled in infiltration to go with him and rescue the captives. Among them was a ninja from the Nara clan. This had something to do with Natsuki. After Natsuki completed the deal with the Nara clan, quite a few members of the Nara clan had gradually learned Shadow Assassin and Shadow Space. Once the Amage-Cure ninja make a move, stop them immediately. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he led the others toward the base. He had Natsuki take charge not only because Natsuki had previously said he wanted to see Kendachi's poison, but also for 2 other reasons. First, he knew Natsuki's true strength, especially since he had defeated Kushimaru Kuriere and Mifune. In terms of strength, the other 3 Jonin were indeed inferior to him. Second, out of consideration for Orochimaru and Tsunade, he wanted to promote him. After all, the person in charge would receive the greatest credit. After Jiraiya and the others left, the remaining 8 people fell into silence. Although none of them said anything, Natsuki could guess what they were thinking. If he performed poorly this time, he would probably be labeled with other tags. However, Natsuki naturally would not give them that chance. Being the person in charge was more convenient for him as well, since it allowed him to face Kendachi directly. Time slowly passed. In less than half an hour, the base became lively. Natsuki immediately activated clairvoyance. He instantly saw Jiraiya and the others escorting the captured Konoha ninja as they ran outside. Behind them were the Amage-Cure ninja chasing them. With Jiraiya's strength, he could actually kill them. But he was worried about dragging the captured Konoha ninja into it, so he did not act. Kendachi is mine. After Natsuki said this, he took out the projected Kurosawa. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. In an instant, the rain falling from the sky seemed to stop as if time had frozen. It only stopped for a moment before stream after stream of water shot out like long snakes, forming circular ripples in the air. Natsuki vanished from the spot and thrust forward at extreme speed. This was precisely the fastest move among water breathing. A scream rang out. The Amage-Cure ninja closest to Natsuki was directly pierced through by Kurosawa. Seeing this, Mikoto and the others could not help feeling their hearts shake. But Kurosawa did not stop. As blood sprayed out, it aimed at Kendachi. Kendachi sensed the danger. He immediately stopped chasing Jiraiya and the others, then drew a black umbrella from his back. Ninja art, 1,000 needles like rain and dew. The black umbrella opened and as it spun, Densenbon flew out. Seeing this, Natsuki retreated, but he let go of Kurosawa. Kendachi immediately felt puzzled. What kind of swordsmanship ninja directly threw their own sword out like a ninja tool? Although he did not understand, his hand movements were not slow. The black umbrella immediately blocked in front of him. Clinking sounds rang out. The Senbon struck Kurosawa first, slowing its speed. By the time it landed on the black umbrella, most of its force had already been reduced. Kendachi snorted coldly and was just about to swing the black umbrella to knock Kurosawa away when Kurosawa suddenly exploded. Terrifying chakra fluctuations instantly struck the black umbrella. Kendachi's expression changed drastically. A frightening force struck, and the black umbrella was blown apart in the explosion. His body also flew backward uncontrollably. Mikoto and the others fell silent. They had not expected Kandachi to suffer such a huge loss in a single exchange. Especially the three jonin. They felt they could not have done the same. For a moment they accepted Natsuki as the person in charge. Kandachi stopped himself and was immediately furious. Being ambushed by a child and falling into a disadvantage was something he could not endure. Kandachi immediately formed hand seals. A pungent smell suddenly appeared. What followed was a cloud of poisonous mist. Within the rain, not only was the mist spread not affected, it instead expanded instantly. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. Natsuki took out another projected Kurosawa and swung it directly. A sword wave smashed into the poisonous mist and immediately exploded. The mist scattered in all directions. Kandachi and the other Amigakure ninja also quickly dodged. White blow. Natsuki leaped up and avoided the poisonous mist. Although he had antidotes, if he could avoid coming into contact with the mist, he would. After all, drinking an antidote also required time. Water breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin. Natsuki slashed from top to bottom. Water flowed along with the blade aura, pouring straight down like a waterfall. Kandachi immediately formed hand seals. A wall of water rose before him. But he did not stop there. Instead, while retreating, he took out a sickle attached to a chain. Aside from poison, Hanzo also possessed powerful water release and astonishing swordsmanship. But his blade was not an ordinary blade. It was a flying sickle, a sickle attached to a chain. Kandachi had clearly learned his swordsmanship as well. Natsuki landed. Kurosawa struck the water wall, and the wall immediately trembled violently. Kandachi forcefully swung his arm, and the sickle flew out, aiming directly at Natsuki's head. When it got close, Natsuki discovered that the sickle was coated with deadly poison. He gripped Kurosawa and swung his sword fiercely. Water breathing, 4th form, striking tide. With a clang, the sickle flew away at an even faster speed. Kandachi frowned slightly. His wrist shook rapidly, and the chain rose and fell, dispersing the force on the sickle. Swordsmanship, III slash. He gripped the sickle and vanished from the spot. In the original story, Hanzo had defeated Mifune with III slash. One sword style, III, Lion Song. Natsuki drew with his left hand, pulling out another Kurosawa. Two streaks of blade light collided. Natsuki and Kandachi entered a stalemate. But at that moment, Kandachi grinned and opened his mouth. A cloud of mist rushed straight toward Natsuki. If it had been the previous Natsuki, he might not have been able to dodge. But now, he had Kuragaya Kazuto's reaction speed. Natsuki immediately held his breath, and used Shadow Assassin. What's going on? Natsuki's sudden disappearance left Kandachi unable to withdraw his strength in time, and his body leaned forward. Kurosawa, which Natsuki had left in place, instantly exploded. Kandachi's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously raised his sickle to block. But it could only block part of it. He let out a muffled groan, and several wounds appeared on his body. Natsuki appeared again. He gripped Kurosawa and suddenly jumped up. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. The nearby rain was suddenly drawn in by his water release chakra. Amid a roar, a giant water dragon appeared behind him. Kandachi raised his head and felt that his entire field of vision was filled with blade light. Natsuki launched several rotating slashes in an instant. The water dragon descended from the sky and engulfed Kandachi. Red blood sprayed outward. Kandachi fell backward and lost all consciousness. Natsuki let out a breath and put away Kurosawa. He looked around and met the surprised gazes of Mikoto and the others. During his battle with Kandachi, the others had already dealt with the other Amigakure ninja. He was the last to finish his battle. Precisely because of that, the others had seen his astonishing performance. Especially Jiraiya. He had thought he already understood Natsuki's strength very well, but tonight, more than half of the water-breathing techniques he used were swordsmanship styles he had never seen before. Clearly, Natsuki had created quite a few new swordsmanship techniques again. Together with the enhancement from the rain, he had killed Kendachi without taking any damage. Jiraiya now wondered whether Minato could defeat him after learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Aside from Jiraiya, the most shocked person was Mikoto. At the Ninja Academy, they had sparred several times, and overall, they had been evenly matched. But the current Natsuki made her feel that he was both unfamiliar and powerful. Mikoto felt that the only area where she could still barely be considered to have an advantage over him was Genjutsu. You have awakened the Gordon Agrippa template. A line of text suddenly appeared before Natsuki's eyes. His spirits could not help but lift. As expected, he had triggered a new character template. But who was Gordon? The Gordon in Natsuki's memory was Gordon from Gotham City. Thinking this, he looked at the character template he had just obtained. Name, Gordon Agrippa. Period, Elf Reincarnation Arc World, Black Clover. Rank, B rank. Ability 1, Forbidden Fruit, unlocked. Effect, condenses liquid poison masses in both hands, which can inflict corrosive damage on the target. Ability 2, Poison Clouds Dwelling, locked. Effect, releases a large-scale poison cloud, causing corrosive damage. Unlock condition, poison 10 targets at once. Ability 3, Violet Umbrella, locked. Effect, generates a liquid barrier that can block attacks and corrode targets that come into contact with it. Unlock condition, learn water release, water formation wall. Ability 4, Curse Antidote, locked. Effect, can neutralize most magic poisons, curse poisons, biological poisons, chemical poisons, and miasma poisons. Unlock condition, successfully prepare it once according to the formula. Ability 5, Poison to Medicine, locked. Effect, converts absorbed poisonous gas into medical ninjutsu, allowing the user to heal their own injuries. Unlock condition, use poison against poison and save 3 jonin with poison magic. After Natsuki finished reading, he remembered Gordon Agrippa. He was a member of the Black Bulls in Black Clover and specialized in poison magic and curse magic. During the Elf Reincarnation arc, he had once saved his controlled partner, Gauche Adlai. Natsuki felt that saving the captured Konoha ninja had triggered the Gordon Agrippa template. It had to be said that the Gordon Agrippa template had come at just the right time. Although it was B rank, it was very effective against Hanzo. Ability 1, Forbidden Fruit. The poison magic the Gordon Agrippa template specialized in could cause corrosive damage. When applied to Naruto, it could only be considered acceptable. Because the Gordon Agrippa template was B rank. This meant that his poison magic was equivalent to B rank ninjutsu in Naruto, decent against some genin and chunin. Ability 2, Poison Clouds Dwelling. It was equivalent to a group attack version of Forbidden Fruit, and could be used to clear out small fry. The unlock condition was not too difficult either, poison 10 targets at once. There were no restrictions on the 10 targets. He would probably unlock it by casually using it during a group battle. Ability 3, Violet Umbrella. Compared to the previous 2 abilities, this one was more useful, and had both offense and defense. It was equivalent to water release, water formation wall with poison added. And its requirement was also to learn water release, water formation wall. Natsuki's water release chakra nature transformation had already reached the 2nd stage, so learning water release, water formation wall was not especially difficult. Ability 4, Curse Antidote. This was undoubtedly the ability Natsuki wanted the most, as it could solve the immediate problem. One part of its effect was neutralizing biological poisons. Hanzo's poison belonged to biological poison, because it came from his summoning beast, the salamander. Of course, whether it could neutralize it or not would only be known after he prepared it. Its unlock condition was the same as the previous Infiria template. Once he successfully prepared it, it would unlock. But this formula was very troublesome. It probably could not be prepared in a short time. However, Natsuki also felt this was reasonable. Hanzo's poison could be called unmatched in the shinobi world. Even Tsunade had no way to deal with it. If an antidote could be prepared too easily, that would be unreasonable instead. Actually, by this point, Natsuki was already very satisfied, but he had not expected there to be an outrageous ability 5, poison to medicine. It completely countered Hanzo and the salamander's poison. Because after unlocking it, Natsuki could convert poison into medicine to heal himself. Its unlock condition was much more troublesome. He had to use poison magic to save 3 Jonin. Poison magic undoubtedly referred to ability 1, ability 2, and ability 3. Using 3 B-rank ninjutsu to save 3 Jonin was still very difficult. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. After all, as Orochimaru's student, Natsuki would face Hanzo sooner or later. At that time, if he inhaled poison gas heavily right in front of Hanzo, Hanzo's brain would probably freeze. Fortunately, the condition was to save, not defeat. Natsuki, why are you suddenly spacing out? Jiraiya walked forward and said, the mission is over. We need to hurry and retreat before Amagekyu's reinforcements arrive. I suddenly had some ideas about the antidote. Natsuki answered. Jiraiya immediately froze. Although Natsuki had previously said he wanted to fight Kendachi to find inspiration, Jiraiya had not believed it at all. How could it be that simple? If it were that simple, Hanzo's poison would not have stumped the medical ninja of the entire shinobi world. But he actually had gained inspiration. Jiraiya wanted to speak but stopped, unsure of how to comment for a moment. To be continued. Chapter 83, Hanzo's Swordsmanship. 1782 words. I'll be dropping 5 extra chapters when we reach 10 reviews. We're currently at 7 out of 10, Natsuki and the others smoothly returned to Konoha's main camp in the Land of Rain. Natsuki, go directly to Tsunade. Jiraiya instructed. Although Natsuki said he had already found inspiration, Jiraiya did not ask further, because he did not know how to make antidotes. Natsuki nodded. He also greeted Mikoto, then turned and went to the laboratory where Tsunade was. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki walked in. Is the mission complete? Tsunade looked him over twice. After confirming he was indeed uninjured, she nodded slightly and asked. It went very smoothly. We've already rescued the captured Konoha ninja. Natsuki paused for a moment, then said, when I was fighting Kendachi, I suddenly had some ideas. What ideas? Tsunade froze slightly and could not help asking. She had thought the same as Jiraiya. She had not expected Natsuki to really gain inspiration after going out once. But inspiration was only inspiration. Whether it would be useful for the antidote was still unknown. Using poison against poison. Natsuki answered. The curse antidote provided by the Gordon template was essentially a compound made from deadly poisons. In Black Clover, it also required curse magic and poison magic. After being localized, the curse magic and poison magic had been removed, leaving only 7 deadly poisons. You mean finding a poison comparable to Hanzo's poison? Tsunade shook her head and said, there is no such deadly poison in the shinobi world. Using poison against poison was not a new concept to her. Simply put, some medicinal ingredients were poisonous, but when balanced with other medicinal ingredients, they could be used to save people. Multiple poisons can be mixed together. Natsuki changed the subject and said, I think this is a possible approach. We can try it. It is indeed a feasible approach, but it will require a lot of time. Tsunade rubbed her brow and said, there are many poisons in the shinobi world. Which poisons are needed and how many are needed all have to be tested. That can't be helped. Natsuki comforted her, neutralizing Hanzo's poison was never something that could be done in a short time. Although he already knew the formula, it would not be good to tell Tsunade directly. Besides, these 7 deadly poisons still needed to be refined, and 3 of them were synthetic poisons. The most troublesome poison was even related to Chiyo's poison. Tsunade sighed and said, "It seems it's time to return to Konoha. This laboratory is too crude and isn't enough for poison testing." Natsuki nodded. He had already stayed in the Land of Rain for about a week. Overall, his gains were quite good. Not only had he unlocked Kirito's reaction speed, he had also awakened the Gordon template, which was especially effective against Hanzo. In a certain sense, it was also especially effective against Chiyo and other puppet users. Of course, Hanzo, Chiyo, and the others did not rely entirely on poison for their strength. It was just that without poison, their strength would be greatly reduced. There's no time to lose. We'll go see Orochimaru now. Tsunade ended the experiment and walked outside. Her antidote experiments during this period had all yielded nothing, which was why she had agreed to Natsuki's poison against poison experiment. After Orochimaru saw Tsunade and Natsuki, he waved his hand, and had the other ninja in the main tent leave. Orochimaru. Tsunade got straight to the point and said, "It will be difficult to make progress on Hanzo's poison in a short time. We plan to return to Konoha, and continue our research there." Orochimaru nodded and said, "The seriously ill wounded cannot be delayed any longer either. You will escort them back." As the battlefield commander, he knew the situation with Tsunade's antidote research each day, so he knew what she said was the truth. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you extract memories from Kendachi's corpse?" "Jiraiya is handling that matter. There should be results soon," Orochimaru answered. "Maybe his memories contain the antidote formula." Natsuki guessed. "I don't think that's very likely." Tsunade shook her head and said, "Poison is too important to Amage cure. Hanzo would not let a second person know the antidote formula." Natsuki actually thought the same. But his main goal was not the antidote formula. Before long, Jiraiya walked in. "Any valuable intelligence?" Orochimaru took the initiative to ask. "We found out the locations of several Amage cure outposts. It will be quite helpful for the upcoming war." Jiraiya smiled and said, "This rescue mission was very worthwhile." "No antidote formula?" Tsunade asked. Jiraiya said regretfully. "Then was there Hanzo's swordsmanship?" Natsuki blinked and asked. There was indeed a set of swordsmanship in his memories. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then handed him a scroll without much concern and said, "His swordsmanship is here." "Thank you, Jiraiya-sama." Natsuki took the scroll and thought to himself that he was one step closer to mastering 6 kinds of swordsmanship from the shinobi world. Although Hanzo's swordsmanship is good, it isn't conventional swordsmanship and doesn't match your habits. Orochimaru commented, "Aside from that, the reason his swordsmanship is troublesome is because both he and his weapon carry deadly poison. Fighting in close quarters against a swordsman, whose entire body was poisonous, was terrifying just to think about. I just want to use it as reference." Natsuki explained, "I might encounter Hanzo in the future." Orochimaru said nothing more. "The matter is temporarily settled. We'll return to Konoha now," Tsunade said decisively. Jiraiya asked in surprise, "You're leaving?" Natsuki proposed the idea of using poison against poison. "We'll only have the proper conditions to research it after returning to Konoha," Tsunade explained. "Using poison against poison?" Jiraiya took a deep breath and said, "All right, I'll escort you for a while. I hope you can develop the antidote soon." Tsunade nodded. After leaving the main tent, Jiraiya immediately made arrangements. Natsuki stood in place and thought for a moment, then decided not to say goodbye to Uchiha Mikoto. It was wartime now, so there was not much to say. Besides, before too long, they would definitely meet again in the Land of Rain. After all the wounded were carried onto stretchers, Tsunade and the others set off for Konoha. Jiraiya only stopped after escorting them out of the Land of Rain. Perhaps because of this, their return trip was quite smooth. They did not encounter any Amigakure or Sunagakure ninja. Take them to Konoha Hospital. Natsuki and I will go to the Hokage's office. After they arrived in Konoha, Tsunade gave the order. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The other ninja responded, then left with the wounded. Tsunade and Natsuki soon arrived at the Hokage's office. After receiving permission, the two walked in. Tsunade immediately explained what had happened over the past few days. You've already done very well. Hiruzen nodded, praising them as he said, as for Hanzo's poison, it would be best if it can be neutralized, but don't force it if it can't. I understand. Tsunade knew that Hiruzen was worried she would get stuck on it, spend a great amount of time trying to detoxify it, and end up losing more than she gained. However, when you have time, you can try Natsuki's approach. Hiruzen added, if there are any poisons that are hard to find, you can ask Umbu for help. Tsunade did not refuse. With the village's help, the poison against poison experiment would be more likely to succeed. After all, a village had many resources. Natsuki killed Kandachi during this mission, which is a great contribution. Hiruzen said with a smile, you can ask for a reward or save them for now. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Natsuki immediately answered, I don't know what reward I want for now, so I'll save it first. After the mission report ended, the two returned to Mito's residence. You're finally back. When Nawaki saw them, he immediately became excited. Kushina jogged over to Natsuki. Nona was a step slower, so she could only follow behind her. Tsunade smiled and did not mind being ignored by the two little girls. Did you encounter Hanzo during your trip to the Land of Rain? Nawaki asked curiously. I heard his strength is very powerful, not inferior to the Kage of the 5 great villages. We didn't encounter him. Natsuki shook his head and said, but his poison really is powerful. There's currently no way to neutralize it. Sis, even you can't neutralize it. Hearing this, Nawaki turned to Tsunade with a surprised expression and asked. Your sister isn't omnipotent. Tsunade flicked his forehead and said, you all keep chatting. I'm going to Konoha Hospital. There are some things I need to do. Natsuki, hurry and tell us about this mission. Kushina said with great interest, I've never been to the Land of Rain. Natsuki chuckled and roughly told them about the process of this mission. Does it rain every day? Kushina frowned and said, that sounds hard to accept. Occasional rain was fine, but rain every day would indeed make people annoyed. Being able to defeat so many enemies is really impressive. Nawaki said enviously. It's fine. After one more semester, we'll become official ninja. Natsuki said with a smile, when that time comes, even if you don't want to go out on missions, it'll be hard not to. I hope my teammates are all of you. Kushina said expectantly. Nawaki wanted to speak but in the end he said nothing. As the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, there was a high chance Kushina would not be allowed to have teammates. After chatting for a while, everyone continued training. Although winter vacation was already halfway over, half of it still remained. Natsuki's plan was to learn Hanzo's swordsmanship and water formation wall. He formed hand seals with both hands and created a shadow clone. The shadow clone went to learn water formation wall from Nawaki. He opened the scroll Jiraiya had given him. Hanzo's swordsmanship was actually somewhat similar to Mifune's swordsmanship, with speed as its focus. The only difference was that the weapon he used was a sickle attached to a chain. Natsuki had seen Salamander Shintatsu's sickle before, so he could project it. Besides, he was learning Hanzo's swordsmanship only to meet the unlock condition of a character template ability. When fighting, he definitely would not use it. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blown leaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 84, Ninja Academy graduation 1879 words a new day. Natsuki and Nono arrived at Konoha Hospital. They walked into the laboratory and saw Tsunade busily working. Natsuki's gaze moved downward, and he noticed 5 test tubes on the experiment table. They had different colors and looked strangely beautiful. These are the 5 most poisonous toxins Konoha can currently find. Tsunade introduced them and said, as for poisons outside Konoha, I've already asked Umbu to help collect them. Then what should Nono and I do? Natsuki nodded and asked. Mix them in different combinations to prepare an antidote. Tsunade raised her hand and pointed at a test tube not far away. If it reacts with the extracted Hanzo poison, then it counts as a success. After Natsuki finished speaking, he and Nono began putting on protective equipment. The main reason I'm having you participate is so you can learn and accumulate experience. Tsunade looked at them and said, you also can't fall behind on your training. From now on, you'll make antidotes with me in the morning. Natsuki and Nono nodded at the same time. Winter vacation quickly reached its end amid antidote creation and training. Time reached January. Class A, Year 4's third semester, which was also the final semester, officially began. Natsuki, Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, and Nono had all decided to apply for early graduation. At that time, they would be able to form teams together with Nawaki's Class A, Year 6. Registration Day. After a winter vacation of silence, the Ninja Academy became lively again. After Natsuki entered the Ninja Academy, he saw a familiar figure. Natsuki, Kushina, long time no see. Minato turned around and greeted them with a bright smile. Nono had not come with them to register. She had gone to Konoha Hospital's medical ninja training class. I feel like I haven't seen you for 1 or 2 months. What have you been doing during this time? Kushina asked curiously. I've been learning the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique from Hokage-sama. Minato thought for a moment, then answered without hiding it. Kushina immediately showed a surprised expression. Although she was not originally from Konoha, she had heard Ishidayu talk about Senju Tobarama's deeds during class. Among them, he had mentioned Tobarama's most iconic ninjutsu. Aside from water release, it was the Flying Thunder God technique. That was a rare space-time ninjutsu. Anything involving time and space was naturally extraordinary. Unfortunately, the difficulty is too high. I still haven't gotten started. Minato sighed and said. After all, it's a ninjutsu with S-rank learning difficulty. Natsuki said with a smile, the hardship now is for the future. Once you learn the Flying Thunder God technique, your strength will definitely surge. Minato nodded. At the same time, he also felt slightly strange. Because Natsuki was very calm. Even after knowing that he was learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he did not show much change in expression. Was he confident that even if Minato learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he still could not beat him? For a moment, Minato instead felt a lot of pressure. But no matter what, he had to learn the Flying Thunder God technique first. After all, if he did not learn it, then he truly would not be able to beat him. After the 3 of them finished registering, they went their separate ways. Minato went to find Hiruzen. Kushina went to find Mito. Natsuki went to Konoha Hospital to make antidotes with Tsunade. After half a month of effort, along with his hints, Tsunade had successfully discovered 2 effective poisons. However, they were still far from success. But there was enough time, so there was still a great deal of hope. The most troublesome poison was one that came from Chiyo's puppet poison. But calling it the most troublesome was not necessarily accurate. Konoha and Sunagakure were currently at war. Sooner or later, the scale of the war would escalate. At that time, just like in the original story, a poison and antidote battle between Chiyo and Tsunade would appear. Obtaining the puppet poison Chiyo created would then be very easy. The days after school started did not change much. Natsuki still prepared antidotes in the morning, then trained in hands-on swordsmanship and learned water release, water formation wall in the afternoon. Time finally entered March. The Ninja Academy welcomed graduation season. Class A, Year 4. After all morning classes ended, Ishida-yu did not leave. As usual, he still had one matter to announce. Students, after the final exam ends, you will advance to Year 5, while the Year 6 students will take the graduation exam. Ishida-yu slowly said, anyone among you who wants to participate in the graduation exam early, please raise your hand to apply. After he finished speaking, he looked at Natsuki and Minato. In his view, the two of them had long been able to apply for early graduation. In fact, even during Year 2 or Year 3, their strength had already been enough. But they had never applied. Just when he thought the two of them would not apply, Natsuki and Minato raised their hands. The classroom fell silent. What followed was discussion, but no one felt surprised, including Onodera. They all felt that Natsuki and Minato were qualified to participate in the graduation exam. More accurately, they were instead surprised that the two of them were only applying for early graduation so late. Only Natsuki and Minato. Ishida-yu nodded, then asked. Natsuki raised his hand again and said, there are also Kushina and Nono. Although Kushina and Nono rarely came to class anymore, they were still students of Class A, Year 4. Ishida-yu had already expected this and remained very calm. Just then, an unexpected little girl raised her hand, Uzumaki Kei. Natsuki and Minato looked at each other, both somewhat surprised. Kei, are you sure you want to apply for early graduation? Ishida-yu could not help asking. I'm sure. Kei nodded and said, I want to become teammates with Kushina. I will apply to Hokage-sama. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on Hokage-sama's arrangement. Ishida-yu did not refuse after hearing this. Although Kei was a transfer student, her strength was not bad. Passing the graduation exam would not be a problem at all. Does anyone else want to apply? Ishida-yu asked for final confirmation. Onodera hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he chose to give up. If he participated in the graduation exam, his chances of passing were actually very high. But before graduation, he wanted to take first place once. After all, for so many years, he had always been beaten down by Natsuki and Minato. Class dismissed. Seeing that no one else raised a hand, Ishida-yu turned and left Class A, Year 4's classroom. He did not return to his own office, instead heading directly to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. Ishida-yu knocked on the door and walked in. Is someone applying for early graduation? Hiruzen's heart stirred and he asked. Ever since the Ninja Academy was established, team assignments had been handled by the Hokage. Because team assignments involved many bonds and interests, and could even affect Konoha. For example, his three students, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Now that it was graduation season, the only reason Ishida had come over was early graduation. And in the Class A, Year 4 that Ishida taught, there were Natsuki, Minato, Kushina, Nono, and others. Yes, Hokage-sama. Ishida-yu immediately explained that Natsuki and the others had applied for early graduation. There's also Uzumaki Kei. Hiruzen tapped the Hokage's desk and said, I approve. Notify them to attend the graduation exam on time. Yes, Hokage-sama. Ishida-yu bowed slightly, then turned and left. Go call Tsunade over. Hiruzen pondered for a moment before speaking. Yes, Hokage-sama. An Umbu ninja appeared, then quickly disappeared. What did you call me for? Before long, Tsunade pushed open the door and walked into the Hokage's office. She had been at Konoha Hospital during this period, so she arrived very quickly. Natsuki and the others applied for early graduation. I plan to put Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono on the same team. Hiruzen asked with a smile, should you be their team leader, or should Orochimaru be their team leader? Tsunade immediately fell into thought. With her relationship with Orochimaru as teammates, it was about the same no matter who became the team leader. But about the same did not mean there was no difference. Let Orochimaru be their team leader. Tsunade finally made her decision. Although Nono was more suited to becoming her student, Natsuki and Nawaki were better off following Orochimaru. Besides, the two of them had long since become Orochimaru's students, and had learned quite a bit of swordsmanship and ninjutsu from him. If Tsunade took the two of them away, Orochimaru might fall out with her. Hiruzen nodded slightly. Tsunade's answer was within his expectations. In fact, he was also more inclined to have Orochimaru serve as their team leader. After all, they had already established good bonds with each other. Hiruzen understood Orochimaru very well. He was different from Tsunade and Jiraiya, and usually seemed more gloomy. That kind of personality could easily lead to problems. But with Nawaki and Natsuki around, they could balance his personality and prevent Orochimaru from making the wrong choice. What about you? Do you want to become a team leader? Orochimaru and Jiraiya will both become team leaders. Hiruzen said again, this year's graduating students are still quite good in terms of strength. No, I don't have that much time. Tsunade refused and said, although I won't lead a team, I can take Nono as my student. Since you've already said that, I won't force it. Hiruzen paused for a moment and asked, has there been any progress with the antidote? There has been some, but not much. Tsunade shook her head and said, it's fine. Some progress is better than none. Hiruzen said quite open-mindedly. He did not have too much confidence that Tsunade could create an antidote, but if she really succeeded, it would be an unexpected joy. That afternoon, Tsunade arrived at Mito's residence and told Natsuki and the others about this matter. Kushina noticed something was wrong and hurriedly asked, what about me? Kushina, for the time being, you won't be assigned teammates. Tsunade explained, we'll talk about it after you learn Fuinjutsu. Kushina subconsciously looked at Natsuki. Although we've graduated, when there are no missions, we can still train together. It won't be any different from usual. Natsuki comforted her. Kushina nodded in disappointment. After you learn Fuinjutsu, if you want to go out on missions, you can go together with Natsuki and the others. Seeing this, Tsunade spoke. Although Konoha assigned ninja into 4-person squads, some missions required multiple ninja squads to work together. In a certain sense, Tsunade had not lied to Kushina. After hearing this, Kushina's mood improved quite a bit. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, First Hokage's Necklace 1779 words Friday morning. Natsuki, who was still asleep, heard Nawaki's voice. He subconsciously sat up and glanced at the window. The sky was only just beginning to brighten. Natsuki changed his clothes and left the room. Good morning, Natsuki. When Kushina saw him in the living room, she greeted him with a bright smile. Sitting with her was her friend, Kei. Why did the four of you come so early today? Natsuki asked in confusion. Nawaki said he wanted to come over and eat breakfast made by you. Kushina immediately answered. It was clearly. Nawaki had only said 3 words before he met Kushina's warning gaze. He immediately stopped and nodded heavily at Natsuki. Natsuki could not help smiling. If you were threatened, blink twice. Just then, Nono walked out of her room. Nawaki's voice just now had been very loud, so she had also woken up. But even if Nawaki and Kushina had not come, she and Natsuki would have woken up soon anyway. As ninja, except for a few special cases, they would not sleep in. What do you want for breakfast? Natsuki glanced at Nono and asked. Kushina immediately said. Anything is fine. Nawaki and Kei said in unison. Minato followed right after. Then we'll have ramen. Natsuki nodded and turned into the kitchen. Soon, the six of them gathered around the dining table in the living room. I wonder if Kei will become teammates with Minato. Kushina took a sip of ramen broth and said with narrowed eyes. Previously, Tsunade had only told them that Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nona would become teammates, but she had not mentioned Minato or Kei. It's very possible. Natsuki nodded and said, Kei's strength isn't bad, and she's in the same class as Minato. She'll probably be assigned to the same team first. Of course, there was another reason he did not say. He felt that Hiruzen would treat Kei as a backup for Kushina as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. After all, aside from Kushina, she had the highest talent among the Uzumaki clan members in Konoha. Having her become a ninja of the Hokage faction would make it even easier to build bonds with her. I have no objections. Minato said indifferently. He actually wanted to become teammates with Natsuki and Nawaki, because his relationship with them was the best. But since the overall situation had already been decided, he could only settle for the next best option and team up with Kei. At least with her strength, she would not hold him back. Then will the remaining teammate come from our class? Nawaki raised his head and asked. Are there any geniuses in your class besides you? Natsuki asked with some curiosity. Class A, Year 6. He only knew Nawaki. In front of you, they can't be called geniuses at all. Nawaki paused for a moment, then said, but there are a few whose strength is still decent. They can definitely pass the graduation exam. It's fine. Minato smiled and said, we'll know who it is soon. After the graduation exam ended, it would be team assignments. After breakfast, the group arrived at Class A, Year 6 classroom. There were not many students in the Ninja Academy who could graduate early. This year, there were only Natsuki and the others, so they had been arranged to take the graduation exam together with the students of Class A, Year 6. Their arrival caused quite a few discussions. But Natsuki and the others did not take the initiative to get to know them. The reason was simple. Many of the students here might not necessarily graduate. Even if they graduated, there was a chance they would be sent back by their team leader. For example, Kakashi. Before becoming the team leader of Team 7, he had sent many graduating genin back to the Ninja Academy. Of course, team leaders as willful as Kakashi were relatively rare. At 9 in the morning, a young ninja walked into the classroom. He was Class A, Year 6 teacher, and also the examiner for this graduation exam. When your name is called, go to the classroom next door for the graduation exam. The young ninja said, the exam content will be randomly selected from one of the 3 basic techniques. After saying this, he went to the classroom next door. The graduation exam officially began. While waiting, Natsuki looked at a line of text before his eyes. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Gordon Template Ability 3, Violet Umbrella. This was the result of his efforts this semester. He had learned Water Formation Wall. Aside from that, he had also mastered Hanzo's swordsmanship. He was only one swordsmanship style away from unlocking Sasaki Kojiro Template Ability 3. Natsuki planned to visit the Land of Iron again when he had time. He intended to use Hanzo's swordsmanship to exchange for Mifyun's swordsmanship. Just a month ago, Hanzo had led people to ambush the Land of Iron and fought Mifyun. The result had been the same as in the original story, Mifyun lost to Hanzo. Fortunately, Jiraiya had led people to rescue them in time, which allowed the Land of Iron to avoid disaster. Uzumaki Kushina. The young ninja's voice rang out. Good luck. Nawaki clenched his fist and said. I'll definitely get full marks. Kushina said confidently. She could even learn Fuinjutsu, let alone the 3 basic techniques. They could not trouble her at all. A special dead last case like Uzumaki Naruto was truly rare. In less than 5 minutes, Kushina returned. She said with a bright smile, full marks. As expected of you. Nawaki raised his thumb and said, I have to get full marks too. Kushina looked at Natsuki. Very impressive. Natsuki praised her. Kushina immediately became even happier. Yakushi no. The young ninja's voice rang out again. Natsuki looked at Nono and nodded. As a medical ninja, the 3 basic techniques were not difficult for her either. Soon, it was Natsuki's turn. He stood up and went to the classroom next door. There were 2 examiners for the graduation exam, but he did not know either of them. He walked forward and drew the transformation technique. Natsuki inexplicably thought of the sexy technique from the Uzumaki Naruto template. But if he used the sexy technique here, his lifelong reputation would be ruined, and even Orochimaru's reputation would be affected. Natsuki formed hand seals with both hands, and used the transformation technique. His appearance changed, turning into Nawaki. Very perfect. The young ninja looked him over twice and said, Congratulations. You have passed the exam and become an official ninja. Thank you. Natsuki released the transformation technique, and left the classroom. How was it? Nawaki asked impatiently. How else could it be? Kushina said without hesitation, Natsuki definitely got full marks. I drew the transformation technique. It was fairly simple. Natsuki nodded and casually said. Could the substitution technique or clone technique really be difficult for you? Nawaki asked in exasperation. Namikaze Minato. The young ninja interrupted their conversation at just the right time. Time slowly passed, and the graduation exam reached its end. Quite a few ninja appeared outside the classroom. They were the team leaders selected by Hiruzen. Natsuki saw Tsunade and Jiraiya. As the battlefield commander, Orochimaru could not leave the land of rain, so Tsunade would temporarily act in his place. I will now announce the team assignments. Team 1, Kira Natsuki, Senju Nawaki, and Yakushi Nono. The young ninja picked up the team assignment list and read, Team Leader, Orochimaru. Aside from Nono, Natsuki and Nawaki were both very famous in the Ninja Academy. Although the students of the Year 6 class were surprised, it was not by much. The young ninja, however, felt deeply emotional. Because he knew very clearly how valuable Team 1 was. Perhaps a new Konoha Sannin would appear. But Team 2 was not lacking either. Team 2, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kei, and Inuzuka Suzume. The young man said in a deep voice, Team Leader Jiraiya. As soon as his voice fell, the classroom became noisy. Who is Inuzuka Suzume? Nawaki scratched his head and said, She isn't a student from our class. Could she be a student from another class? Kushina guessed. Minato pondered for a moment and said, Her name didn't appear among the students taking the exam. Natsuki nodded and said, I didn't hear her name being called either. She's a student from the medical ninja training class. Nono suddenly spoke and said, She can rank second in our medical ninja training class. So that's how it is. A look of realization appeared on Nawaki's face. He then asked curiously, Then who is first place? Who do you think? Natsuki looked at him and asked in return. How would I know? Oh, it's Nono. Nawaki finally realized the issue and laughed awkwardly. Why didn't she come to take the graduation exam? Kushina asked in confusion. Students from the medical ninja training class don't need to come here to take the graduation exam in the first place. Natsuki explained, Nono is an exception. No wonder. Kushina nodded. Let's go. We're going to find our team leader. Natsuki stood up and said. The group left the classroom and arrived in front of Tsunade and Jiraiya. After exchanging greetings, Jiraiya took Minato and Kei away. They still had to go to Konoha Hospital to find Inuzuka Suzume. Congratulations on graduating smoothly. Tsunade looked at the 4 of them and said with a smile. Sis, I heard there's supposed to be some bell-snatching test. Nawaki asked impatiently. There is, but there's no need. I know your strength very well. Tsunade casually said, we'll skip self-introductions too. After all, I already know your situations. Sis, you're being so perfunctory. Nawaki said, somewhat dissatisfied. I prepared a gift for you. Tsunade reached out and took off the first Hokage's necklace she was wearing. Sis, you're giving me grandfather's necklace. Nawaki immediately became excited. Didn't you always want it? Tsunade handed it to him and sincerely blessed him. Nawaki, I hope you become a Hokage as powerful as grandfather as soon as possible. Thank you, sis. Nawaki took the first Hokage's necklace and said with an excited expression. Natsuki glanced at the first Hokage's necklace and felt something subtle in his heart. In the original story, the first Hokage's necklace had been known as the Necklace of Death. Whoever took it died, and even Naruto had died once. Fortunately, the forehead kiss from the original story did not appear. Otherwise, with a double death flag, even Natsuki could not guarantee whether Nawaki would survive. To be continued. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Idle Missions 1859 words early the next morning. Natsuki and Nono arrived at the first training ground. This was the first gathering of their shinobi team, or rather, Team 1. Because they were far too familiar with each other, yesterday's first meeting had been directly skipped by Tsunade. You look a little worried. Natsuki turned to look at Nono. Her small face had a little less gentleness than usual and looked tense. I'm afraid I'll drag you down. Nono hesitated for a moment before saying what was on her mind. Why would you think that? Natsuki smiled and said, among people our age, no one is better at medical ninjutsu than you. I only know medical ninjutsu. Nono lowered her head and said, if a battle happens, I'll have to rely on you to protect me. Natsuki paused slightly. This was indeed the awkward situation medical shinobi faced in a shinobi team. Although medical shinobi were very important, it was also true that they lacked combat ability. If the other two teammates were not strong enough, then adding a medical shinobi teammate would instead lower the overall strength of the shinobi team. Thinking about it carefully, this was probably also one of the reasons why Tsunade's proposal in the original work to have every team fixed with a medical shinobi was rejected. Have you forgotten who your sensei is now? Natsuki reminded her, you can ask Tsunade-sensei to teach you taijutsu later. Although Tsunade had already taught Nono quite a bit of medical ninjutsu, that had been in the medical shinobi training class. Even if both were teachers, a team leader and a teacher from the medical shinobi training class were completely different concepts. Now it was different. Yesterday, Tsunade had already clearly said that Nono was her student. Nono was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on her face. Tsunade was a rare medical shinobi with combat ability. As her student, she could also learn taijutsu from her. When the time came, she would not make things difficult for Natsuki and Nawaki. You just think too much. Natsuki stroked her hair and said. Nono lowered her head, and let him do as he pleased. Not long after, Nawaki's energetic voice rang out. Tsunade had come with him. Kushina did not come. She was not a member of Team 1, and on top of that, Mito's condition had worsened, so she had to make full use of her time. Natsuki estimated that Mito would have a hard time making it through this year. After greeting her, Nono immediately got to the main point. I want to learn taijutsu. Even if you didn't bring it up, I would have made you learn it. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I feel like your team is almost frighteningly well-rounded. When Nawaki heard this, he immediately said, we have everything we need. There was no need to say much about combat and medical support. For sensing, there were his and Natsuki's summoned beasts. Of course, what he did not know was that Natsuki also had clairvoyance, and there is only one truth. For control, Natsuki knew 2 genjutsu, and also had the Logia-type smoke fruit. Once Nono learned taijutsu, the last weakness would also be filled. The biggest opening in your team is your reckless personality. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said. Nawaki laughed awkwardly, but he had no way to refute it. All right. Since everyone is here, we'll begin Team 1's first mission. Tsunade clapped her hands and said. What rank is the mission? Nawaki immediately asked. A rank. Or S rank? It's D rank. Tsunade answered. Nawaki widened his eyes and asked, with our strength, do we still need to do D rank missions? It had to be known that before they graduated, they had already followed Orochimaru and Tsunade on many high-level missions. Now that they had graduated, they were instead doing low-level missions. Then what was the point of graduating? Tsunade asked back, you don't want to take part in the Chunin exams. What do D-rank missions have to do with the Chunin exams? Nawaki froze and asked. Natsuki, you explain. Tsunade did not answer directly, and instead called on Natsuki. The prerequisite for participating in the Chunin exams is completing enough missions. Natsuki slowly said, that includes quite a few low-level missions. Why is there a rule like that? Nawaki's mouth twitched as he asked. As a shinobi, you can't be picky. No matter what kind of mission it is, once you accept it, you must complete it seriously. Tsunade raised her hand and flicked his forehead, then asked, understand? Yes, sis. Nawaki answered listlessly. I heard from sensei that there will be a Chunin exam this year. Tsunade reminded him, if you don't actively do missions, you won't be able to participate when the time comes. Nawaki immediately perked up. Tsunade nodded and said, it's related to the war with Amigakure. Quite a few genin have already met the requirements for promotion. Logically speaking, isn't the middle of a war even less suitable for holding the Chunin exams? Nawaki asked in confusion. That's because the war hasn't reached its most intense stage yet. Tsunade said as she walked, as long as it doesn't affect the war, holding a Chunin exam is relatively suitable. Natsuki suddenly thought of the Chunin exams in the original work, where Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, and the others participated. The timing was also right before the most intense year of the Third Shinobi World War. We're here. Your first mission is to clean the garbage from the river. Tsunade stopped and said. Do we have to clean the whole river? Nawaki felt a headache coming on. Can we use water release? Natsuki asked thoughtfully. You're the clever one. Tsunade nodded and said, both of you know water release, so this mission can be considered a kind of training for you. Although it was a D-rank mission, she would not waste Natsuki and the others' time for nothing. Nawaki reacted and began forming hand seals. Under his control, the surface of the river began to surge. Before long, a lot of garbage floated up. Natsuki, you and Nawaki do the mission together. Tsunade instructed, no, I'll teach you taijutsu now. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki answered, then formed hand seals and used water release to clean the river. Nono followed Tsunade to an open space on the other side and began learning taijutsu. The sun set in the west. Natsuki and Nawaki completed the mission of cleaning the river. How does it feel? Tsunade asked with a smile. Nawaki took a breath and said. Although there had been no battle, using water release for an entire day was still a great burden for him. Don't look down on low-level missions. Tsunade said earnestly, every mission has meaning. Nawaki wanted to say something but stopped. Tsunade knew he had not understood yet, so she looked at Natsuki. The main purpose of doing low-level missions is to interact with the villagers, help them, and understand them. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, only that way can you gain the villagers' approval and become Hokage. No wonder Sensei often says you have a very good understanding of the will of fire. Tsunade was very satisfied and said, you really are outstanding. Natsuki secretly thought that there was no point in helping troublesome Konoha villagers. Although becoming Hokage required a vote from the villagers, it was actually not that important. The real authority was still in the hands of the current Hokage. For example, the reason Hiruzen became Hokage was because Senju Tobirama appointed him in a moment of crisis. There had been no villager voting stage at all. Of course, in front of Tsunade, he definitely had to say something nice. So that's how it is. Nawaki scratched his head. You all worked hard today. Go back and rest properly. We'll do another mission the day after tomorrow. Tsunade thought for a moment and said. Although she called it rest, what she was actually giving them was training time. Tsunade-sensei, can we accept a mission to the Land of Iron next time? Natsuki directly stated his goal. I want to use Hanzo's swordsmanship to exchange for Mifyun's swordsmanship. That idea of yours is quite unique. Tsunade could not help laughing. She was not surprised that Natsuki wanted Mifyun's swordsmanship, because he had always been learning new swordsmanship. Before this, he had even asked her to teach him Senju-style swordsmanship. Mifyun should agree. After all, he just lost to Hanzo, so he must want revenge. Tsunade nodded and said, for the next mission, we'll go to the Land of Iron. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. Fortunately, his usual performance had been good enough, so Tsunade agreed without thinking too much about it. The day after tomorrow. Natsuki and Nono arrived at the entrance of Konoha at the appointed time. But the entrance was livelier than they had expected. 5 shinobi teams were gathering there, and the person in charge was Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo-sama. Natsuki thought for a moment, then walked forward and greeted him. Natsuki, why are you here? Tsukumo asked in confusion. I remember that your name wasn't on the list given by Hokage-sama. The reason he asked this was because Natsuki possessed strength comparable to a Jonin, and was indeed qualified to follow him on this mission. I'm here waiting for Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki explained, we're going out to do a mission. Then it seems I misunderstood. Tsukumo paused and said, it's about time. I'll be leaving first. We'll talk next time if there's a chance. After saying that, he led the 5 shinobi teams and quickly left Konoha. The puppet corps from Sunagakure suddenly disappeared not long ago. Tsunade walked forward and said, Sensei felt there was something suspicious about it, so he sent Tsukumo to check the situation. Natsuki's heart stirred, and he thought of something. During the Second Shinobi World War, the war between Sunagakure and Konoha had 2 especially famous battles. Aside from the battle of antidotes and poisons between Tsunade and Chiyo, there was also Hatake Tsukumo severely damaging Sunagakure's puppet corps. At the time, the people in charge of the puppet corps were Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, who were also Sasori's parents. In the end, they died at Tsukumo's hands. Could it be this time? Natsuki was not sure. But he did want to know whether fighting Sunagakure's puppet corps could trigger a new character template. After all, among various works, there were quite a few characters who controlled puppets or dolls. As Tsunade walked, she explained this mission. The mission rank was C rank, and the mission content was to retrieve a blade forged in the Land of Iron for the client. Although Nawaki kept clamoring about wanting to encounter enemies, it was obvious that this kind of mission would not have any enemies. The group arrived smoothly at the Land of Iron. Natsuki also met Mifyun, and completed the exchange of swordsmanship. To be continued. Chapter 87, Sunagakure's Puppet Corps 2461 words Konoha, Hokage Rock. 2 months. A whole 2 months, and we've spent all of it doing low-level missions. When is this going to end? After finishing cleaning Hokage Rock, Nawaki sat down on the ground and could not help complaining. The number of low-level missions we've done should be enough to meet the requirements for taking part in the Chunin exams. Natsuki said unhurriedly. It had better be. Nawaki sighed. Weren't you full of energy 2 months ago? Natsuki asked teasingly. That doesn't mean we can do low-level missions every single day. Who can stand that? Nawaki asked back. If Tsunade-sensei hears that, she'll scold you again. Natsuki raised his head, and looked not far away. Nono, dressed in a white training outfit, was fighting Tsunade in taijutsu. To make it easier to learn taijutsu, she had tied up her hair in a single ponytail. Compared to her usual gentle self, she looked more capable and efficient. After 2 months of training, Nono's taijutsu had reached a fairly decent level. At the very least, against most genin, she could already hold her own. Natsuki had not been idle during these 2 months either. Aside from doing missions, he had been learning Mifune swordsmanship. Natsuki had already learned quite a lot of swordsmanship. Although Mifune swordsmanship was not easy to learn, for him, it was still manageable. Half a month ago, he had successfully learned Mifune swordsmanship. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Sasaki Kojiro Template Ability 3, Knowledge of Soa. Knowledge of Soa had the effect that when the same swordsmanship was repeated against a target, the attack would not be easily seen through. Together with clear and serene, and his extraordinary reaction speed, Natsuki felt that the current him might already be able to defeat Hatake Tsukumo. But to be safe, he decided to unlock Starburst Stream first. Unlocking Starburst Stream required defeating 3 fire-release Jonin. He had already defeated 1. As for the remaining 2 fire-release Jonin, if he did not encounter them while out on missions, Natsuki planned to challenge fire-release Jonin from the village. He was not sure whether other shinobi would agree to accept his challenge, but the shinobi of the Uchiha clan would definitely agree. However, personally, he was more inclined to defeat 2 fire-release Jonin during missions. The main reason was that he would not have to worry too much about holding back. Just then, Natsuki saw a masked shinobi suddenly appear. It's an Umbu shinobi. Nawaki immediately stood up, invigorated. Natsuki glanced at him, and knew why he was so excited. The Umbu shinobi was definitely here to find Tsunade. Most likely, Sarutobi Hiruzen had some mission to give her. Generally speaking, missions directly issued by the Hokage would not be low-level missions. At the very least, they would be B rank. And if they involve Tsunade, they would be either A rank or S rank. Natsuki fell into thought. Could it be that the situation in the land of Aim had escalated again? Was the battle from the original work, where the name of the Konoha Sannin was made, about to happen? What is it? Tsunade noticed the Umbu shinobi, pulled some distance away from Nono, and temporarily stopped the fight. Tsunade-sama. After giving a slight bow, the Umbu shinobi handed her a scroll. Tsunade took the scroll and read it. There was no change in her expression. She only nodded and said, I understand. Tell sensei I'll set out tomorrow. When the Umbu shinobi heard that, he disappeared from the spot. Sis, is it a mission? Nawaki asked impatiently. Tsunade did not hide it and answered, we're going to support Tsukumo. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. Although he had been doing low-level missions during this period, he had still learned a bit about Tsukumo's situation. 2 months ago, Tsunagekyu's puppet corps disappeared, so Hiruzen sent Tsukumo to investigate the situation. What they eventually discovered was that Tsunagekyu planned to send the puppet corps around the rear to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, Tsukumo stopped them and began a 2-month-long battle of ambushes and counterambushes against them. If nothing unexpected happened, it would end just like in the original work, with Tsukumo killing Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. But what was the situation now? Sending Tsunade to support Tsukumo, did that mean Tsunagekyu's puppet corps had gained the upper hand? A member of Tsukumo's team was poisoned. Tsunade continued, on top of that, Konoha needs a major victory to boost morale, so I'm being sent over to assist Tsukumo. So that's how it is. Natsuki understood in his heart. It seemed this was his butterfly effect. In the original work, Tsunade most likely had not gone to support Tsukumo. Otherwise, Chiyo would not have only shown hatred toward Hatake Kakashi. Then isn't this an S-rank mission? Nawaki asked happily. It is S-rank. Tsunade glared at him and said, S-rank missions are extremely dangerous. You must treat this cautiously. Otherwise, I'll only take Natsuki with me. Nawaki immediately promised, I'll definitely obey your orders. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. During a mission, you should address her by title. Natsuki blinked and said, Tsunade-sama. Nawaki froze for a moment, then changed his words. Don't make trouble. Tsunade raised her hand and flicked Natsuki on the forehead as she spoke. But with that interruption, her mood also dissipated, and she did not continue scolding Nawaki. Go back and prepare. Tsunade reminded them, this mission may take quite a long time. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki and Nono answered in unison. Yes, sis. Nawaki followed immediately after. Dismissed. Tsunade waved her hand and said. When going out on missions, they generally had to prepare ninja tools, bentos, and medicine. Natsuki did not need to prepare ninja tools or medicine. He had projection magecraft. If he did not have enough ninja tools, he could project them himself. There was no need to say much about medicine. He just had to bring blue healing potions and red healing potions. But Nono did not have projection magecraft, so she needed to prepare some ninja tools. Natsuki took her to a nearby ninja tool shop. 9 in the morning the next day. Natsuki and the others gathered at the entrance of Konoha on time. The location of this mission is still the Land of Aim, but it borders the Land of Rivers. Tsunade said, Tsunagakir's puppet corps originally planned to pass through the Land of Rivers and attack us. How despicable. Nawaki said indignantly. This is war. Anything can happen. Tsunade shook her head and said. Peace really is better. Nawaki clenched his fists and said, I'll learn from great-grandpa and end this chaotic era. You're still far from that. Tsunade laughed and said. Tsunade-sensei, the poison used by the puppet masters might be useful for making the antidote for Hanzo's poison. Natsuki suddenly said. That is indeed possible. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then said thoughtfully. Do all puppet masters use the same poison? Nono asked softly. Tsunade paused and said, but the poison used by Chiyo, her son, and her daughter-in-law is definitely Tsunagakir's best poison. The brief conversation ended, and the group left Konoha. By the afternoon, they had already arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. We'll rest for the night and enter the Land of Rain tomorrow. Tsunade found an open space, stopped and said. I'll set up the tent. Nawaki volunteered. Natsuki, check the surroundings. Tsunade instructed. Natsuki nodded. He formed hand seals and used the summoning technique to summon the crow Kuroba. Kuroba spread its wings and flew into the sky. Natsuki was not idle either. He climbed a tree and used clairvoyance to look around. Only after confirming there were no problems did he jump down. Nawaki had already set up the tent. Tsunade called out. The four of them sat down together. Tsunade, Nono, and Nawaki all looked at Natsuki at the same time. For some reason, Natsuki felt like he had become a zookeeper feeding animals. He smiled, took out bentos, and handed them to the three of them. Nono, you're a medical shinobi. As Tsunade ate, she said, if a battle happens, prioritize protecting yourself. Nono paused slightly and subconsciously looked at her. As a medical shinobi, only by staying alive can you save your teammates. Tsunade explained. Natsuki suddenly remembered the 3 rules for medical shinobi that Tsunade had mentioned in the original work. First, as long as a teammate was not dead, they must never give up treatment. Second, medical shinobi must never fight on the front line. Third, medical shinobi must not die before their teammates. It seemed that the current Tsunade had not yet proposed those 3 rules. How should he put it? There were reasonable parts and there were unreasonable parts too. After all, there were simply too many unexpected situations in battle. Once a real fight broke out, who could manage all of that? After dinner, we'll take turns keeping watch. Tsunade continued, "No, and I will take the first half of the night. Natsuki and Nawaki will take the second half." Everyone nodded without objection. Now that they were already close to the land of rain, they could encounter battle at any time. Having someone keep watch was undoubtedly safer. In the latter half of the night, Natsuki and Nawaki were woken up and left the tent. The night was deep and silent. As far as the eye could see, everything was pitch black. However, Natsuki had the night vision ability from the Kirito template, so night and day were no different to him. Since he had time, he opened his system. Up to now, he had triggered 15 character templates, among which 9 had been fully unlocked. The remaining character templates more or less had 1 or 2 troublesome abilities. Although he had quite a few character templates, Natsuki discovered that his main combat method was still swordsmanship. All of this began with him triggering Amiya Shiro's character template. Among them, Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen had made great contributions to him. Natsuki rubbed his chin. He wondered whether he would have another chance to meet the 7 ninja swordsmen. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after breakfast, the group continued on their way. After entering the land of rain, the weather suddenly changed from a cloudless sky to endless heavy rain. Natsuki and the others put on raincoats. After traveling for 2 hours, they finally met Tsukumo. "Check the wounded first." Compared to his usual self, the current Tsukumo had less approachability and seemed more businesslike. Tsunade nodded. Saving people was the priority, so she did not care about his attitude. Under Tsukumo's lead, Tsunade saw 4 wounded people. All of them had been poisoned while fighting Tsunagekire's puppet core. Although Tsukumo's team had medical shinobi, the poison made by Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law was extraordinary, leaving them helpless. However, for Tsunade, it could not be called hopeless. At most, it was troublesome. "I'll wait for you outside." Tsukumo consciously left the tent. It seems Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law have already inherited her true teachings. After stepping forward and finishing her examination, Tsunade said this. Natsuki secretly thought that Chiyo's grandson, Sasori, was the one who had truly inherited her teachings, and had even surpassed her. However, the current Sasori was only 4 or 5 years old. "Natsuki, no, prepare to make the antidote," Tsunade instructed. Natsuki and Nono immediately responded. During this period, the 2 of them had been following Tsunade and making antidotes the entire time, so they were already very familiar with the process. Although they could not neutralize Hanzo's poison, under Tsunade's guidance, neutralizing the poison of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law was not a problem. Nawaki did not know how to make antidotes, so he could only wait at the side. Time slowly passed. By evening, the poison in all 4 wounded shinobi had been completely cleared. The poison in their bodies had also been extracted by Tsunade. When Natsuki touched it, a system prompt appeared. It was indeed one of the synthesized poisons required for curse antidote. He suddenly had a question. Could Chiyo's poison be different from her son's and daughter-in-law's? Natsuki fell into thought. It might not necessarily be different, but rather, it had evolved. The reason for that evolution might have to do with the battle of poison and antidote between her and Tsunade. Intense battles often promoted the growth of the fighter's strength. The same principle applied to poison. In order to prevent Tsunade from neutralizing her poison, Chiyo could only force her poison to evolve. Of course, as for the details, he would have to come into contact with Chiyo's poison first. Put it away for now. After we return to Konoha, we'll run experiments. Tsunade yawned and said, "It's finally over. Let's rest for the night first. Tomorrow we'll discuss the mission with Tsukumo." Natsuki and the others nodded. Time arrived at the next day. Tsunade brought Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono into Tsukumo's tent. "Tsunade, I already received Hokage-sama's message earlier, and know the purpose of your mission." As Tsukumo spoke, he opened a scroll. Natsuki subconsciously glanced at it. The content on the scroll was a map. Many red dots were marked on the map. This is a topographical map of this area. Tsukumo explained, the red dots on it are the places where we have fought Tsunagekyu's puppet corps during this period. It looks like the battlefield is everywhere. Tsunade frowned slightly and said, Tsunagekyu's puppet corps is currently operating in this area. Tsukumo used his hand to draw a large circle on the map. They're very smart. They only carry out sneak attacks from the shadows and don't fight us head-on. Then why not lure them out? Tsunade thought for a moment and said, even if they're lured out, they won't linger in battle. Tsukumo shook his head and said, when they fight me, they always retreat quickly. That's because they understand your strength. Tsunade chuckled and said, if we do the luring, they might fall for it. Although she was famous, the outside world still mainly saw her as a medical shinobi. There's another problem. Tsukumo frowned and said, they will definitely deploy quite a few jonin. If I can't reinforce you in time. He did not finish speaking, but everyone understood what he meant. I might have a way to delay them. Natsuki said. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blown leaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Natsuki's Trump Card 3160 Words Land of Rain. Tsunade's group of four walked through the curtain of rain. Half a month had already passed since they met Hitaki Tsukumo. Although Tsunade said they would lure out Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, they could not make it too obvious. After some discussion, the final decision was to respond to change with stillness. Tsunade and the others would carry out missions as usual until they accidentally ended up isolated, and had their position locked onto by Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. How should it be put? Tsunade and the others wanted to take them down, and they also wanted to take down Tsunade and the others. After all, this was a battlefield. Everyone wanted to earn merit, and Tsunagekyu's puppet corps was no exception. Especially since they were Tsunagekyu's ace unit. After tangling with Tsukumo for 2 months without making any achievements, they were actually the anxious side. If they could kill Tsunade and send word back, it would be a great achievement. Get ready. Natsuki suddenly spoke. You found the enemy. Nawaki's spirits rose as he asked. The enemies this time aren't ordinary. They discovered Kuroba. Natsuki explained, fortunately, Kuroba released the summoning technique on its own first. Otherwise, I would have lost this summoned beast. Every time he went out to carry out a mission, he would summon Kuroba in advance. As a crow, Kuroba could fly. On top of that, it rained every day in the land of Aim, and the light was gloomy, which made it easy to hide its movements. The ninja cat Shirayuki and ninja dog Kurohana were not that useful in rainy weather. As for the ninja hawk Aozora, its body was too large, making it easy to discover. The one most suited for reconnaissance missions was the crow Kuroba. To be able to accurately discover your Kuroba in the rain, they may be the targets we've been waiting for. Tsunade said while walking normally. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Nawaki immediately said. After we confirm it's them, Natsuki, use hiding in mist technique. Then have your summoned beast notify Tsukumo. Tsunade reminded him, we'll delay them as much as possible. If we can keep them here, that would be best. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki nodded and said. Will that method of yours work? Nawaki asked curiously, don't let it come down to the time when we. Before he could finish speaking, Tsunade flicked his forehead hard. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Natsuki smiled and said, I won't joke around with our lives. The four of them walked a little longer, and soon, strange sounds rang out all around them. Be careful, they're puppets. Tsunade immediately warned them. Natsuki raised his head. Under the effect of clairvoyance, he saw a row of puppets wearing black robes. They were very fast, and both their left and right arms had sharp blades. "Watch me." After Nawaki finished speaking, he began forming hand seals. Water surged out, sweeping up the ever-present rainwater. In the blink of an eye, a wall of water rose around them. In the next second the puppets charged in. The water wall suddenly trembled. Under the attacks of the sharp blades, several cuts appeared on it. At the same time, Natsuki had already used hiding in mist technique. The moment the water wall shattered, mist spread wildly in every direction. Natsuki then used the summoning technique, summoned the crow Kuroba, and let it leave amid the chaos. It's actually hiding in mist technique. A young shinobi wearing a Sunagakure forehead protector issued an order. Use wind release. He was Chiyo's son. Behind him, one puppet master paused his puppet control, formed hand seals with both hands, and spat out a terrifying gale. Wherever the gale passed, all of the mist scattered. One person is missing. Everyone, stay alert. After discovering that Natsuki had disappeared, the young shinobi could not help frowning. While the other three puppet masters looked around, they controlled their puppets and sent them toward Tsunade, Nawaki, and Yakushi Nono. For Jonin. You really spared no expense. Tsunade sneered and said. This is our respect for Princess Tsunade. The young shinobi answered in a calm tone. If they had not been afraid of drawing the attention of Tsukumo and the others, it would not have been only for Jonin. However, in his view, for Jonin were enough to take down Tsunade. Setting aside her medical ninjutsu, Tsunade's strength was only that of an elite Jonin. Her three students had some reputation, but considering their age, they would at most be at the level of Chunin. Moreover, they were not just for Jonin. They also possessed many puppets. The puppets they controlled were, at the lowest, at the level of Chunin. The sound of breaking wind rang out. One puppet arrived in front of Tsunade first. Chakra-enhanced strength. Tsunade clenched her fist and directly struck the ninja sword it swung out. Terrifying force instantly spread out. That puppet, together with its ninja sword, was sent flying backward. Princess Tsunade truly lives up to her reputation. A pretty young female shinobi from Sunagakure spoke. She was Chiyo's daughter-in-law, someone who could rank within the top 5 among Sunagakure's puppet masters. The two of us will deal with her. The young shinobi arranged things and said, you two deal with her students. Nawaki snorted coldly and took out the greatsword Samahata. Water-breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Rainwater began to swirl around the greatsword Samahata. The heavy greatsword Samahata seemed like a giant dragon, as it smashed fiercely toward the puppet before him. With a boom, the black robe tore apart, and a huge hole was smashed into the puppet's chest. But in the next second, the puppet raised both arms, and dense waves of Senbon flew out. Nawaki's pupils shrank. Fortunately, the greatsword Samahata was large enough. He directly blocked it in front of himself, deflecting all of the Senbon. A puppet's entire body is full of weapons. Until the very last moment, don't let down your guard. Seeing this, Tsunade immediately reminded him. Nawaki could not help but nod. Just now had indeed been dangerous. Princess Tsunade, it's been this long, and your other student still hasn't shown himself. Has he already run away? The young shinobi asked with a frown. He felt that it was strange. As a jonin, he actually had not noticed any trace of Natsuki at all. As Tsunade spoke, she kicked out again. The young female shinobi waved both hands, and her puppet dodged Tsunade's kick. While dodging, the puppet opened its mouth. Its tongue was not a tongue, but a needle launcher. 3 poisoned needles flew toward Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes sharpened, and she tilted her head to the left, avoiding the 3 poisoned needles. The young female shinobi did not get angry. Her 10 fingers moved continuously. Her puppet began to spin. Its body split open in several places, and blades extended from it. 6 or 7 blades spun together, turning her puppet into a deadly weapon. Then I'll kill you and force him out. The young shinobi flung both hands. A puppet followed closely behind and charged toward Tsunade. Tsunade had just dodged the young female shinobi's puppet when his puppet raised both hands and sprayed out 2 streams of flame. A scorching aura spread out. Tsunade felt a wave of heat rush toward her face. She did not have time to dodge, so she clenched her fist and smashed out. Surging chakra erupted from her fist. Together with her terrifying strength, it directly shattered the 2 streams of flame. The young shinobi also knew that such an attack would not work. His puppet's arms shook and this time, a large amount of mist sprayed out. Meanwhile, the young female shinobi's puppet continued chasing Tsunade. Its blade spun, as if trying to cut her into pieces. At the same time, the other 2 puppet masters were not idle either. One puppet master's puppet had been half destroyed by the greatsword Samahata, so he immediately switched to a new puppet. The new puppet was not human-shaped. It looked like a pangolin. It crawled on all 4 limbs, with a sharp blade on its head, and charged toward Nawaki. Another puppet master controlled a humanoid puppet with both hands and slashed at Nono. "I'll handle it," Nawaki said to Nono, then gripped the greatsword Samahata and stood in front of her. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. The nearby rainwater was drawn by his water release chakra and rapidly spiraled around him. In the next second, Nawaki swung the greatsword Samahata from multiple directions at the same time. The 2 puppets could not help pausing and stopped in their tracks. Water release receives too much of a boost in the land of rain. The 2 puppet masters thought this, but the movements of their hands did not slow. Chakra passed through the threads and into the puppets. The pangolin puppet suddenly increased its strength, pushing Nawaki and the greatsword Samahata backward. The humanoid puppet leaped up. Its wrists opened and 2 long spears stabbed toward Nawaki. Nawaki's body could not help going numb. He was already unable to react. In the end, he was not a jonin. Fortunately, Tsunade had been paying attention to his situation the whole time. She ignored the mist, leaped up, and kicked the young female shinobi's puppet. The puppet's head immediately exploded, and its spinning body stopped along with it. Tsunade used a body flicker technique, pulled away, then stepped forward, grabbed Nawaki and retreated. The 2 long spears continued forward with their remaining momentum. Tsunade suddenly swung her free left hand, and a large number of shuriken flew to meet them. A piercing sound rang out. Although the 2 long spears were not sent flying, they were knocked off course, and the threat was immediately removed. Just then, the pangolin puppet's head split open, and a row of poison darts flew out, covering all 3 of Tsunade's group. Tsunade immediately reminded him. Nawaki stabilized himself, grabbed the greatsword Samahata, and smashed it out. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. Under the impact of the water current, all of the poison darts splashed outward in every direction. "You really are troublesome." The young shinobi immediately threw out a summoning scroll. The scroll opened and another puppet appeared in front of him. The young shinobi controlled 2 puppets, sending them toward Tsunade from the left and right. When they arrived nearby, the 2 puppets suddenly extended another pair of arms. 2 puppets, 8 arms and 8 ninja swords swung out. For a moment, flashes of blades swept out in every direction. Tsunade frowned slightly, grabbed Nawaki's greatsword Samahata, and smashed it out. She used the greatsword Samahata like a meteor hammer, swinging it so fast that it stirred up the wind. Nawaki's mouth twitched, but he did not stay idle and immediately formed hand seals. Water release, water shockwave. A vast amount of water release chakra swept up the ever-present rainwater, forming a waterfall like a tornado. The young shinobi immediately seemed somewhat strained. The other 3 puppet masters hurriedly controlled their puppets to provide support. For a moment, the scene became rather chaotic. A sudden voice rang out. It was not Natsuki. Tsunade did not hesitate and swung the greatsword Samahata. Quite a few puppets were forced back by her strike, which carried terrifying power. She then grabbed Nawaki and Nono and retreated. Over there. The young shinobi immediately looked toward Natsuki. He had been worried earlier that Natsuki would cause trouble. Now he had finally shown himself. The other 3 puppet masters also looked at Natsuki. But it was not one Natsuki. It was 20 Natsukis. This was the multiple shadow clone technique. The 4 puppet masters could not help feeling puzzled. Was it because he saw that they had many puppets, so he used the multiple shadow clone technique? But after creating 20 shadow clones, what combat power could he possibly have left? Just then, they saw the 20 Natsukis raise both hands at the same time. Countless Kurosawa, Sword of the Thunder God, Kabuto-wari, and Nuibari were thrown out at once. There were so many that the entire sky was covered. The young shinobi's pupils shrank. He waved both hands and shouted hurriedly. 6 puppets appeared in front of him. The puppets' bodies trembled and countless blades emerged from them before they began spinning. All of the swords and blades attacking him were knocked away. The other 3 puppet masters did more or less the same thing. They all took out more puppets. From the number of puppets, one could see their strength. The young shinobi could control 6 puppets at once, making him the strongest. His wife was slightly inferior, and could only control 5. As for the remaining 2 puppet masters, they could control 3 at most. Dense metallic clashes rang out continuously. This really is spectacular. Nawaki could not help sighing. Tsunade nodded and said. When Natsuki told her about it earlier, she had still been doubtful. But after truly seeing so many swords and blades, she realized with shock that Natsuki's chakra amount had already far surpassed an ordinary jonin. When she thought of what would happen next, she felt anticipation. A large part of the reason Tsunade was confident they could hold out until Tsukumo came to reinforce them was because she believed in Natsuki. Where did he get so many swords and blades? The young shinobi asked with a frown. The swords and blades projected by Natsuki's current projection magecraft were comparable to the originals. Even if he simply threw them out, there were so many that, for a while, they found it difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, the 4 of them were all jonin, and they also had 17 puppets. The dense sounds gradually became sparse. Natsuki had already thrown out all of the swords and blades he had projected. He casually released 19 shadow clones, then calmly looked at the 4 puppet masters. At this moment, countless swords and blades were scattered all around them. Although Natsuki had already consumed most of his chakra, he was not panicked in the slightest. It's over now, brat. The young shinobi took a breath and immediately controlled 6 puppets to move. The other 3 puppet masters turned toward Tsunade, Nawaki, and Nono. But the moment they took their first step, an unimaginable sense of crisis emerged in their hearts. Their bodies subconsciously stiffened. Then they saw Natsuki raise his hand and snap his fingers. The 4 of them immediately felt confused. But in the next moment, all of them revealed expressions of horror. The swords and blades around them began to tremble violently. They tore apart like balloons and chakra currents swept countless fragments toward them. The closest puppet master had no time to react before his body instantly burst apart. Fragments stabbed into his body one after another. His expression twisted in pain, and then he turned into a spray of blood mist that filled the air. The other puppet master subconsciously controlled his 3 puppets to block in front of him. But it was still useless. The 3 puppets instantly fell apart, torn into pieces. He opened his mouth, then fell into eternal darkness. The remaining 2 puppet masters were Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. At the critical moment between life and death, they burst out with all of their strength. 2 humanoid puppets wrapped around them. The remaining puppets around them revealed all of their weapons one after another. Senbon, poison darts, blades, and more all flew out. Piercing collision sounds echoed through heaven and earth. Too terrifying. Nawaki stared with his mouth agape. Nono's mouth opened wide, so shocked that she did not know what to say. This power is already comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu. Tsunade took a deep breath and slowly said. The only problem was that the preparation time was too long, and it consumed a great amount of chakra. He needed to project a large number of swords and blades, then use the multiple shadow clone technique in combination before he could use it. Tsunade did not know about unlimited blade works. If she knew of its existence, she would discover that the scene before her was a weakened version of unlimited blade works. If Natsuki unlocked unlimited blade works, he would no longer need to use the multiple shadow clone technique, nor would he need to prepare so many swords and blades in advance. Of course, unlimited blade works would consume even more chakra. After an unknown amount of time, the explosions stopped. The rain in the sky fell once again. The ground was no longer as flat as before. It was full of pits and craters everywhere. The two puppet masters in the center of the field were even more miserable. The puppets around them had already disintegrated in the explosions. The two puppets covering their bodies could still barely hold together. Although they had not fallen apart, they had become battered and broken. A large amount of blood seeped out. However, the two puppet masters were still not dead. Just then, the sound of breaking wind rang out. Hatake Tsukumo and the others finally arrived. They subconsciously surrounded the two puppet masters, then all revealed shocked expressions. What kind of terrifying battle had this broken battlefield gone through? Capture them. Tsunade spoke and said, they are Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. They're more valuable alive. Natsuki paused slightly. This was different from the original work, where they were killed by Tsukumo. However, what Tsunade said also made a lot of sense. They were more valuable alive. The two puppet masters had already suffered heavy injuries. Although they wanted to resist, they were easily defeated by Konoha's shinobi. Tsunade, I originally thought there would be a fierce battle. I didn't expect to arrive and only clean up the aftermath. Tsukumo asked curiously, how did you do it? Earlier, although Natsuki had said he had a way to delay them, he had not said what the specific method was. The reason he gave was that if he said it, it would be easy for Tsunagekyou's puppet corps to notice. It's a ninjutsu Natsuki created himself. Tsunade smiled slightly and said. So that's how it is. Tsukumo looked at Natsuki and said, as expected, your reputation is well deserved. As for what kind of ninjutsu he had created, Tsukumo did not ask further. He understood the rules very well. But with such great power, it was probably an S-rank ninjutsu. And when he thought of Natsuki's age, he could only admire him. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 89, Bixlow 3046 words. Tsukumo said in a deep voice, now that Tsunagekyou's puppet corps has no leader, I think we can press our advantage and pursue them. Tsunagekyou's puppet corps naturally did not only consist of 4 jonin. As a unit, they had quite a few members, 30 people in total. 2 leaders, namely Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, and 28 members formed 7 shinobi teams. After thinking for a moment, Tsunade nodded. This time, Tsukumo had brought a total of 5 shinobi teams to stop Tsunagekyou's puppet corps. Adding her in Team 1, that made 6 shinobi teams, 24 people in total. But Tsunagekyou's puppet corps had already lost its core 4 jonin, including its 2 leaders. Comparing the two sides, they were now the ones with the advantage. Especially with Tsukumo. His swordsmanship was fast, accurate, and ruthless, making most shinobi before him someone he could finish with a single slash. In terms of style, he was similar to Namake's Minato after learning the Flying Thunder God technique. In order to lure you out without being discovered by us, Tsunagekyou's puppet corps deliberately sent out quite a few members to confuse us. Tsukumo took out a map and said, right now, they are all in this place. When you came to support us, did you alert them? Tsunade glanced at it and asked. I specifically brought one team and avoided them. Tsukumo explained, after all, if we alerted them, we would be held back by them. There's no time to lose. We set out now. Hearing this, Tsunade immediately said. Tsunade, you take them there first. I'll go back and notify the others. When the time comes, we'll surround them from both sides. After Tsukumo handed the map to Tsunade, he disappeared from the spot at extremely high speed. Does anyone here know Earth Release Ninjutsu? Tsunade did not rush to leave. She spoke and said, disrupt the terrain here so that others can't tell what exactly happened. A middle-aged shinobi walked out and immediately formed hand seals. Earth Release, split Earth turn around palm. He struck the ground with his palm. The ground cracked open, and the terrain immediately changed. Tsunade looked it over twice, then waved her hand and said. This time, Tsukumo had brought 4 Jonin over to provide support. Adding Tsunade, Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono, there were 8 shinobi. Natsuki, who was following behind Tsunade, suddenly let out a light sound of surprise. To unlock Starburst Stream, he needed to defeat 3 Fire Release Jonin. He had already defeated 1 in the Land of Rain, so the progress was 1 out of 3. But he had just discovered that the progress had already reached 2 out of 3. What was going on? Among the 4 puppet masters who had just been defeated, was there a Fire Release Jonin? Natsuki suddenly remembered that one of the puppets used by Chiyo's son could spray flames. Could it be that he was skilled in fire release? No matter what, it was still a good thing. This meant that Natsuki only needed to defeat 1 more Fire Release Jonin to unlock Starburst Stream. And perhaps he would encounter one in the upcoming battle. The group traveled at full speed and soon arrived at their destination, the temporary base of Tsunagekyu's Puppet Master Corps. Looks like they haven't noticed yet. Tsunade stopped and did not rush to attack. She was waiting for Tsukumo and the others to arrive. They were not far away. The sound of breaking wind rang out. Tsukumo and the other Konoha shinobi arrived in time. But their movements were too loud and were immediately noticed by Tsunagekyu's Puppet Master Corps. Seeing this, Tsunade immediately charged forward. Enemy attack. The moment her voice fell, a shinobi from Tsunagekyu's Puppet Master Corps shouted loudly. In an instant, many ninjutsu poured out. There was Wind Release, Earth Release, and Fire Release. Overall, Earth Release was the most common. Although Tsunagekyu's Puppet Master Corps was skilled at controlling puppets, that did not mean they did not know ninjutsu. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Nawaki and the others immediately released ninjutsu as well, clashing head-on with them. Tsukumo took out the white light chakra saber. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he disappeared from the spot. In the next second, screams rang out. Natsuki immediately locked onto the puppet master, who had used fire release. Shadow space. His body entered the shadow. The shadow quickly approached the fire release puppet master. Once he got close, he leaped out, gripping the projected Kurosawa in his hand. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Kurosawa slashed down toward the fire release puppet master. The nearby rain was drawn in and turned into a water dragon, descending from the sky. The fire release puppet master's expression changed drastically. He had never expected Natsuki to suddenly appear. At the critical moment between life and death, he swung both hands, and his puppet went forward to meet the water dragon. Kurosawa carried the water dragon and directly cut his puppet to pieces, then continued with undiminished force toward the fire release puppet master. The fire release puppet master was immediately sent flying backward. His face turned deathly pale, and he felt as if his body had been struck by a truck. His entire body hurt. Fortunately, his puppet had blocked most of the damage for him. After stabilizing himself, the fire release puppet master formed hand seals without hesitation. A huge fireball was spat out by him. The rain fell onto the fireball, immediately creating mist. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. Natsuki charged forward with Kurosawa in hand. A huge ripple appeared, and Kurosawa struck the fireball. Water and fire collided, producing even more mist. Natsuki's body disappeared into the mist. The fire release puppet master stared fixedly at the sound of the explosion. With a movement of both hands, he took out a new puppet. But when the explosion faded, aside from some lingering mist, he did not see Natsuki. The fire release puppet master could not help freezing. In the next second, a spiral-shaped column of smoke suddenly appeared from the mist and bound him. The fire release puppet master could not help struggling, but it was useless. This was the ability from the Logia-type smoke fruit, White Vine. Natsuki's right arm solidified again, and knocked him unconscious. He then released White Vine and restored his body. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Kirigaya Kazuto template ability 4, Starburst Stream. It came at just the right time. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. At this point, his Kirigaya Kazuto template only had ability 5 left to unlock. Ability 5 was the Eclipse, which was equivalent to an enhanced version of Starburst Stream. Its unlock condition was to defeat one battlefield commander. Natsuki fell into thought. Theoretically speaking, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law could also be considered battlefield commanders, but the Eclipse had not unlocked. It seemed that because the number of people involved had been too small, it could only be counted as a battle, not a battlefield. Natsuki did not think too much about it. Holding Kurosawa, he threw himself into the battle again. Although Sunegakure's puppet master corps had very strong combat power, before Tsukumo, Tsunade, and the others, they were still not enough. Most importantly, they had lost their 2 leaders. With no one commanding them, they were eventually defeated. Tsukumo, you handle clearing the battlefield. Tsunade exhaled and said, I'll take the medical shinobi to treat the wounded. Tsukumo nodded. He immediately arranged for the other shinobi to begin cleaning up the battlefield. Perhaps because Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono were young, he did not assign them any tasks. The 3 of them gathered together, each looking somewhat dazed. Nawaki and Nono were experiencing a large-scale slaughter like this for the first time, so they could not react for a while. Natsuki had another reason. He had awakened a new character template. You have awakened the Bixlow template. Although Natsuki had seen many works, he could not remember who this was for the moment. However, he could be certain that it had to be related to puppet masters. After all, tonight he had defeated quite a few puppet masters. Among them were Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Name, Bixlow. Period, 100 Years Quest. World, Fairy Tale. Rank, A rank. Ability 1, Seath Magic, Human Possession, unlocked. Effect, summon 5 dolls and inject part of your soul into the dolls for remote control. As long as there is enough chakra, they can be summoned endlessly. Ability 2, Doll, Linear Formation, locked. Effect, 5 dolls line up in a straight line and release a piercing slashing beam. Unlock condition, defeat 5 genin. Ability 3, Doll Formation, locked. Effect, 5 dolls form an X shape, creating a high-strength defensive barrier. Unlock condition, defeat 5 chunin. Ability 4, Doll, Victory Formation, locked. Effect, 5 dolls form a V-shape and launch a wide-range impact and cutting attack. Unlock condition, defeat 5 Tokubetsu jonin. Ability 5, Doll, Heavy Child Formation, locked. Effect, 5 dolls form a pentagonal formation and fire a powerful laser, causing devastating damage. Unlock condition, defeat 5 jonin. Ability 6, Figure Eyes, locked. Effect, by making eye contact with the target, you can control the target's soul and turn them into a puppet. The duration of control depends on the strength of both sides. Unlock condition, learn 5 control-type ninjutsu. So it was a character from Fairy Tale. Natsuki remembered that the 5 dolls Bixlow summoned had names. They were Pippi, Popo, Papa, Pepe, and Papu. These 5 dolls essentially had no combat ability, and had to rely on the user's control and commands. From this point of view, Bixlo was no different from Sunagakure's puppet masters. It was just that one controlled puppets, while the other controlled dolls. Ability 1, Seath Magic, Human Possession. There was no need to say much about its effect. It summoned 5 dolls. Compared to Sunagakure's puppet masters, its greatest advantage was that the dolls could be summoned endlessly. In other words, Natsuki did not need to worry about what to do if the dolls were destroyed. From Ability 2 to Ability 5, they were all formations composed of dolls that produced corresponding effects. Judging from the effects, there were attacks as well as defense. And judging from the unlock requirements, their power clearly increased from low to high, with Ability 5 having the greatest power. It had to be said that the unlock requirements for these 4 abilities were quite interesting. They respectively required defeating 5 Genin, 5 Chunin, 5 Tokubetsu Jonin, and 5 Jonin. For the current Natsuki, defeating 5 Jonin was undoubtedly quite troublesome. But from another perspective, defeating 5 Jonin overlapped with the unlock conditions of other character templates. For example, the Eclipse from the Kuragaya Kazuto template, and also Mind's Eye and Tsubaime Geishi from the Sasaki Kojiro template. Aside from that, there was another problem. With his current strength, challenging Genin and Chunin seemed a little shameless. Natsuki's heart moved, and he thought of the upcoming Chunin exams. The participants in the Chunin exams would definitely all be Genin. In fact, quite a few Genin already had strength comparable to Chunin. He just did not know whether the system would count them. But even if it did not count, it did not matter. They were currently in the Second Shinobi World War, so completing the above unlock conditions would not be especially difficult. Ability 6, Figure Eyes. To Natsuki, this was an unexpected surprise. His first reaction when he saw it was that it was an inferior version of the Sharingan. The Sharingan could also cast Genjutsu through sight to control the target. Compared to the Sharingan, Figure Eyes did not have effects such as copying or insight. But it had one advantage. The characteristics of the Sharingan were very obvious. When activated, Toma would appear. Figure Eyes did not have that. In any case, it was quite underhanded. Its requirement was to learn 5 control-type ninjutsu. Control-type ninjutsu often referred to genjutsu. But aside from genjutsu, there were also many other control-type ninjutsu. For example, the Nara clan's shadow secret techniques, water release, water prison technique, and earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. Natsuki knew 2 genjutsu. One was Fox Demon Art from the Shippo template, and the other was the D-rank demonic illusion, hell viewing technique that he had learned on his own. How should he put it? Learning a few control-type ninjutsu would still be very helpful. After all, his teammates, Nawaki and Nono, did not know control-type ninjutsu. How are you feeling? Natsuki came back to his senses and asked. I'm fine. Nawaki took a deep breath, and had already adjusted. Nono did not speak, and only shook her head. Her small face was still somewhat pale, clearly still shaken. This is something that can't be helped. We can only get used to it. Natsuki reached out, stroked her head, and said. Nono responded softly. Let's talk about something happy. Nawaki immediately changed the subject and said, this time, Team 1 made a great contribution. The village will definitely reward us properly. Being able to capture Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, Team 1 had indeed made the greatest contribution. But as for who had contributed the most specifically, that went without saying. Natsuki had gone all out and created an inferior version of Unlimited Blade Works, directly trapping for puppet masters. Natsuki, what was that move of yours called? Nawaki asked curiously. What do you mean, what was it called? Don't you know? It was Projection Magecraft. Natsuki smiled and said, I used it once before when I fought Minato. When Namikaze Minato used the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, Natsuki had been inspired on the spot and thought of this usage. But back then, he did not have Broken Phantasm, so its power was very ordinary. How could it explode? Nawaki continued asking. The principle is similar to explosive tags. Natsuki casually said, the projected swords and blades themselves are aggregates of chakra. As long as they are triggered, they can produce explosions. If you can instantly release that many swords and blades, then your projection magecraft could be comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu. Nawaki sighed. That's right. Natsuki nodded and said, I'm trying to improve it. Maybe one day in the future, I'll be able to. Nawaki was immediately speechless. Do you even know what you're saying? Casually improving an S-rank ninjutsu, only you would dare to say something like that. Tsunade's voice rang out. Sis, are you done over there? When Nawaki saw her, he asked. I've already given the wounded preliminary treatment. The rest can wait until we return to camp. Tsunade paused and said, let's go. The mission is complete. Natsuki and the others nodded. The group soon returned to camp. First, send Umbu back to the village to notify Sensei. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, after treating the wounded, we'll leave as soon as possible. That's what I was planning too. Tsukumo agreed. His mission had been to intercept Tsunagekyu's puppet master core. Now, with the help of Tsunade and the others, he had exceeded the mission requirements, so there was no need to waste any more time staying here. Early the next morning, the group set off toward Konoha. But the news of Tsunagekyu's puppet masters being wiped out had already been sent back ahead of them. Konoha, Hokage's office. The office that usually only had Sarutobi Hiruzen in it was rarely lively for once. The two Hokage advisors, Koharu and Hamura, as well as the Hokage's assistant, Danzo, had all arrived. The four of them were Konoha's absolute higher-ups, the absolute core. Did something happen on the battlefield in the land of Aim? Danzo took the initiative to ask. It is indeed about the battlefield in the land of rain. Hiruzen said with a face full of smiles. Tsunade and Tsukumo captured Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, and completely wiped out Tsunagekyu's puppet master core. Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura immediately showed surprise. This is Konoha's greatest achievement since the war began. Hamura praised, Tsunagekyu must be in complete disarray now. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law have been captured. She will definitely take action. Koharu reminded him, we have to tell Orochimaru and Jiraiya to pay more attention. I've already sent Umbu Shinobi to notify them. Hiruzen nodded and said. With Tsunagekyu being held back by Amagekyu, they may choose to negotiate with us. Hamura pondered for a moment and said. The greater possibility is that they go to war with us. Danzo volunteered and said, why not let my root investigate Tsunagekyu's situation? With Jiraiya and Orochimaru there, that is already enough. Hiruzen refused. Danzo subconsciously clenched his fist, then loosened it again. But he still had not given up on the idea of using the war to expand root scale. Tsunagekyu's puppet master corps are all elites. Koharu asked curiously, how did Tsunade and Tsukumo wipe them all out? Danzo and Hamura also felt puzzled. In terms of visible strength, both sides were actually more or less the same. Otherwise, Tsukumo would not have been locked in a stalemate with them for 2 months. This is related to Natsuki. Hiruzen said with a smile. Previously, when Natsuki fought Minato, he had even evaluated projection magecraft as a rather useless ability. He had not expected to be proven wrong this time. Although projection magecraft had many shortcomings, with proper preparation, and under circumstances where the enemy did not know its details, it indeed had great killing power. It was just that opportunities like this probably would not be too many. If the enemy knew the information in advance, then it would not be of much use. After Hiruzen finished speaking, the three of them had different expressions. Danzo's regret was like an endless rushing river. Koharu and Hamura were more emotional than anything else. After all, they had no grudges with Natsuki. It's enough for the three of you to know about this. Don't spread it outside. Hiruzen reminded them. The fewer people who knew about Natsuki's inferior version of unlimited blade works, the better. To be continued. Chapter 90, Chiyo's reaction 1945 words Land of Rain. Sunagakure's main camp. Chiyo looked at the map in front of her and fell into thought. Sunagakure was currently fighting both Amigakure and Konoha at the same time. But their main force was focused on the battlefield against Amigakure. The third Kazekage's plan was to deal with the weaker Amigakure first, then deal with Konoha. It was just that he had not expected Hanzo's poison to be so formidable, causing the battle to drag on until now. Fortunately, Sunagakure had many shinobi. If they kept holding on, she felt that Amigakure would be the one to lose. Just then, a short man walked in. Chiyo turned to look at him and asked, "Why are you here?" Ebizo was her younger brother. The two of them were both Kazekage advisors of Sunagakure, and were deeply trusted by the third Kazekage. "I just received some news," Ebizo said with a heavy expression. "Is it bad news?" Chiyo noticed his expression. "Just say it directly." Reki was captured. The Puppet Master Corps was nearly wiped out, and only one shinobi team escaped back. Ebizo looked at Chiyo and slowly said. Reki was Chiyo's son. The shinobi team that escaped had been carrying out another mission at the time, and had not been at that stronghold. By the time they returned, Tsunade, Hitaki Sakumo, and the others had already left, leaving only a devastated battlefield behind. Shocked, they returned to Sunagakure overnight. After Chiyo finished listening, her body suddenly shook, and she subconsciously took a step back. Ebizo hurriedly stepped forward and supported her. "Is what you said true?" Chiyo forced herself to steady her emotions and asked. "It was Tsunade." Ebizo nodded and said, "She lured Reki and the others into an ambush. In the end, they were captured by her and Hitaki Sakumo." Chiyo subconsciously pressed her hand to her forehead and felt dizzy. Tsunade and Hitaki Sakumo have long been famous, especially the latter. His strength is formidable, so losing to them is not unjustified. Ebizo comforted her and said, "Even if Kazekage-sama finds out, he won't blame them." Chiyo responded. "And Reki and the others were only captured." Ebizo continued, "The urgent matter is to rescue them. If we stop the war here and negotiate with Konoha, not only will I be unwilling, Kazekage-sama won't agree either." Chiyo said in a deep voice. The third Kazekage was known as the strongest Kazekage. He was powerful and had enough ambition. Sunagakure had fought for so long and gained nothing. Withdrawing at this point was absolutely impossible. Moreover, the other shinobi would not be willing either. The reason was simple. Sunagakure's environment was too harsh, with deserts everywhere. Since its founding, it had always coveted the land of fire and Konoha. In fact, it was the same in the original work. Across several shinobi world wars, Sunagakure always targeted Konoha. They had even been instigated by Orochimaru to launch the Konoha Crush. The root cause was that their environment was poor, and Sunagakure was too impoverished. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, had even been forced to become a gold miner, panning for gold in the desert every day to sell for money and maintain Sunagakure's operations. "Then we fight," Ebizo said decisively. "I'll deal with Amigakure. You go deal with Konoha, and let them experience your poison." "That's right." Chiyo's spirits lifted as she said, "Konoha definitely won't be able to neutralize my poison. When the time comes, I can make them exchange Reki for the antidote." Although in the original work, Tsunade's fame was greater than Chiyo's, at this stage, Chiyo's fame far surpassed Tsunade's. If not for Natsuki creating the title of the Konoha Sannin, Tsunade's fame would still be limited to Konoha. Moreover, Chiyo was the same age as Hiruzen. She naturally did not think that someone from the younger generation could neutralize her poison. She did not even think that Tsunade's medical ninjutsu could surpass hers. Seeing this, Ebizo felt slightly relieved. What he had been worried about was that Reki's capture would affect Chiyo. For now, Chiyo was still maintaining a strong mindset, and had not become dispirited because of this. I'll immediately return to Sunagakure and discuss this matter with Kazekage-sama. Ebizo nodded slightly and said. Dividing their forces into two routes and increasing their efforts against Konoha was not a simple matter. Not only did they need to mobilize more shinobi, they also needed more supplies. It would be difficult to arrange everything in a short time. Land of Fire, Konoha. I, Nawaki, have finally returned. Nawaki laughed happily. After staying in the Land of Rain for half a month, and being drenched by rain for half a month, he had long been unable to endure it. On top of that, they had made a great contribution this time, so he naturally could not control himself and became smug. Tsunade glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing. Returning to Konoha after half a month, she was in a good mood too, so she did not correct Nawaki's unreliable behavior. Tsukumo, I'll trouble you to go see Sensei, and report the details of this mission. Tsunade casually said. Under normal circumstances, either she or Tsukumo could go. And going there would allow one to gain more presence in front of Hiruzen, which was a rather good opportunity. But she did not care about rewards, so she was too lazy to fight over it. The key to the success of this mission was your team. It would be more appropriate for you to go. Tsukumo shook his head and said, I also don't know how you defeated Reki's team. If Hokage-sama asks, I won't be able to answer properly. Tsunade did not care about rewards, and neither did he. He was actually quite similar to the samurai of the Land of Iron. He strictly followed the principles of a shinobi, did not fight for credit, and only perfectly completed missions. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that after a mission failed, he would commit suicide. Natsuki secretly thought that this kind of personality was really unsuitable for being Hokage. What a troublesome thing. Tsunade sighed inwardly and said, then I'll go see Sensei. Are we going to? Natsuki asked. You made a great contribution this time. Come with me, so we can ask Sensei for rewards. Tsunade waved her hand and said, let's go. Nawaki said excitedly. This was the first time he had made such a great contribution, so he was looking forward to what kind of reward he could get. By comparison, Nono was much quieter. The group arrived at the Hokage's office. You're back. When Hiruzen saw them, he said with a face full of smiles, this mission of yours really gave me a big surprise. He had sent Tsunade over to repel Sunagakure's puppet master corps, but he had not expected the result to far exceed his expectations. Not only had they wiped out Sunagakure's puppet master corps, they had also captured Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. The two of them could be considered part of Sunagakure's upper ranks. If they did not die, then after Chiyo and Ebizo retired, they might even become Kazekage advisors. The reason this mission achieved so many results was mainly because of Natsuki. Tsunade paused and said, Nawaki and Nono's performances were also good. When Nawaki heard this, he immediately puffed out his chest, looking very proud. Tsunade helplessly raised her hand and knocked him on the head. I'm very clear about your contributions. Whatever you want, just say it. Seeing this, Hiruzen said with a chuckle. I don't know what reward I should ask for. Nawaki scratched his head and said. As Hashirama's grandson, and with Mito still alive, he could have whatever he wanted. Ninja tools, ninjutsu, and money, he lacked none of them. Hiruzen thought for a moment and realized he truly did not know what reward to give Nawaki. It was not just Nawaki. Natsuki was the same. Previously, he had even made Natsuki a contractor of the Monkey Clan. What else could he give now? What Hiruzen was best at was the 5 nature transformations and compound ninjutsu. So-called compound ninjutsu referred to combining and releasing 2 or more ninjutsu. For example, compound ninja art, Earth Dragon Flame Flow was the combination of Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet and Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. It was somewhat similar to a Kekei Genkai, but it was not a Kekei Genkai. However, Hiruzen knew that Natsuki's talent was not in learning ninjutsu, but in creating his own ninjutsu. Nawaki could learn it, but he had not even finished learning water release yet. Then we'll record it for now. Hiruzen stopped thinking about it. When you think of a reward you want, come find me. I want to learn some genjutsu. Natsuki thought for a moment and said. That's a small matter. Just have Tsunade give them to you directly. Hiruzen said without concern. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Natsuki immediately responded. Is there anything else? Tsunade yawned and asked. After fighting for half a month and traveling for another 2 days, she had long been exhausted in both body and mind. She only wanted to go back and lie down. There is one thing. Hiruzen did not mind her attitude and said, at the end of the month, I plan to hold a Chunin exam. You can participate. Nawaki's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. The reason he had been willing to do so many low-level missions before was so he could participate in the Chunin exams. And Chunin were much more impressive than Genin. He had long wanted to stop being a Genin. We'll participate when the time comes. Tsunade nodded and said. First, because Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono's strength was already enough. Second, because after being promoted to Chunin, they could gain more benefits. For example, they could accept higher-rank missions and receive more compensation. In the original work, Naruto and Sasuke remaining eternal Genin was truly an exception. Especially that joint Chunin exam between Tsunagakure and Konoha, which had been far too outrageous. Under normal circumstances, the difficulty would not be that high. Afterward, Tsunagakure hosted another joint Chunin exam. The difficulty of that joint Chunin exam was very normal. Hyuga Niji was promoted to Jonin, while Haruno Sakura and the others were all promoted to Chunin. Moreover, joint Chunin exams were rare. Most were internal Chunin exams held within a shinobi village. This time, without a doubt, it would be an internal Chunin exam in Konoha. After all, they were currently in the Second Shinobi World War. Other shinobi villages did not dare come to Konoha. Especially Tsunagakure and Amigakure. After the matter ended, the group left the Hokage's office. Nono and Nawaki went back first. Natsuki followed Tsunade to the ninjutsu storage room in the Hokage building and selected 5 control-type ninjutsu. After that, he returned to the Konoha orphanage. As soon as he returned to his room, Natsuki used Seath magic, human possession. In an instant, 5 dolls appeared in front of him. These 5 dolls were like figures from his previous life, each no larger than his palm and extremely small. Natsuki examined them carefully and discovered that these 5 dolls were purely lifeless objects, their bodies empty shells. With a thought, he injected his soul into them. In an instant, he felt that he shared vision with the 5 dolls and could control them. Natsuki fell into thought. He felt these 5 dolls could also be used for infiltration and reconnaissance. To be continued. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Chunin exams begin 23:99 words early in the morning. Natsuki and Nono arrived at Mito's residence. Natsuki, Nono, long time no see. Kushina smiled and waved at them. Good morning. Nawaki also stopped training and greeted them. I already heard Nawaki tell me about what happened during your mission this time. Kushina said with an envious expression, I wonder when I'll be able to go on missions with you. There will be chances in the future. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, Kushina, I brought you a gift. What gift? Kushina subconsciously moved closer, anticipation appearing on her pretty face. Natsuki caught a faint fragrance. After graduating, Kushina was still youthful, but it was already obvious that she would grow into a beauty. Natsuki stretched out his hand. 5 miniature dolls appeared one by one. They were precisely the dolls from the Bixlow template. Kushina cried out in surprise, then took the 5 dolls into her hands and examined them carefully. When did you buy dolls? Nawaki asked in confusion. In the land of Aim, they had been busy doing missions every day. Logically speaking, there should have been no time to buy dolls. Yesterday, Natsuki paused and said, I bought a set for you too. After he finished speaking, he summoned 2 more sets of 5 dolls. Since you're giving them to me, I'll accept them. Nawaki was not very interested in dolls, but he could not refuse Natsuki's goodwill either. Nono took the dolls and, just like Kushina, happily looked them over. Natsuki gave them dolls because he could control dolls with his soul. If they encountered danger, he could help them at a critical moment. If they went missing or were kidnapped, he could also find them through the dolls. Is everyone here? Tsunade, who had just finished seeing Mito, walked out. Tsunade-sama. Kushina suddenly thought of something and asked, can I take part in the Chunin exams? When Nawaki had told her about the trip to the land of Aim earlier, he had also mentioned that they were going to take part in the Chunin exams. With your strength, you can indeed take part in the Chunin exams. Tsunade paused slightly and said thoughtfully, the only problem is that you don't have teammates. Can't I participate alone? Kushina clenched her fist and said fiercely, when the time comes, I can send all of them flying by myself. Besides individual battles, the Chunin exams also have team battles. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, I'll ask Sensei, and see how he arranges it. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Kushina was very happy. Taking part in the Chunin exams was not her goal. Taking part in the Chunin exams together with Natsuki and the others was her goal. And the reason Tsunade could agree was mainly because she was not yet the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Since she was allowed to attend school, there was no reason not to allow her to take part in the Chunin exams. Besides, this Chunin exam only had Konoha Genin participating, so there would not be any danger. I have one candidate. Natsuki suddenly said, when I was training by running before, I met a genin named Mike Dewey. He was not lying. When he had run around Konoha before, he had indeed seen Mike Dewey. Although the two of them had not really interacted, Natsuki knew his strength far too well. At the same time, he also felt it was a pity for him. In the original work, he remained a genin until the day he died. Might Guy was much more normal in comparison. He was smoothly promoted to Chunin, and eventually became a Jonin. But the reason he could progress normally was because Mike Dewey turned the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure into the Lucky 3, which made Guy receive attention. Aside from Mike Dewey, Konoha also had another lifelong genin, Kosuke Mariboshi. He was truly a veteran. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had once taught him water release. In terms of seniority, he was of the same generation as Hiruzen and the others. Even Hiruzen would not dare neglect him. The reason he became a lifelong genin was because, in his youth, he had gotten his teammates killed due to his impulsiveness. This was the punishment he gave himself. Because his situation was special, Natsuki did not recommend him. Mike Dewey was more suitable. At this time, he was still very young, around 19 or 20 years old, which was exactly the age to take part in the Chunin exams. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto and the others taking part in the Chunin exams at such a young age was actually the exception. After all, geniuses were always the minority. Of course, there was another reason Natsuki recommended Mike Dewey. The third round of the Chunin exams was individual battles. He might be matched against Mike Dewey. If he defeated Mike Dewey, who had the 8 gates, would he awaken a new character template? Natsuki's swordsmanship was quite good now, but his pure taijutsu was still somewhat lacking. If he awakened a character skilled in taijutsu, then he could make up for his weakness in taijutsu. Mike Dewey. Tsunade recalled for a moment but found she had no impression of him, so she asked, is there anything special about him? He's a pure taijutsu shinobi. Natsuki answered. There's actually a pure taijutsu shinobi. Tsunade asked in surprise. How strong can a pure taijutsu shinobi be? Nawaki shook his head and said, Natsuki, don't trick Kushina. I believe Natsuki. Kushina immediately expressed her support. I'll choose him as my teammate. You all train first. I'll go find Sensei. Tsunade nodded slightly and said. But in her heart, she did not think much of the might way that Natsuki had mentioned. However, this could not be blamed on her. At this stage, taijutsu shinobi were undoubtedly looked down upon, or rather questioned. The reason was simple. Their weaknesses were too obvious. Taijutsu shinobi fought in close combat. Theoretically, other shinobi could kite them from a distance with ninjutsu until they died. Aside from that, genjutsu shinobi countered them even harder. A single genjutsu could leave them unable to resist. In short, the current shinobi world advocated shinobi who used both ninjutsu and taijutsu. They could focus on ninjutsu, but they could not focus only on taijutsu. In fact, this disdain was not entirely unreasonable. Among taijutsu shinobi, aside from Might Dway and Might Guy, there were barely any who could be called true experts. As for non-taijutsu shinobi, there were many powerful figures. Natsuki, let me tell you some good news. After Tsunade left, Kushina said with a face full of smiles, half a month ago, I learned the Rasengan. Very impressive. Natsuki immediately praised her. He was not surprised. When Kushina and Nono graduated, they had already completed most of their Rasengan training. You learned it. Nawaki immediately said, I have to hurry up. You're close too, but you definitely won't be faster than Nono. Natsuki chuckled and said. The reason Nono had not learned the Rasengan yet was because she had no time. After graduating, she had been learning taijutsu the whole time. When they went to the land of aim for the mission, she had even less time to learn. But now that she had free time, she would probably learn it this month. No, this week. As for Natsuki, he was also close, and should be able to learn it this month. When the Rasengan made its appearance in the Chunin exams, it would surely surprise quite a few people. Natsuki could take the opportunity to deepen his image as a creator-type shinobi. However, he also had to learn 5 control-type ninjutsu. Natsuki already had his targets. He selected the 5 simplest control-type ninjutsu. 3 were genjutsu, namely the D-rank hazy servant technique, and the C-rank demonic illusion, false surroundings technique, and sly mind effect technique. The other 2 were water release, the D-rank water release, water binding, and the C-rank water release, water prison technique. Water release, water prison technique was a water release ninjutsu from Kirigakure, but Konoha also had it. When Natsuki saw it yesterday in the ninjutsu storage room of the Hokage building, he chose it. These 5 control-type ninjutsu were, at the highest, only C-rank, so they were not difficult to learn. Especially since his current level of water release chakra nature transformation was very high. He would not need a month to learn these 2 water release techniques. The 3 genjutsu would take longer, probably about a month. While Natsuki and the others were training, Tsunade walked into the Hokage's office. You came at the right time. When Hiruzen saw Tsunade, he said, Sunagakure has made a move. What move? Did they send people to negotiate peace with us? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked. Hiruzen shook his head and said, after Ebizo returned to Sunagakure, Sunagakure began mobilizing. It seems they are preparing to start a large-scale war with Konoha. Tsunade understood as soon as she heard it. What he meant by mobilizing was actually Sunagakure preparing war supplies and moving shinobi. I estimate that Sunagakure will officially use troops against us next month. Hiruzen said in a deep voice, after the Chunin exams end, take a group of shinobi to support Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade nodded. After the Second Shinobi World War had reached this point, she had long known that becoming a battlefield commander was unavoidable. After all, there were not many shinobi in Konoha who had both the strength and status to become battlefield commanders. Excluding Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura, only the 3 of them and Tsukumo remained. As for Hayashi, Fugaku, and the others, they were still quite young, not yet 20. Letting them serve as battlefield commanders might cause problems. Did you come here today for something? After Hiruzen finished explaining his arrangements, he asked. Kushina wants to take part in the Chunin exams. Tsunade nodded and said. If she wants to participate, that's fine. After thinking for a moment, Hiruzen agreed. I'll arrange 2 teammates for her. Natsuki recommended a teammate for Kushina, Might Dewey. Tsunade added. Might Dewey. A somewhat subtle expression appeared on Hiruzen's face. You know him? Tsunade noticed his expression and asked curiously, is he strong? Why don't I have any impression of him? Geniuses were always famous. For example, Natsuki and Namikaze Minato had already gained no small amount of fame while they were in the Ninja Academy. But Might Dewey. Tsunade truly did not remember such a genin. He's a pure taijutsu shinobi. As for his strength, I can only say it's decent. Hiruzen smiled and said, it's just that his behavior is rather strange. Tsunade asked in confusion. He's always saying some incomprehensible declarations about youth. Hiruzen sighed and said, because of that, no one is willing to team up with him. Is it that serious? Tsunade still could not quite understand. You'll understand once you meet him. Hiruzen paused and asked, do you still intend to let him become Kushina's teammate? This is Natsuki's recommendation, and Kushina agreed as well. Let him participate with her. Tsunade thought for a moment and said. All right. Hiruzen nodded slightly and said, I'll send someone to notify him. I'll go first. If anything happens, send Umbu to find me. Tsunade waved her hand and headed toward Konoha Hospital. She wanted to test the poison obtained from Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. On a road near the northern edge of Konoha, a young man wearing a green jumpsuit was running upside down on his hands. Sweat slid down his face and dripped onto the ground, forming a trail, but he did not care at all. Hot-blooded youth cannot admit defeat here. The young man suddenly shouted, Explode, my youth. A surge of strength welled up, making him move even faster. Just then, a figure blocked his path, and he subconsciously stopped. Are you Might Dewey? An Umbu shinobi wearing a mask asked. Might Dewey subconsciously answered. Hokage-sama wants you to take part in the Chunin exams at the end of the month. The Umbu shinobi informed him, when the time comes, 2 teammates will be arranged for you. The Chunin exams? Might Dewey suddenly flipped upright with a kip-up. He stared fixedly at the Umbu shinobi, his body trembling. The Umbu shinobi subconsciously took half a step back. Has my youth finally been recognized by Hokage-sama? Might Dewey stretched out both hands and clenched his fists. Then tears poured down his face as he shouted, Wonderful! It is time for my youth to bloom. The Umbu shinobi stared at him crying bitterly, and could not help being dumbfounded. What was going on? Was it necessary to be this excited just for participating in the Chunin exams? He could not understand. After thinking about it, he still fled at the speed of light. He kept feeling that this Might Dewey looked very abnormal. May soon reached its end. Konoha welcomed a matter that was neither big nor small, the Chunin exams. 8:30 in the morning. Natsuki and the others arrived at the Ninja Academy on time. The Chunin exams not only had practical combat, but also a written exam. The location of the written exam was set at the Ninja Academy. When they arrived at the school gate, Natsuki and the others saw an unexpected figure, Orochimaru. Nawaki immediately became excited and quickly ran forward. Why are you back? There's nothing much going on at the battlefield in the land of Aim for now. Jiraiya staying there is already enough. Orochimaru explained, it just so happens that you're taking part in the Chunin exams, so I came back to participate with you. In the end, Tsunade was only temporarily managing the team, and was not Team 1's true leader. After becoming Team 1's team leader, he had not spent time with Team 1 either. Whether emotionally or logically, he should come back once. Actually, under normal circumstances, Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono should have been sent to the battlefield in the land of Aim. But Hiruzen and Tsunade both felt it was still too early, and that they should be allowed to grow more before going to an even more dangerous battlefield. To be continued. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, Heaven and Earth 20 for 69 words, what about my sister? Nawaki was slightly stunned and asked. I'll be the temporary leading sensei for Kushina's squad this time, Tsunade replied. This squad had been formed purely because Kushina wanted to take the Chunin exam. If it were anyone else, Hiruzen definitely would not have allowed her to mess around like this. But who told her to be the next Ninetales Jinchuriki? Hiruzen placed great importance on the Ninetales Jinchuriki's feelings toward the village. Letting her participate in the Chunin exam was undoubtedly a way to increase those feelings. Then my teammates are. Kushina looked curiously at the two people behind Tsunade. One of them was not very tall, a little older, wore a green bodysuit, and for some reason had an extremely excited expression on his face. The other looked completely ordinary, with nothing special about him, but he seemed to be about the same age as her. He is Might Dewey, and he specializes in taijutsu, Tsunade introduced. He is Nara Suzaku, and he specializes in the shadow secret technique. Natsuki glanced at Suzaku. He was also a character from the original work, though he had very few scenes. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, he had been part of Konoha's interception squad, assigned specifically to monitor and stop Naruto. Natsuki fell into thought. Kushina's squad actually had an excellent setup. Aside from not having a medical ninja, they had everything, even a commander. Ninja from the Nara clan had always been intelligent, and Suzaku was no exception. We'll take you to the exam room for the Chunin exam's written test. After a brief exchange of greetings, Tsunade turned and walked into the Ninja Academy. The group followed her to the door of a classroom. Natsuki glanced at it and saw that it was Class 5A's classroom. I hope all of you pass, Tsunade said with a smile, stopping in her tracks. Don't worry. Nawaki said with great confidence, our theory exam scores are all very good. Mine aren't. Might Dewey said loudly, but my youth will absolutely never lose. Nawaki, Kushina, and Suzaku subconsciously looked at him. Tsunade froze for a moment and suddenly understood why Hiruzen had evaluated Dewey that way. Only Orochimaru and Natsuki remained calm. The former was due to his personality. The latter understood Dewey's personality. As far as I know, cheating is allowed in the written exam, Natsuki paused, then said, as long as you don't get caught. Nawaki asked in surprise. It is true, Tsunade said, glancing at Natsuki. You even investigated the information in advance. I can help Dewey-senpai pass, Suzaku said. Then I'm counting on you. Kushina immediately said, our squad can't fall at the first hurdle. Let's go. After Natsuki finished speaking, the group entered the Chunin exam's written test room. Their entrance drew the attention of the genin, who were already in the classroom. Is that Natsuki? Who's Natsuki? That sounds familiar. He's Orochimaru-sama's student. I didn't expect him to come take the Chunin exam less than 3 months after graduating. So it's him. The classroom immediately became lively. Nawaki listened to their discussion and asked unwillingly, why are they all talking about Natsuki? Do I not have any reputation at all? You still need to work hard, Natsuki said with a smile. Just wait and see. Nawaki clenched his fist and said. That's strange. Kushina looked around and asked, didn't Kei and the others take the Chunin exam? Is it because Jiraiya-sama hasn't returned to the village? Nawaki guessed. There was still half an hour before the exam began. They might still come. Natsuki paused, then said, let's find seats first. The group went to the back of the classroom and sat in the empty seats. Do you know any of the genin here? Kushina asked curiously. Nawaki and Suzaku answered in unison. They had both just graduated, so naturally, they did not know many genin. Suzaku's two teammates had both been seriously injured during the last mission, which was why he had been assigned as Kushina's teammate. I know some of them. Dewey scratched his head and said, I used to be teammates with them, but after the missions ended, they stopped teaming up with me. Natsuki and the others looked at each other, unsure of what to say. They had all guessed some of the reasons. The reason those genin were unwilling to team up with Dewey was definitely because of his personality. Under normal circumstances, Lone Ninja would be reassigned. But when Hiruzen made assignments, he also had to consider the bond and coordination between teammates. In a situation like Dewey's, where both of his teammates disliked him, it was difficult for him to continue being assigned to a team. After this happened again and again, he kept joining teams and switching teams. Because his shinobi squad was never fixed, he also had no way to take the Chunin exam, and in the end, he became a lifelong genin. At that moment, Kushina subconsciously stood up. It was because Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kei, and Inuzuka Suzume had walked in. You finally came. I was worried you wouldn't show up. After they came closer, Kushina took Kei's hand and said, We were delayed a bit coming back from the Land of Rain, Minato explained. You also went to the Land of Rain for a mission? Nawaki asked curiously. Sensei sent us to handle some paperwork. Most of the time, we were training, Minato nodded and said. That sounds boring. Nawaki immediately lost interest. Your mission really was more interesting, Minato said with some envy. I've already heard about the annihilation of Suna's Puppet Master unit. Nawaki immediately said proudly, our team one took the greatest credit. The group chatted for a while, and soon it was 9 in the morning. 3 young ninja entered the classroom. I am the chief examiner for your written test, Inuzuka Gaku said. The written test has only one rule. If I catch you cheating, your score will be cancelled. In other words, if he did not catch them, then they could cheat. Natsuki subconsciously sized Gaku up twice. In the original work, Gaku and Minato were teammates. However, that was during the Third Shinobi World War. They were most likely reorganized teammates. After all, Gaku was much older than Minato. You can begin answering after you receive the test papers. Gaku waved his hand, and the other 2 young ninja began handing out the test papers. Soon, Natsuki received his test paper. After reading through the paper, he nodded slightly. It was somewhat difficult but not by much. He then looked at Nawaki and Yakushi Nono, and found that they were both very calm. Kushina, Suzaku, and the others did not show much change in expression either. Only Dewey's face kept changing. First he was anxious, then his youthful passion ignited. It gave off the feeling that although he did not know what to do, he was still very confident. Fortunately, Suzaku was there. After finishing his own questions, he used the shadow imitation technique to control Dewey's shadow, thereby controlling him to complete the answers. The written test ended, and the crucial 10th question from the original joint Chunin exam did not appear. It was probably because there were not many genin taking the Chunin exam to begin with, so there was no need to eliminate a portion of them this way. How was it? Nawaki turned his head and asked. Although the exam was over, they had not been allowed to leave. They had to wait for the results before going to the next exam. No problem, Minato said with a faint smile. With the support of my teammates' youth, I will definitely pass. Dewey gave a thumbs up, revealing his snow-white teeth. Everyone immediately fell silent. They only felt as if those teeth were sparkling. Not long after, Gaku appeared again. He held a list and said, the genin whose names I call will gather at Konoha's village entrance at 1 in the afternoon. After that, he began reading the names. Soon, Natsuki heard their names. All 3 teams had passed. When Dewey heard his name, his expression immediately changed, and he cried loudly. I did not let down my teammates' youth. All the genin in the classroom subconsciously looked at him. Natsuki, Nawaki, and the others immediately felt restless in their seats. Amid the awkward atmosphere, the first round of the Chunin exam, the written test, came to an end. At 1 in the afternoon, at Konoha's village entrance. After Kushina arrived, she pulled Natsuki aside and asked curiously, "Is the Dewey you recommended really reliable?" Although she trusted Natsuki very much, Dewey's performance in the morning had broadened her horizons and made her doubtful. "Don't worry. He is definitely reliable." Natsuki coughed lightly and said, "His behavior is just a little different from ordinary people." "Is that only a little?" Kushina asked, unable to stop herself from retorting. However, she only said this privately to Natsuki. "His strength is still quite good." Natsuki pinched her cheek and said, "He won't disappoint you." Kushina's heart skipped slightly. Feeling a little embarrassed, she turned her head away and gave a soft response. Natsuki had often pinched her face before, but now she vaguely felt that something was a little different. After the two finished talking, they returned to the village entrance. The chief examiner for this exam was still Gaku. He announced the rules for the second exam. This exam was a team battle. Simply put, they had to gather both the Heaven and Earth scrolls to pass. Before the exam began, each shinobi squad would randomly receive either a Heaven scroll or an Earth scroll. In other words, they had to fight for the other scroll. The exam location was the Forest of Death. How should it be put? It was exactly the same as the rules of the second exam in the original joint Chunin exam. Natsuki guessed that this had always been Konoha's tradition for the Chunin exam. "I'll go get the scroll." After Nawaki finished speaking, he ran up to Gaku. After receiving the scroll, immediately enter the exam area. "You are not allowed to communicate with other shinobi squads," Gaku reminded him as he handed him a scroll. Nawaki took the scroll and entered the Forest of Death with Natsuki and Nono. "It would be safer to put the scroll in my shadow space," Natsuki said. Nawaki glanced at the scroll, then handed it to him. "It's the Heaven Scroll. To pass as quickly as possible, I suggest we split into two groups." Natsuki thought for a moment, then said, "I'll go alone. You two go together. After getting the Earth Scroll, we'll regroup." Nawaki immediately agreed, then grinned and said, "Without you around, I can perform even better." Natsuki nodded. He had the same thought. After all, he needed to defeat 5 genin to unlock the ability from Bixlow's template. If he stayed with Nawaki and Nono, it would be inconvenient for him to fight 3 people alone. "I'll have Black Feather follow you." Natsuki summoned Black Feather. "After you get the Earth Scroll, have Black Feather notify me." With Nawaki and Nono's strength, even if there were only 2 of them, they would not be eliminated. Unless they fought Kushina, Minato, and the others. Besides, even if they were eliminated, as long as the Heaven Scroll was on him, they could still pass. After Natsuki finished speaking, he turned and walked in another direction. As he walked, he summoned 5 dolls. After injecting souls into them, he had them fly in every direction. Although the Forest of Death was very large, he quickly found another shinobi squad. Natsuki rushed over at once. He did not hide at all and appeared openly in front of them. The expressions of the 3 genin changed drastically at the same time. They naturally knew Natsuki's name very well. "He's alone." The young ninja who was the captain suddenly gained confidence. Natsuki did not waste any words and took out a wooden sword. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. A stream of water surrounded him, as the wooden sword swiftly swung 3 times. The 3 genin were sent flying. "What scroll do you have?" Natsuki asked, holding his sword. "Heaven Scroll," the young ninja answered with a trembling voice. Natsuki turned and left. Seeing this, the 3 genin looked at one another, all feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Natsuki soon found a second shinobi squad. After defeating them at lightning speed, he learned that they also had a Heaven Scroll, so he continued forward. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Bixlow template ability 2, doll, linear formation. Natsuki looked at the words that appeared before his eyes and nodded slightly. He had defeated 6 genin, so he naturally met the condition. With a thought, Natsuki controlled the 5 dolls and had them line up in a row. The next moment, the 5 dolls lit up, and a ray of light flew out, cutting a tree in front of them in half. Its power was somewhere between C rank and B rank. It was barely acceptable. Natsuki was more looking forward to the remaining 3 formations. At that moment, the sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Black feather descended from the sky. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and thought to himself that there was no need to keep troubling other shinobi squads. He followed Black Feather and soon saw Nawaki and Nono. I just fought 1 against 3 and defeated a shinobi squad. When Nawaki saw Natsuki, he could not help showing off. Very impressive. Natsuki smiled and said, in the second round of this Chunin exam, you contributed the most. The 3 of them ran toward the finish line. When they arrived at the finish line, they saw Gaku. Natsuki handed him the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the second round of the Chunin exam, Gaku said with a smile. The third round will be held at the first training ground 2 days from now. Are we the first shinobi squad to arrive? Nawaki cared more about their ranking. You are the first, Gaku answered. Nawaki immediately became excited. Natsuki and the others did not leave right away. Instead, they stood where they were and waited. Soon, they waited until Kushina, Minato, and the others arrived. All 3 shinobi squads passed. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Natsuki vs 3214 words 2 days later, at the first training ground. Unlike the joint Chunin exam in the original work, there were not many spectators for the third round's individual battles this time. But there were still some, because Sarutobi Hiruzen was present. Including Orochimaru and Tsunade, the quality of the spectators could not be considered low. Quite a few genin participating in the Chunin exam became excited. As long as they performed well in front of Hiruzen, they would definitely be valued in the future. It's a pity Jiraiya isn't here. Hiruzen said with some regret, if he were here, the 4 of us, master and students, would rarely be gathered together. When the war ends, we can naturally meet again. Orochimaru's tone was calm. That's true. Hiruzen nodded, then asked, who do you think will take first place in this individual battle? Orochimaru and Tsunade answered in unison. It seems your opinions are very unified. Hiruzen laughed and said. Sensei, do you have a different candidate? Tsunade asked in return. Hiruzen shook his head and said, unless Minato has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique alone isn't enough. Tsunade looked at Namake's Minato in the distance and said. The effect of the Flying Thunder God technique was only instantaneous movement. If one wanted to backstab an enemy during that movement, that was the Flying Thunder God slash. Back then, Senju Tobarama had used the Flying Thunder God slash to defeat Uchiha Azuna. In the original work, Minato used the Flying Thunder God second step, which was the Flying Thunder God technique combined with the Rasengan. The Flying Thunder God technique had another heaven-defying usage called Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. Its effect was to transfer objects or people, and it could even transfer a tailed beast ball. This was the key reason why the Flying Thunder God technique could become a strategic-level ninjutsu. If he can learn the Flying Thunder God technique, then he can learn its other uses. Hiruzen's smile remained as he said, Natsuki plus Minato would just happen to be a second sensei. After all, what Senju Tobarama was best at was the Flying Thunder God technique combined with self-created ninjutsu. They are them, and second grandfather is second grandfather. Tsunade shook her head and said, I look forward to their future. Hiruzen did not argue with Tsunade any further and nodded as he said this. Time slowly passed. Soon, it was 9 in the morning. The third round is an individual battle, so we'll most likely become opponents. Nawaki reminded them, everyone, don't hold back just because we're close. Just use your full strength. I can feel my youth boiling. Dewey said excitedly, let us have a battle filled with youth. Nawaki wanted to speak but stopped, and the atmosphere instantly cooled. Will medical ninja receive any special treatment in the individual battle? Kei glanced at Suzume and said, I feel like individual battles are very unfair to medical ninja. I heard from my sister that after the Chunin exam ends, Konoha will assess the medical ninjutsu that each medical ninja has mastered. Nawaki explained, when the time comes, they'll be evaluated based on the medical ninjutsu they have mastered. Kei felt much more relieved after hearing that. She had been worried that Suzume would be unable to pass the individual battle, and therefore unable to become a Chunin. After spending this period of time together, the two had already become good friends. Naturally, she did not want only 2 people in one squad to become Chunin. There was no need to worry too much about Nono. After all, her sensei was Tsunade. At that moment, Gaku walked to the center of the field. He was still the chief examiner for the third round of the Chunin exam. The third round is an individual battle. There is only one rule, stop when the match is decided. Gaku paused, then said, first match of the first round, Kira Natsuki vs. Kawano. Good luck. Kushina, Nawaki, and the others all spoke up one after another. Thank you. Natsuki calmly entered the field. His opponent, Kawano, wore an expression as if he were attending a funeral. In the very first match, he had run into Orochimaru's student, a genius among geniuses, the rather famous Natsuki. He only felt that he was far too unlucky. After Gaku waited for the two of them to form the seal of confrontation, he shouted. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kawano formed hand seals without hesitation. He opened his mouth and spat out a violent gust of wind. One sword style, Iai, lion song. Natsuki's response was simple. He drew a wooden sword and faced the fierce wind head-on. The dazzling blade light was like a sharp sword, splitting the gale in two. Kawano only felt his vision blur, and Natsuki was already in front of him. What followed was a burning pain. He looked down and saw that the wooden sword had already landed on his abdomen. If it had been a real sword, it could have easily disemboweled him. Most importantly, Kawano had not even seen Natsuki's strike clearly. He had just released wind release, great breakthrough, and before he could react, he had already been struck by the wooden sword. The difference in strength was unimaginable. I concede. Kawano said, sincerely convinced. Natsuki nodded and put away the wooden sword. Winner, Kira Natsuki. Gaku announced. Whether it was the participating genin or Hiruzen, and the others watching, no one reacted much to this result. After all, in their eyes, this was normal. The exam continued. Natsuki quickly noticed a problem. Because until the first round ended, the 9 people from their 3 teams had not been matched against one another. They had perfectly avoided each other. Natsuki suspected there had been some behind-the-scenes manipulation. After all, the identities of the 9 people from their 3 teams were all special. Aside from Dewey, they were all from ninja clans or the Hokage's faction. By the second round, the number of participants had already been reduced by half. The genin who remained could be considered elites among genin. It was no exaggeration to say that many of them already had strength comparable to Chunin. Third match of the second round, Nawaki vs. Inuzuka Suzume. Gaku shouted loudly. Because the number of people had dropped sharply, the members of their 3 teams would inevitably become opponents. Suzume, you're a medical ninja. If you can't win, just concede. As the captain, Minato immediately comforted her. He was very clear about Nawaki's strength. Suzume could not possibly be his opponent. It's enough to show your own strength. Kei followed closely and said. Hearing this, Nawaki could not help scratching his head. He felt as if he were some kind of demon king. But this feeling was quite satisfying. Nawaki carried the great sword Samahata onto the field. Suzume did not admit defeat right away. After all, she was not purely a medical ninja. As a ninja of the Inuzuka clan, she had also learned the clan's secret techniques. Suzume bent down, placed both hands on the ground, and took on a beast-like posture. Her ninja dog also bared its teeth, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Fong passing Fong. Suzume and her ninja dog leaped up. In an instant, two whirlwinds rushed toward Nawaki at extreme speed. But Nawaki had already anticipated it. The moment they moved, he had already finished forming seals. Water release chakra turned into a water dragon and rushed out. Water splashed everywhere. The two violently spinning whirlwinds and the water dragon entered a stalemate. Under the effect of chakra, the air waves kept rolling and spread out in all directions like ripples. Seeing this, Nawaki formed seals again. Water release, water colliding wave. He clapped his hands together, and a stream of water landed on the ground. What followed was a water version of a tornado. Under his control, the stream of water spun and flew out. The stalemate immediately changed. When the stream of water struck the two whirlwinds, it spread apart like a waterfall. The terrifying impact overpowered the two whirlwinds. Suzume and her ninja dog reappeared, struggling in the water. Seeing this, Nawaki immediately controlled the water flow to retreat. Suzume and her ninja dog landed on the ground, drenched from head to toe, and fainted. Winner, Senju Nawaki. Gaku announced. After he finished speaking, two female medical ninjas stepped forward and carried away Suzume and her ninja dog. I didn't control the power well. After Nawaki left the field, he said this to Minato and Kei. She's fine. Minato shook his head and said, she just needs to change clothes. There's no need to apologize for a battle where you gave it your all. Might Dewey raised his thumb and said, that is youth. Injuries in battle are unavoidable. Natsuki patted Nawaki on the shoulder and said, the later battles will probably be even more intense. Fourth match of the second round, Natsuki vs Nara Suzaku. Gaku's words interrupted their conversation. It seems my luck isn't very good. When Suzaku heard Natsuki's name, he could not help sighing and said, that's fine too. If I'm eliminated earlier, I can rest earlier. He already had no hope of winning at all. Even if you lose, you have to lose in battle. As his teammate, Dewey encouraged him with full enthusiasm and said, you absolutely cannot let your youth down. Thank you. Suzaku froze for a moment, then walked into the field. Natsuki looked at him and considered a question. Had he learned Shadow Assassin and Shadow Space? No matter what, when dealing with ninja from the Nara clan, one had to pay attention to shadows at all times. Their high intelligence would often make their targets step into traps without realizing it. But if the gap in strength was too great, that was another matter. After Natsuki finished forming the seal of confrontation, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Suzaku used both hands, and 6 kunai flew straight toward Natsuki's vital points. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. Natsuki took out his wooden sword, and his body disappeared from where he stood. Water flow formed circular ripples, sending all the kunai flying away. The wooden sword stabbed toward Suzaku in a straight line. Suzaku immediately felt a sharp sting. Just as he was about to be hit, his body suddenly flattened and slipped into his own shadow. It was Shadow Assassin. Seeing this, Natsuki was not surprised. He withdrew the wooden sword, raised his left hand, and aimed at the shadow on the ground. Non-systematic magic, phantom blow. An invisible mental shock wave struck the shadow. Suzaku, who was inside the shadow space, immediately became dizzy. He lost control and released Shadow Assassin, reappearing in the outside world. Natsuki casually raised his wooden sword and pressed it against his neck. A moment later, when Suzaku broke free from the effects of non-systematic magic, Phantom Blow, and opened his eyes, he saw the wooden sword in Natsuki's hand. He steadied himself and thought that, as expected, he had lost without any ability to resist. Winner, Kira Natsuki. Gaku then announced. As expected of the inventor of Shadow Assassin. Natsuki found its weakness immediately. Minato shook his head and said. Using the ninjutsu created by the inventor against him naturally won't work. Nawaki said with a smile. When Natsuki heard this, a sentence appeared in his mind. A petty trick, and you dare show it off before its creator. The exam continued. The second round soon reached its end. Aside from Natsuki, Nawaki, Suzume, and Suzaku, the other 5 did not encounter one another again, and all smoothly advanced to the next round. There are only 8 people left in the third round, and 7 of them are from our 3 squads. Nawaki swept his gaze around and said excitedly, we are the 3 strongest squads among our peers. Although quite a few genin didn't participate in this Chunin exam, I agree with that statement. The corners of Kushina's mouth rose as she said this happily. To enter the third round with geniuses like all of you, I truly have not let my youth down. Might Dewey shouted, his whole body trembling. Don't be so quick to celebrate. Entering the third round doesn't mean you can become a Chunin. Seeing this, Natsuki quickly stopped him. Natsuki is right. Minato changed the topic and said, the battles that follow can all be called tough fights. No matter what, I have to make it into the top 3. Nawaki clenched his fist and said. In the name of youth, I will become a Chunin. Might Dewey raised his thumb, his teeth sparkling as he said this. He had already been a genin for 7 or 8 years, and this was his first time participating in the Chunin exam. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity. Because he did not know whether this would be the only chance he would ever have in his life. The rest time is over. The third round will now begin. Gaku walked into the field and shouted loudly, first match of the third round, Kira Natsuki vs Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina widened her eyes and asked, why is my opponent Natsuki? The corner of Natsuki's mouth twitched. What kind of matching system was this? Or was this Hiruzen's arrangement? Good luck to both of you. Nawaki blinked and said. No matter how one listened to those words, they carried a bit of schadenfreude. Kushina subconsciously looked at Natsuki. It's a random draw. You can meet anyone. Natsuki smiled and said, I still haven't seen your true strength. This can be considered a rare opportunity. Then let's just spar casually. Kushina waved her hand and said. She had no way to be ruthless against Natsuki. However, she also knew that her strength was inferior to Natsuki's. Here I come. Kushina quickly rushed toward Natsuki. Once she reached him, she threw a simple punch. Natsuki twisted his body and dodged it. Golden right foot. He kicked out. Kushina turned her wrist, lowered her straight punch, and struck his right foot. A terrifying force suddenly erupted, and visible air waves rose from the point of collision. Natsuki could not help taking 2 steps back. How is my monstrous strength? Kushina had gained a slight upper hand, and asked with a smile. Stronger than mine. Natsuki answered honestly. It was still the same statement. His pure taijutsu was not strong right now. Kushina is that strong? Might Dewey asked with a shocked expression. He was a taijutsu ninja, so he knew very well how terrifying Kushina's punch with monstrous strength had been just now. Although he was Kushina's teammate, he did not know her true strength. In the previous 2 rounds, she had not used monstrous strength either. Kushina is my sister's student. Nawaki raised his chin slightly and said proudly. Tsunade-sama is a famous taijutsu expert in Konoha, Minato added. To be able to meet so many taijutsu ninja is truly such an honor. Might Due instantly burst into tears and snot as he shouted, "My youth will definitely bloom with even more energy." Minato and the others subconsciously took half a step back. Natsuki isn't using his full strength. Yakushi Nono looked at the battle on the field and said softly. The sounds of collision kept ringing out. Natsuki and Kushina were both only using taijutsu to fight. But it was very obvious that under Kushina's monstrous strength attacks, Natsuki was slightly inferior. When did Natsuki's reaction speed become so fast? Hiruzen suddenly noticed a blind spot and asked in confusion. Previously, when Natsuki used swordsmanship, he had no chance to display his reaction speed. But when he fought Kushina in close combat, because he was at a disadvantage, he had no choice but to rely on his reaction speed to dodge. This dodge allowed Hiruzen to notice the problem. It is indeed much faster than before. Orochimaru said thoughtfully, perhaps it's because his body has developed again. This reaction speed is already comparable to Minato's. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked, does he also have the talent to train in the Flying Thunder God technique? After all, Minato was Jiraiya's student. If he could learn the Flying Thunder God technique, it would naturally be beneficial to Konoha, but he was Jiraiya's student. Natsuki was different. He could be considered half her student, had a closer relationship with her, and could better represent Senju Tobirama. This really is an unexpected joy. Hiruzen said with a cheerful smile. I had a lot of fun fighting today. A few minutes later, Kushina pulled back and said with a smile, Natsuki, use your full strength. She naturally knew that Natsuki had been playing along with her the whole time. Natsuki nodded and took out a wooden sword. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. Natsuki swung forcefully, and a sword wave burst open in the air. Kushina immediately felt a sense of danger that she had not felt before. She clenched her fist and used monstrous strength again. With a boom, the sword wave was smashed apart by her monstrous strength. But this was only the beginning. Water breathing, sixth form, whirlpool. Natsuki twisted his body and raised the wooden sword upward. A large amount of water surged out, like a water dragon spiraling toward Kushina. Kushina only felt that her entire field of vision was filled with water. She subconsciously raised her right leg and stomped down hard. The ground suddenly cracked open. Countless shattered stones smashed toward the water flow. The two collided, stirring up water droplets like fine rain. Natsuki turned his wrist, and the wooden sword knocked away the remaining stones. Kushina seized the opportunity and smashed her right hand toward Natsuki. Seeing this, Natsuki retreated, while his left hand also used Rasengan. The two Rasengan collided and immediately exploded. Natsuki reacted quickly, grabbed Kushina's wrist, and pulled her in front of him. Because of this, the Rasengan did not affect her at all. Thank you. Kushina paused, then said, you're still stronger. I concede. What ninjutsu is that? When Hiruzen saw the Rasengan, his heart suddenly shook. This level of power was at least A rank. And most importantly, it was actually a ninjutsu that required no hand seals. It is the Rasengan Natsuki created himself. Tsunade said with a smile. Hiruzen could not help tugging at his beard. As Natsuki's strength increased, the rank of the ninjutsu he created was also becoming higher and higher. If this continued, he would become like Senju Tobirama, having a greater and greater influence on Konoha. Hiruzen had previously said that Natsuki plus Minato would be the next Senju Tobirama. Now it seemed that whether or not he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, would not affect Natsuki becoming the next Senju Tobirama. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Minato vs 2,977 words. The appearance of the Rasengan did not cause much of a stir. That was because Natsuki had shared the Rasengan. Aside from him and Kushina, Minato, Nawaki, and Nono had also learned the Rasengan. Second match of the third round, Minato vs Nono. Gaku walked to the center of the field and announced the next match. Don't think about winning or losing. Just treat this as a final assessment of the taijutsu you've learned during this period. Natsuki reached out, patted Nono's head, and said. Nono entered the field with a serious expression. Although Minato felt that he would win, he did not dare to look down on her. After all, Nono's sensei was Tsunade. If a punch with monstrous strength came down, and he took it head-on, he would be seriously injured. After Gaku finished speaking, he retreated to the side of the field. Nono stepped forward in a flash, clenched her right hand and swung it out. This attack style looked no different from Kushina's. But that was normal. Taijutsu taught by the same sensei would naturally be similar. Minato reacted very quickly. With a light sidestep, he avoided the punch. After creating some distance, he flicked his right hand and threw out 3 kunai. Minato did not look at the result and immediately formed hand seals. Nono locked her gaze on the 3 kunai and quickly took out 3 kunai from her pouch as well. The 6 kunai collided in the air and fell one after another. At that moment, Minato had already finished forming seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. He took a deep breath, leaned back, and spat out a series of wind bullets. Chakra enhanced strength. The wind bullets were too fast, and Nono no longer had time to dodge. She clenched her fist, and chakra surged out as she swung. The force tore through the air and also tore apart the wind bullets. But there were too many wind bullets, forcing Nono to keep throwing punches. By the time all the wind bullets disappeared, she felt a wave of fatigue. Minato naturally would not waste time. While she was swinging her fists, he formed seals again. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gale formed out of thin air in front of him, and swept toward Nono. Although wind release, great breakthrough was a C-rank wind release, its power depended on the amount of chakra poured into it. In the original work, Orochimaru used wind release, great breakthrough to directly destroy the surrounding trees. Nono immediately stepped forward. With a boom, the ground cracked. Under the cover of the air wave, force mixed with shattered stones flew up, forcing the gale to pause. Minato flicked both hands. 6 kunai shot out under the force of the gale. Nono dodged to the left, avoiding the kunai while also leaving the range of the gale. She took a breath, then charged toward Minato. At the same time, she stretched out her hand. A surge of chakra emerged and began spinning wildly. But her Rasengan attack did not succeed. Wind release, gale palm. Minato clapped his hands together, and fierce wind wrapped around his body. His entire body suddenly accelerated, turning into an afterimage. Before Nono could react, he had already brushed past her. But Minato had extremely strong reaction speed. As he passed by, he turned his head, and threw out a wooden kunai. Nono felt a pain in her back and was struck. She stopped, dispersed the Rasengan, and directly conceded. After all, if that kunai had not been wooden, she would have been seriously injured. Nono really is very suited to being your student. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Minato's performance had been within his expectations. But Nono had given him quite a few surprises. Her talent is very good. Tsunade praised her. In the original work, Nono was able to do very well en route, so naturally, she did not rely only on medical ninjutsu. I hope there will be more and more medical ninja like her. Hiruzen said with a smile. A ninja who could both fight and heal was undoubtedly needed by Konoha, or rather, the entire ninja world. Winner, Minato. After Gaku announced the result, Minato and Nono left the field. Nono really has become much stronger. Kushina said with emotion. She still remembered that the previous Nono had only been a pure medical ninja, and did not know taijutsu or anything like that. Not just her. Nawaki said in a low voice. Minato's progress is also very great. He had always believed that in this Chunin exam's individual battle, the ones who posed the greatest threat to him were Natsuki and Minato. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. There was no need to say much about Natsuki. Judging from Minato's performance just now, defeating him would not be easy. Nono, you did very well. Natsuki met Nono's gaze and said with a smile, you already have Tsunade-sensei's style. When Nono heard this, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Third match of the third round, Nawaki vs K. A moment later, Gaku spoke. It looks like Dewey's luck is better. Nawaki shook his head and said, I'm not your opponent. Kei was very self-aware as she said this. Youth means giving it your all. Dewey waved his fist and said, whether someone becomes a Chunin depends not on victory or defeat but on their performance. Natsuki reminded them. In the original joint Chunin exam, only Nara Shikamaru became a Chunin. But in fact, he lost to Temari of Suna in the third round's individual battle. Although he was the one who conceded. Nawaki and Kei entered the field. Besides sealing jutsu, what else has Kei learned? Natsuki asked curiously. His impression of Kei was still from before graduation. When she was at the Ninja Academy, she only knew sealing jutsu, the 3 basic techniques, and some basic taijutsu. Sensei taught her fire release. Minato answered. I thought it would be taijutsu again. I didn't expect fire release. Natsuki paused, then said, fire release against water release is at a disadvantage in terms of nature. Minato nodded and said, Kei knows that too, which is why she thinks she can't win. While the two of them were talking, the battle on the field officially began. With a boom, a water dragon and a huge fireball collided. Mist rose and chakra airflow swept outward. After a momentary stalemate, the water dragon tore the fireball apart and flew toward Kei. Although it had already shrunk by a size, the water dragon still looked fierce and terrifying. Kei quickly dodged to the side. She formed hand seals again and spat out an even larger fireball. The fireball blocked the water dragon. But Nawaki's next water release ninjutsu followed right after. Water release, water bullet barrage. Nawaki raised his hand, and a series of water bullets flew out like bullets. Kei's pupils shrank and she felt troubled. She subconsciously raised both hands and threw several kunai. But the kunai were quickly knocked away. Kei no longer had time to use fire release, so she dodged to the left. In fact, she had only learned 2 fire release techniques. After all, she had only graduated not long ago. Although Kei was not slow, she still could not outrun the string of water bullets. Her entire body trembled and was sent flying. Seeing this, Nawaki quickly dispersed water release, water bullet barrage. I concede. Kei endured the pain in her back and said. After she left the field, the medical ninja at the side walked up to her and treated her. The third round reached the fourth match, which was also the final match. Just as Nawaki had said, Dewey's luck was better. First, he was matched against the only genin outside the 3 squads. Second, although that genin's strength was not bad, compared to Natsuki, Nawaki, Kushina, and the others, he was very ordinary. In the end, Dewey relied on the Konoha Whirlwind series of taijutsu and won. The genin entering the fourth round are Natsuki, Nawaki, Minato, and Dewey. Gaku paused, then said, after a 15-minute break, the fourth round will begin. I didn't expect the 4 of us to be the ones left in the end. Nawaki spoke. In fact, what he had not expected was Dewey. In his view, although Dewey's taijutsu was indeed excellent, it was still somewhat inferior to Kushina and Nono's monstrous strength. It could only be said that it really was luck. Minato and the others nodded slightly. Their thoughts were similar to Nawaki's. They all felt that Dewey had been very lucky. Natsuki smiled and did not explain. In terms of strength, Dewey was probably second only to him. Fortunately, it was Dewey. If it were the more talented Mike Guy, perhaps he would have been able to open all 8 gates by the age of 20. At that time, even Natsuki would not be able to withstand it. They were both opening all 8 gates, but Guy could severely injure Uchiha Madara and nearly kick out the ending. But Dewey could only kill 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the cost of his life. Without a doubt, his talent was worse. At his current age, he definitely could not open all 8 gates. At most, he was around the level of someone close to Jonin. In addition, he was a pure taijutsu ninja, so he was easy to counter. Dewey, I have a question. Nawaki looked at Dewey and asked, why do you shout the names of your taijutsu when you fight? Natsuki raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, good question. In the original work, all ninja would shout the names of their ninjutsu. But after transmigrating, Natsuki realized that no one did that. After all, shouting it out wasted time and energy, and it also reminded the enemy. Ninja battles were intelligence battles. Shouting out the name of a ninjutsu on one's own initiative was no different from handing intelligence to the enemy for free. Youth is meant to be shouted out. Dewey raised his thumb and said. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched. As expected, asking was the same as not asking. I wonder who my opponent will be in the next match. Nawaki changed the topic and said. Anyone is fine. Dewey said excitedly, being able to enter the 4th round means my youth already has no regrets. Nawaki was immediately speechless. No wonder the other genin were unwilling to team up with him. It was impossible to have a proper conversation like this. If he could choose, he would choose to meet Natsuki last. At that time, they would meet at the peak, decide first place, and it would become a fine story. The break soon ended and Gaku walked back into the field. Everyone subconsciously looked at him. First match of the 4th round, Minato versus Dewey. Gaku announced loudly. Then doesn't that mean my opponent is Natsuki? Nawaki immediately felt regretful. It looked like he and Natsuki were destined to be unable to meet in the final. Minato felt slightly relieved. Although in his view, it was the same no matter who his opponent was, Natsuki's strength was ultimately above his. If he met him, there was a high chance he would not be able to enter the final. The current result could be considered the best outcome. He would defeat Dewey and enter the final, then decide first place with Natsuki. Although Minato knew he was not as strong as Natsuki, he had also improved quite a bit during this period. He could use this chance to see the gap between them. Dewey was very simply excited. Entering the Chunin exam for the first time, and meeting so many geniuses was double happiness for him. The two of them entered the field. Minato looked at Dewey and began thinking of a strategy. Without a doubt, he was a pure taijutsu ninja. Aside from taijutsu, he had not used any ninjutsu. Minato thought of Nono, whom he had fought earlier. To be honest, Nono had given him even greater pressure. After all, monstrous strength plus Rasengan could deliver a fatal blow to him. Konoha Whirlwind. As soon as the battle began, Dewey shouted excitedly. What followed was a spinning kick aimed at Minato. When Minato heard him shout Konoha Whirlwind, he had already guessed what he was about to do. He retreated and easily avoided Konoha Whirlwind. Wind release, great breakthrough. Minato formed hand seals calmly. A violent gale blew toward Dewey. Although Dewey dodged, the gale covered too wide an area, so he was still affected. His body was blown back several steps. But he did not care at all and shouted, Konoha Rising Stone. Dewey stomped down fiercely, and his body flew into midair. Aiming at Minato's head, he struck down with his elbow. The great force, combined with the impact of falling from above, made this blow appear heavy and powerful. Minato naturally was unwilling to take it head-on. After all, he was not a power-type ninja. Although Dewey was very fast, Minato still reacted. He rolled across the ground, causing the attack to miss. He quickly got up and formed hand seals. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Both were B-rank Wind Release ninjutsu. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere was a series of wind bullets, while Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere was a single giant wind bullet. A visible round gale erupted in an instant. Konoha Strong Whirlwind. Dewey twisted his body and kicked out. But in the next second, his entire body was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground, and the ground cracked. His right leg, which he had kicked out with, was already dripping with blood. The gap between him and Minato is too great. Seeing this, Hiruzen commented. Dewey is only an ordinary taijutsu ninja, after all. Orochimaru said casually. But if he only has this level of strength, why would Natsuki recommend him? Tsunade noticed the problem. Being able to reach the fourth round already proves that his strength is decent. Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then said, it's only reasonable that Natsuki recommended him. I understand Natsuki. Tsunade shook her head and said. Orochimaru subconsciously glanced at her. He rarely heard words like that from Tsunade's mouth. Then let's see whether Dewey can still surprise us. Hiruzen said with a cheerful smile. He felt that Tsunade had misjudged him. If Dewey truly had such great strength, how could he still be a genin after nearly 10 years since graduation? And throughout all that time, he had never displayed anything extraordinary. After all, as Hokage, if a genius or strong person appeared in the village, he would be able to learn about it immediately. Minato, you really are too strong. Dewey struggled to his feet. Although he was injured, his face was still filled with excitement. Seeing this, Minato was somewhat puzzled. Was he still not giving up? This is youth. The expression on Dewey's face suddenly changed as he shouted, 8 inner gates. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. In an instant, with him at the center, a powerful surge of chakra shot into the sky. His expression was twisted and fierce, and green chakra covered him like a cloak, making his aura look imposing. What happened? Minato's pupils could not help trembling. How had he suddenly become so terrifying in the blink of an eye, as if he had been injected with a stimulant? Konoha Whirlwind. Dewey's body disappeared from where he stood. Minato only vaguely caught a trace of an afterimage. At the critical moment, his reaction speed played its role. He subconsciously raised both arms and blocked in front of himself. With a cracking sound, he felt as if he had been hit by a truck, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. The terrifying force caused his feet to leave deep marks on the ground. What is going on? Nawaki jumped up at once. How did Dewey suddenly become so strong? Kushina asked blankly. Nono, Suzaku K, and the others were also shocked and confused. 8 inner gates? How is this possible? Hiruzen's body trembled, and his entire body froze. I didn't expect someone to actually learn the S-rank forbidden technique, the 8 inner gates. Orochimaru slowly said. It really is unbelievable. Tsunade let out a breath and said, I heard that when all 8 gates are opened, the user's strength will be no less than the 5 Kage. But the training conditions are far too harsh. Hiruzen said, aside from talent, it also requires incomparable perseverance. I originally thought no one would be able to learn it. I wonder how many gates he can open. Tsunade looked at Dewey curiously. After opening 3 gates, he had completely gained the upper hand. Minato was not specialized in taijutsu to begin with. But Dewey's current speed was too fast, giving him no time to form hand seals. After being forced back again, Minato could only try to launch his final counterattack. Gate of Pain, open. Dewey sensed the danger and opened another gate. Green chakra surged out, and invisible waves of air spread outward in circles. Dewey kicked out directly. Dewey kicked out directly. The kick wrapped in green chakra shattered the Rasengan, then sent Minato flying. Minato was thrown high into the air, then fell heavily to the ground. After sending up a cloud of dust, he struggled a few times, but in the end, he still lay on the ground. I must be under a genjutsu, Nawaki said, dumbfounded. Kushina and the others did not know what to say. Was this still the taijutsu ninja they remembered? To be continued. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Natsuki defeats Mike Dewey 2961 words. Winner, Mike Dewey. Gaku was stunned for several seconds before remembering that he was the chief examiner, and loudly announced the result. There was no helping it. This battle had shocked him too much. A nameless genin who was nearly 20 and still had not become a chunin could actually erupt with strength close to a jonin. And Minato, a genius among geniuses and Jiraiya's student, had almost no ability to fight back against him. The world was changing too fast, and he could not understand it. Hiruzen immediately said, "Go check Dewey's condition." The reason the 8 inner gates was classified as a forbidden technique was because it was too dangerous. The first 3 gates were considered a safe zone. Starting from the 4th gate, there would be unimaginable side effects that caused severe damage to the body. And opening all 8 gates came at the cost of death. Dewey had only opened 4 gates. Although it would not endanger his life, there would definitely be damage. If it was not treated in time, it might affect his future. The previous Dewey, in Hiruzen's eyes, had only been a genin with decent taijutsu. But now he was completely different. Hiruzen already regarded him as one of Konoha's future pillars. The reason was simple. By opening all 8 gates, he could briefly possess strength comparable to the Kage level. Although the price would be his life, if Konoha truly reached a life-or-death crisis, Dewey could completely turn the tide of battle. Tsunade nodded and immediately walked up to Dewey. After Gaku announced his victory, he released the 8 inner gates and sat down on the ground, looking utterly exhausted. At the same time, 2 other medical ninja came to Minato and helped treat him. His injuries were not serious, because the force of Dewey's kick had mostly landed on the Rasengan. Nawaki came back to his senses and asked, "Are you confident you can beat Dewey as he was just now?" "Natsuki can definitely win." Kushina snorted softly and said, "Although the 8 inner gates is powerful, it has one fatal weakness. It can only be maintained for a short time." Natsuki summarized, "If enough time passes, he won't be able to keep fighting on his own." Nawaki nodded, then asked, "You know a lot about the 8 inner gates?" "I've heard some things about it." Natsuki briefly introduced the 8 inner gates to them. "There's actually an S-rank taijutsu," Nawaki said with a surprised expression. "I thought taijutsu only went up to A rank at most." But he could not really be blamed for that. After all, the 8 inner gates had not appeared in a long time. The 8 inner gates had not been invented by Dewey. Because in the original work, Uchiha Madara once said he had heard of the 8 inner gates while he was still alive. The introduction to Dewey only said that he had spent 20 years successfully training in the 8 inner gates, not that he had invented it. At that moment, Minato walked up to them. "Minato, how are you?" Natsuki asked. "I'm fine." Minato shook his head and said, "It's only a minor injury." "Minato, your loss wasn't undeserved." Nawaki patted his shoulder and said, "The 8 inner gates is an S-rank taijutsu." S-rank taijutsu. No wonder. A look of realization appeared on Minato's face. He himself was learning the S-rank ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique, so he understood very well what S-rank meant. "Natsuki, did you already know that he had learned the 8 inner gates?" Minato asked curiously. Natsuki nodded and casually said, "I talked to him a little before." Kushina smiled and said, "No one in all of Konoha discovered that Dewey had learned the 8 inner gates." What made her even happier was that Natsuki had recommended such a powerful Dewey to be her teammate. "I suspect it has something to do with his personality." Natsuki shook his head and said. Nawaki and the others immediately fell silent. Dewey's personality really was hard to handle. Natsuki looked at Tsunade, who was treating Dewey. After this battle, Hiruzen would definitely pay special attention to Due. The event in the original work where Due fought the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kiri alone would most likely not happen again. After all, with Hiruzen's ability, he could allow Due to play a greater role. With Konoha's support, Due's strength might even rise to another level. Before long, Tsunade finished the treatment. After Due had mostly recovered, he left the field. Second match of the 4th round, Natsuki vs Nawaki. Gaku shouted at the right time. I wonder if I still have a chance to make the top 3. Nawaki shook his head and said. Due's sudden rise had made him lose confidence even in entering the top 3. If you can beat me, you can make the top 3. Natsuki said with a smile. Nawaki was instantly speechless. You can't give up so easily when it comes to youth. Due gave a thumbs up and said. That's true. Nawaki's spirits lifted as he said, we won't know the result until we fight. Natsuki nodded and walked into the field with him. Because his opponent was Nawaki, he did not use a wooden sword. Instead, he projected Kurosawa. Aside from Nawaki being stronger than his previous opponents, it was also because he used the great sword Samahata. Using a wooden sword against Samahata would be asking for trouble. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. Natsuki stepped forward, and Kurosawa in his hand swung at high speed. The wind howled, and the airflow produced by the slash turned into a sword wave that instantly rushed toward Nawaki. Water release, water formation wall. When Nawaki saw him raise his arm, he quickly formed hand seals. A wall of water rose in front of him, and blocked the sword wave. The water wall shook violently, but it was not cut apart immediately. Nawaki seized Samahata from his back, and leaped up by stepping on the water wall. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. He descended from the sky, his body spinning like a water wheel, while Samahata carried a stream of water and came slashing down. The fierce attack gave him an unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, Tsunade could not help nodding. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Natsuki paused, gripped Kurosawa with both hands, and slashed out. Water flowed around him, finally turning into an arc-shaped blade light along with the slash. A piercing collision rang out. Kurosawa and Samahata slammed heavily into each other. For a moment, the two blades were locked in a stalemate. But at that moment, Samahata suddenly opened its mouth, twisted its body, and bit toward Natsuki's wrist. It was very fast, but Natsuki reacted even faster. He quickly pulled back Kurosawa, avoided Samahata's bite, and at the same time turned his body as water surged out. Water breathing, sixth form, whirlpool. A whirlpool-like slash enveloped Nawaki. Nawaki immediately sensed danger. But in that rushed moment, he could only raise Samahata and block in front of himself. Fortunately, Samahata was large, and it immediately blocked the slash. However, the tremendous force transmitted through it forced Nawaki to slide backward while half kneeling. Natsuki stepped forward, and Kurosawa kept swinging. For a time, Nawaki blocked while retreating, looking extremely disheveled. Nawaki gritted his teeth, knowing he could not let this continue. He turned his wrist, and Samahata flew straight out as its hilt stretched like a chain. Samahata, flying chain slash. Natsuki stopped and slashed at it. The tremendous force made his body tremble slightly. Nawaki pulled hard, and Samahata rose and fell like a meteor hammer, smashing fiercely toward Natsuki. Natsuki narrowed his eyes. While locking onto Samahata, he stepped back and threw both hands out. Two Kurosawa flew out and struck Samahata. Broken phantasm. With a thought from Natsuki, the two Kurosawa immediately exploded. Samahata was blasted away. The powerful force traveled back through the hilt. Nawaki subconsciously tightened his grip, but he failed to hold on, and Samahata flew out. He had no time to pick it up, so he directly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Streams of water appeared out of thin air and quickly gathered into a huge water dragon. The water dragon roared and bit toward Natsuki. Seeing this, Natsuki took out another Kurosawa. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. He moved and water appeared with him. Natsuki erupted with extremely fast speed and charged toward Nawaki. Kurosawa in his hand swung out in an instant. Above his head, the water gathered and also formed a water dragon. The two water dragons collided with a heavy sound. But Nawaki's water dragon was cut in half in the next second. Natsuki had already arrived in front of him, and with a tremor of his arm, Kurosawa suddenly stopped. I concede. Nawaki looked at Kurosawa in front of him, swallowed and said. Did Natsuki create a new sword technique based on water breathing again? A strange look flashed through Orochimaru's eyes. Natsuki had used water breathing, 10th form, constant flux before, but Orochimaru had not been present at the time. Jiraiya and Tsunade knew about it. The main point isn't water breathing, Hiruzen said with a smile. Orochimaru nodded slightly. He knew Hiruzen was referring to projection magecraft and broken phantasm. As Natsuki's sensei, he naturally had not been kept in the dark about Natsuki defeating Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. He also knew exactly how they had been defeated. Like Hiruzen, he had not expected the inconspicuous projection magecraft to produce such great power. Its advantages and disadvantages were both very obvious. As expected, I still lost. Nawaki shook his head but did not feel too bad about it. After all, during their usual sparring matches, he often lost to Natsuki. The only difference this time was that it was during the Chunin exam. With this loss, he did not know whether he could enter the top 3. But becoming a Chunin should not be a problem. During wartime, the requirements would be lowered quite a bit. You'd better not lose to Dewey. Nawaki picked up Samahata and said, that way, I'll have lost to the first-place winner. It'll sound better when people hear about it. I'll do my best to meet your request. Natsuki chuckled and said. The two left the field and Kushina and the others surrounded them. The final match is finally here. Minato said with emotion, it's just that the way things developed was far beyond expectations. This is the unpredictable nature of youth. Dewey said with a firm expression, we can only keep moving forward. I have to admit, what Dewey says actually makes sense every time. Nawaki could not help agreeing. Is that so? Dewey asked excitedly, then do you want to join the path of youth? I'm not interested in youth. Nawaki was so frightened that he quickly shook his head. Seeing this, Natsuki, Kushina, and the others could not help laughing. Final match of the Chunin exam, Natsuki vs. Mike Dewey. After the rest time ended, Gaku walked into the field and announced it loudly. Now that Dewey has the 8 inner gates, do you still think Natsuki can take first place? Hiruzen asked. He had asked this question before, and at the time, they had all believed Natsuki would win in the end. But back then, they had not known that Dewey had mastered the 8 inner gates. If Dewey can only open 4 gates, then he is not Natsuki's opponent. Orochimaru thought for a moment and said. I checked him earlier. With Dewey's current physical condition, he most likely can't open the 5th gate. Even if he can, he won't be able to maintain it for more than a few seconds. Tsunade added. Then let's wait and see. Hiruzen nodded slightly and said with a smile. Natsuki and Dewey walked into the field. Dewey said very seriously, I'm very grateful for your recommendation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to participate in the Chunin exam. Although Hiruzen had sent someone to inform him, he had already learned the whole story from Kushina. I recommended you because you have the strength. Natsuki replied. To repay you, let us have a passionate battle of youth. Dewey shouted loudly, 8 inner gates. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. Gate of pain, open. He directly opened 4 gates. Green chakra raged like a storm over the sea, sweeping out in all directions. Facing it head-on, Natsuki felt the surging current of air. He thought to himself that it really was astonishing. Konoha whirlwind. Dewey's body appeared in front of Natsuki at once. His speed was so astonishing that Minato, and the others watching could only see a streak of green light. Reinforcement Magecraft. Movement type magic, weight reduction. Natsuki jumped back and directly avoided the kick. Minato's heart shook. He also noticed that Natsuki's reaction speed was already no worse than his. What was going on? Konoha Great Whirlwind. Dewey's first kick missed, and he immediately followed with another kick. His speed had reached the extreme. Natsuki had not even landed yet, but Dewey's attack was already in front of him. Fortunately, he had the reaction speed from the Kuragaya Kazuto template. Otherwise, he would not have been able to react at all. In martial arts, speed was the only thing that could not be broken. Even in the ninja world, that principle still worked. Natsuki's overall strength was stronger than Dewey's, but as soon as they exchanged blows, he fell into a disadvantage because of speed. However, Natsuki naturally knew that this situation could not continue for long. Broken Phantasm. Natsuki threw out a Kurosawa, and immediately detonated it. Dewey sensed danger and quickly retreated. With a boom, Kurosawa exploded, but it did not injure him. One sword style, III, Lion Song. Natsuki took out a new Kurosawa, and with a flash, he quickly turned into a streak of blade light and rushed out. Konoha Strong Whirlwind. After Dewey steadied himself, he kicked out. Green chakra wrapped around his right leg, giving the strike enough force to kick through steel. Kurosawa was struck by the kick and trembled violently. Natsuki let go and used Broken Phantasm again. Chakra suddenly exploded, and the airflow carried fragments toward Dewey. In the state of the fourth gate, Dewey's speed was astonishingly fast, and he quickly dodged to the left. With that dodge, he pulled away from Natsuki again. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Natsuki leaped up and gripped the newly projected Kurosawa with both hands. Water surged and formed a water dragon above his head. As expected of you. You're so powerful that my youth is boiling once again. Dewey gritted his teeth and roared, Gate of Limit, open. The chakra airflow around him surged again. But he was not having an easy time either. His face twisted fiercely, and unimaginable pain came from every part of his body. Natsuki's heart moved, confirming one thing. That was, Dewey did not know taijutsu such as Front Lotus, Morning Peacock, or Night Guy. He only knew the 8 inner gates. Simply put, it was overwhelming force through sheer power. Thinking about it carefully, that made sense. If he knew techniques like Morning Peacock, the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kiri would not have only lost 4 members. Konoha Strong Whirlwind. Dewey kicked out again. It was the same kick, but under the state of the 5th gate, its power had increased dramatically. The water dragon was kicked apart and water splashed everywhere. Natsuki could not help retreating. He stretched out his left hand and held a second Kurosawa. Natsuki immediately steadied himself and advanced toward Dewey. Starburst Stream. Horizontal slash, advancing horizontal slash, spinning slash, parallel twin blade slash, alternating left and right cuts, thrust. In an instant, Natsuki held both swords and unleashed a 16-hit combo. His speed was like a violent storm. Each strike brought up chakra airflow, like endless waves surging toward Dewey. In the state of the 5th gate, Dewey reacted very quickly. He kept throwing punches, colliding with the twin blades and producing violent impacts. But he quickly realized that he could not keep up with Natsuki's speed. Blood splattered. Dewey was sent flying backward. Both of his arms were already covered in sword wounds. What sword technique is that? Tsunade subconsciously asked. It's actually that fast. He swung 16 times in an instant. Hiruzen stared at Natsuki and said in amazement, that kind of speed reminds me of Tsukumo. Being comparable to Hatake Tsukumo's speed also meant that most jonin would have difficulty withstanding this starburst stream. There are currently no well-known twin-blade swordsmen in the ninja world. Orochimaru said with a strange expression, "This is another sword technique Natsuki created himself. I'll go save him first." After Tsunade finished speaking, she used the body flicker technique and appeared in front of Dewey. He had already exited the 8 inner gate state, and with both arms injured, he looked extremely serious. Kushina shouted happily. When did Natsuki create another new sword technique? Why haven't I seen him use it before? The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched. He felt that Natsuki was becoming more and more abnormal. Minato felt the same. He found that the more he understood about Natsuki's abilities, the wider the gap between them became. Winner, Natsuki. Gaku took a deep breath and announced the result. In his view, this final match was no longer the kind of battle that should happen between chunin. It was more like a jonin assessment. To be continued. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Shuzo Template 2948 words with the battle between Natsuki and Might Dewey ending, this chunin exam also reached its conclusion. Hiruzen stood where he was and began considering which genin could be promoted to chunin. It was wartime now, so the standards did not need to be too high. For example, medical ninja like Nono and Suzume could directly become chunin, saving them from the assessment of their medical ninjutsu. As Hokage, he still understood their level of medical ninjutsu very well. Natsuki and the others came to Dewey's side. He had already fainted and was lying on the ground, receiving Tsunade's treatment. Although the 8 inner gates is powerful, its side effects are also severe. Nawaki glanced at Dewey's miserable condition, and could not help speaking softly. That's why the 8 inner gates is classified as a forbidden technique. Minato thought of the Flying Thunder God technique. Although both were S-rank ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique did not have many side effects. Although in terms of power, it was far inferior to the 8 inner gates, each had its own use. If the Flying Thunder God technique was used properly, its influence would not be inferior to the 8 inner gates. As Minato thought about this, he inevitably felt a sense of urgency. Natsuki's strength was improving too quickly. Although learning the Flying Thunder God technique did not necessarily mean he could surpass him, if he did not learn it soon, he would not even be able to touch his shadow. Time slowly passed. Tsunade finished the treatment and withdrew her hands. "Sis, how is Dewey?" Nawaki quickly asked. Although Dewey's personality and behavior were rather strange, he was indeed a good person. "He's fine. He's already out of danger. He'll recover after resting at Konoha Hospital for a while." After Tsunade finished speaking, she beckoned to the medical ninja not far away. 2 medical ninjas stepped forward and, under her instructions, carried Dewey to Konoha Hospital. "Hokage-sama is about to announce the promotion list for this chunin exam." Gaku walked over and reminded them. Natsuki and the others immediately looked toward Hiruzen. "Before announcing the list, I will briefly talk about 6 points." Hiruzen looked at them and began speaking with a smile. Perhaps because Natsuki and the others had performed too well, it stirred up his desire to give a speech. He began with this chunin exam, then moved on to the Will of Fire, and then extended the topic to Konoha's future, speaking endlessly. "It's almost noon, sensei." Tsunade grew a little impatient listening, and reminded him. "Then I will now announce the promotion list for this chunin exam." Hiruzen did not mind being interrupted and read, Natsuki, Might Dewey, Nawaki. Inuzuka Suzume. "That's great." After listening, Nawaki said excitedly, "Every member of our 3 squads became chunin." Minato and the others also smiled. This was undoubtedly a happy result for everyone. Natsuki was even happier that Hiruzen's speech had ended. Listening to long speeches really gave him a headache. Tsunade was more considerate after all, stopping him at just the right time. Unfortunately, Hiruzen would not be retiring as Hokage anytime soon. He just did not know whether the fourth Hokage would still be Minato. Natsuki felt that it was a little difficult. Orochimaru, who had not turned dark, was still very competitive. Congratulations on becoming Chunin. Hiruzen said with great satisfaction, I look forward to your future performance. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Everyone answered in unison. As for the specific procedures, your leading sensei will handle them for you. Hiruzen paused, then said, this Chunin exam ends here. You all worked hard today, so go back early and rest. After saying that, he disappeared from where he stood. Everyone looked at one another. Compared to his speech just now, he left extremely decisively this time. Minato thought for a moment, then was the first to say goodbye. His teammates Kei and Suzume also left with him. Tsunade-sama, Kushina, and Dewey, who isn't here right now, thank you for helping me this time. Because of you, I was able to become a Chunin. Nara Suzaku bowed slightly and said. You don't need to thank us. Kushina shook her head and said, we were helping each other. If she had not teamed up with Suzaku and Dewey, she would not have been able to become a Chunin either. Then I'll leave first. See you again when there's a chance. Suzaku had only temporarily teamed up with Kushina and Dewey. He had his own leading sensei and teammates. Now that he had become a Chunin, it was time for him to go find them. After Suzaku left, only Natsuki, Nono, Nawaki, and Kushina remained. I'll give you 2 days off. Rest properly. Tsunade thought for a moment and said. In her impression, Natsuki and the others had always been training. Being diligent was naturally good, but there also had to be a proper balance between work and rest. This was a good opportunity to let them rest for 2 days after passing the Chunin exam. I have no objections. Orochimaru echoed. Thank you, sis. Thank you, sensei. Nawaki immediately cheered. In that case, let's go shopping tomorrow. Kushina's pretty eyes turned and she immediately asked, Natsuki, what do you think? I want to go too. Nono followed right after. Nawaki, are you going? Natsuki looked at Nawaki. I'm not going. Nawaki felt Kushina's gaze and quickly refused. Tsunade could not help smiling. Little girls really did have plenty of thoughts. Then it's settled. Natsuki nodded and said, we'll go shopping tomorrow. Come find me tomorrow. Kushina said with a smile all over her face. Although Nono was also coming, at least her goal had been achieved. After they finished talking, the group went their separate ways. Tsunade, Kushina, and Nawaki returned to Mito's residence. Orochimaru went back alone. Natsuki and Nono walked toward the Konoha orphanage. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Bixlo Template Ability 3, Doll X Formation. Natsuki looked at the line of text that appeared before his eyes, and his eyes could not help lighting up. He remembered that the unlock condition for Doll X Formation was defeating 5 Chunin. The reason it only appeared now was because the genin he had defeated during this Chunin exam had all been promoted to Chunin, right? This system was quite strict. You have awakened the Shuzo template. At that moment, a new line of text appeared. Was it that Shuzo from One Piece? Natsuki subconsciously looked at the character template he had just obtained. Name, Shuzo. Period, Z's Ambition Arc World, One Piece. Rank, A rank. Ability 1, Soru, unlocked. Effect, stomp the ground more than several dozen times in an instant to generate a powerful reaction force, then use that force to achieve high-speed movement. Ability 2, Jeppo, locked. Effect, use powerful leg strength to step on the air, producing strong airborne force to walk through the air. You cannot remain in the air for too long. Unlock condition, defeat 5 Tokubetsu Jonin or Jonin in the air. Ability 3, Shurgon, locked. Effect, first gather the strength of the entire body into the index finger, then use the hardened finger to stab at extremely high speed. It can pierce through the human body. Unlock condition: learn Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, and Konoha Strong Whirlwind. Ability 4, Tekai, locked. Effect: make the body as hard as iron for defense. However, when using Tekai, you cannot move freely. Unlock condition: in 5 battles, withstand enemy attacks with your body. Ability 5, Armament Haki, locked. Effect: attach it to the body and ninja tools to increase defense and attack. Unlock condition: defeat 5 Tokubetsu Jonin, or Jonin with Taijutsu. It really was that Shuzo from One Piece. To be more accurate, it was the anime original Shuzo. He was from the Longarm tribe and was a core disciple of Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral and former Marine Head Instructor. Natsuki touched his chin. The Shuzo template had undoubtedly awakened because he defeated Dewey. The greatest similarity between the two was that both specialized in taijutsu. In fact, that was exactly the case. Of the Shuzo template's 5 abilities, 4 were related to taijutsu. In a certain sense, ability 5, Armament Haki, could also be connected to taijutsu. Abilities 1, 2, 3, and 4 all came from the so-called Rokushiki. Rokushiki, as the name implied, referred to the 6 taijutsu techniques learned by the Marines, namely Soru, Tekai, Kamii, Shurgan, Jeppo, and Rankyaku. Unfortunately, the Shuzo template only had 4 of them: Soru, Jeppo, Shurgan, and Tekai. But Natsuki was not greedy. Having 4 was already very good. Ability 1, Soru. In terms of effect, it was very similar to the body flicker technique. Both allowed instant movement over a certain distance. But the body flicker technique was divided into several types. The most basic body flicker technique was D rank. It simply used chakra to accelerate the feat. The mid-level body flicker technique added chakra nature, such as water release, water body flicker technique. The highest level body flicker technique was S rank, such as the Flying Thunder God technique. As for Soru, it was probably equivalent to a mid-level body flicker technique. For Natsuki, it made up for his lack of speed. Ability 2, Jeppo. In Natsuki's view, among these 4 Rokushiki, Jeppo had the greatest value. Because it was equivalent to half a flying ninjutsu. Although Natsuki had whiteout, its flight limitations were quite large. Now that he had Jeppo, it further enriched his ability to fly and fight in the air. Its unlock condition was to defeat 5 Tokubetsu Jonin, or Jonin in the air. With Natsuki's current strength, plus whiteout, completing this unlock condition would not be difficult. It could even be unlocked together with Ability 4 and Ability 5 of the Bixlow template. Ability 3, Shurgan. Soru and Jeppo leaned toward support, while Shurgan was a pure offensive taijutsu technique. It sounded somewhat similar to swordsmanship. With one finger, it could pierce through the target. It required him to learn Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, and Konoha Strong Whirlwind. This unlock condition was not difficult. Might Dewey and Might Guy, father and son, were both honest people who would treat you with complete sincerity if you helped them. In the original work, Hitaki Kakashi even learned the 8 inner gates from Guy. Natsuki had helped Dewey become a Chunin, so learning 3 taijutsu techniques should not be a problem. Ability 4, Tekai. Tekai was a rare defensive taijutsu technique. The only problem was that after using Tekai, he would be unable to move freely, and could only stand there and take hits. But if the enemy's attack was too powerful and could break through the defense, then Tekai would become a joke of an ability. Its unlock condition was relatively difficult, requiring him to withstand enemy attacks with his body in 5 battles. Fortunately, it did not say that he had to fight Tokubetsu Jonin or Jonin. Otherwise, Natsuki would lose confidence in completing it. He had practically no defensive abilities or ninjutsu. Ability 5 involved another classic setting from One Piece besides Devil Fruits, Haki. There were 3 types of Haki, but the Shuzo template only had 1, Armament Haki. To Natsuki, it felt like reinforcement magecraft. It could strengthen the body and also strengthen ninja tools. Its unlock condition was to defeat 5 Tokubetsu Jonin, or Jonin with Taijutsu. For the current Natsuki, it was slightly troublesome, because his Taijutsu could only be considered passable. But once he learned the Konoha Whirlwind series, and unlocked the 4 Taijutsu techniques of the Shuzo template, completing this requirement would not be especially difficult. After returning to the Konoha orphanage, Natsuki tried Soru in his room. His feet stomped against the ground in an instant, and his entire body disappeared from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was already in the corner on the other side of the room. Natsuki nodded slightly. This speed was indeed faster than the D-rank body flicker technique. After testing it, he did not continue training and slept properly. A new day arrived. Natsuki opened his eyes on time. He changed clothes and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. "Good morning, Natsuki." Nono's voice sounded from the doorway. Natsuki turned to look at her. He could not help pausing slightly. Nono was leaning against the door, her pale shoulder exposed. Perhaps because she had just woken up, a strand of golden hair was still sticking up on her head. Natsuki walked forward, reached out, and adjusted the strap of her sleepwear back onto her shoulder. Then he raised his hand and pressed down the stray lock of hair. After doing all this, he turned around and continued cooking. Nono paused slightly, smiled gently, and turned back to her room. After breakfast, the two of them arrived at Mito's residence. "I've been waiting for you for ages." Kushina took the initiative to greet them, grabbed Nono by the wrist, and walked outside. "Where are you planning to go shopping?" Natsuki walked behind them, looked at them holding hands, and asked with a smile. "Shopping doesn't need a destination." Kushina thought for a moment and said. In fact, she did not know how to answer that question. After all, her suggestion to go shopping yesterday had only been a spur-of-the-moment idea. "Then let's just walk around." Natsuki did not have anywhere in particular he wanted to go either. Needless to say, the same was true for Nono. With her personality, she did not mind where they went. "How about we go to Konoha Hospital to visit Due?" After walking around for a while, Kushina suggested. Natsuki nodded. Due being hospitalized could also be considered partly his responsibility. "Our squad has disbanded." "What will Due do in the future?" Kushina suddenly thought of something and asked. "You don't need to worry." Natsuki chuckled and said, "Due is now a ninja valued by Hokage-sama. He will definitely be properly arranged." Kushina paused slightly, then understood. Since Due had mastered the 8 inner gates, Hiruzen would naturally treat him well. Due can finally say his hardships have paid off. Kushina said with emotion. Why didn't he take the initiative to find Hokage-sama, and reveal that he had learned the 8 inner gates? Nono looked at Natsuki and asked. First, because he didn't know he was very strong. Natsuki thought for a moment, then answered, second, because pure taijutsu ninja have always been looked down on. He guessed that Due had also grown up being bullied. The three of them chatted and soon arrived at Konoha Hospital. But to their surprise, Due had already gotten out of bed, and was running inside Konoha Hospital. This level of effort can only be described as frightening. Natsuki could not help saying. Kushina and Nono both nodded in agreement. Due noticed them and shouted, "Seeing you makes me feel like my youth has come back to life. I'll add another 100 laps." Natsuki wanted to make a retort, but did not know how to. As expected, anyone who could learn the 8 inner gates was not normal. "How is your body?" Natsuki thought for a moment and asked, "You're still hospitalized, so I don't recommend such intense training." "This level of training isn't intense. At most, it's just a warm-up." Due said without concern, "My body is recovering very well. I only started training after getting Tsunade-sama's permission." Hearing this, Natsuki felt relieved. "Due, once you're discharged, our 3 squads should go eat together and celebrate all of us becoming Chunin." Kushina said with a smile. "Youth really is wonderful. Due froze for a moment, then immediately began crying. Seeing this, Kushina was instantly speechless. Due, when the time comes, there's something I'll need your help with. After waiting for him to finish crying, Natsuki said, I want to learn your Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, and Konoha Strong Whirlwind. No problem. Due wiped away his tears and said, youth is about mutual exchange. Then rest well. Natsuki nodded and said, when you're discharged, we'll come pick you up. The three of them said goodbye to Due and left Konoha Hospital. Do you want to buy clothes? Natsuki noticed that they had already reached the shopping street and said, I'll buy them for you. Let's take a look first. Kushina pulled Nono into the nearest clothing store. Natsuki followed behind them and walked in. Probably because it was a weekday, the clothing store was empty except for one female shop assistant. He glanced around. This clothing store had a fairly complete selection, with all kinds of clothes. You can try on anything you like. Natsuki said casually. He was rich now, so the cost of a few pieces of clothing was nothing to him. Then we'll go change first. Kushina and Nono walked into the fitting rooms. A moment later they came out. Natsuki looked over and his eyes could not help lighting up. Nono had changed into a white kimono, her soft blonde hair pinned up, making her look very refined. Kushina was different. Her personality was bolder. She had changed into a red dress with thin straps, and her red hair was tied up into a high ponytail. She had also applied lip balm, making her lips look soft and glossy. Very beautiful. Natsuki praised. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Suna declares war. 1923 words. The matter of the three squads eating together to celebrate becoming Chunin ultimately did not happen. Because less than a week after the Chunin exam ended, on the first day of June, Suna officially declared war on Konoha. Although Suna, Konoha, and AIM had been fighting in the Land of Rain for a long time, there had been no formal declaration of war. Only AIM had declared war on Suna, Konoha, and IWA. Hokage's office. Suna ultimately chose to declare war instead of seeking peace. Hamura slowly spoke. It was within expectations. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law alone were not enough to stop the third Kazekage. Koharu snorted coldly and said, his ambition was exposed long ago. Orochimaru, return to the Land of Rain at once and take charge of the overall situation. Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Yes, sensei. Orochimaru nodded, his tone calm. Suna is coming aggressively. Let me and Root handle the intelligence. Danzo said with a righteous expression. Root will assist the Umbu. Hiruzen thought for a moment and did not refuse. In a large-scale war, intelligence would become complicated. The Umbu alone was far from enough, and Root's help was necessary. Danzo secretly thought it was a pity. If he were in charge of intelligence, he could use this chance to gain the corresponding authority. Many things he had been unable to do before would become possible. But no matter what, as long as he could go, there would be opportunities. After Suna's declaration of war, they will definitely send reinforcements. Hiruzen continued, Tsunade, take 5,000 ninja, and go support the front. Yes, sensei. Tsunade replied. Hiruzen had mentioned this matter before, so she was not surprised. Tsunade, the selection of these 5,000 ninja, and the logistics will all be decided by you. Hiruzen added, all departments will cooperate with you. Hearing this, Danzo could not help falling silent. Hiruzen would never give him such great authority. His position was very clear. He was Hiruzen's shadow, the root buried in the darkness, unable to stand openly on the stage. Danzo sighed inwardly. That moment of hesitation back then had caused him to miss the Hokage's position. The brief meeting ended. Tsunade and Orochimaru came to Mito's residence. Natsuki, Nawaki, and the others were training. "Come here." Tsunade spoke. Hearing this, Natsuki stopped practicing the D-rank genjutsu, Mist Servant technique. Last month, he had already learned water release, water binding and water release, water prison technique. As long as he learned 3 more genjutsu, he could unlock Bixlow Template's figure eyes. Just now, Suna officially declared war on Konoha. Tsunade got straight to the point. "Declared war?" Nawaki asked in confusion. "Haven't we been fighting Suna all this time?" "The scale of the war will rise again after a declaration of war." Tsunade paused and said, "I will serve as commander and lead 5,000 ninja to the land of rain." "What about us?" Nawaki quickly asked. He was worried that Tsunade would not take them. Because previously, they had not been allowed to go find Orochimaru and join the war. "You were originally supposed to go to the land of rain with Orochimaru, but for now, you will follow me first." Tsunade explained, "I want to use Chiyo's poison to break down Hanzo's poison." Nawaki understood. Tsunade wanted to borrow Natsuki and Nono's help. As for him, he knew nothing about detoxification, and was just coming along. However, he did not mind. As long as he could go to the battlefield, that was enough. "Does that mean I can't go?" Kushina asked unwillingly. Tsunade nodded and said, "You really can't go. We'll be back soon." Natsuki reached out, took Kushina's hand, and comforted her. Kushina froze for a moment and subconsciously looked at his hand. She lowered her head in embarrassment and softly responded, "Prepare as soon as possible. Before we depart, I will notify you." After Tsunade finished speaking, she looked at Orochimaru. "I have nothing much to say." Orochimaru swept his gaze over his 3 students and said, "Be careful." "Yes, sensei." Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono answered in unison. After the matter was discussed, Tsunade and Orochimaru turned and left. Orochimaru went straight to the land of rain. As for Tsunade, as the commander, she had many things to handle. After all, she had to be responsible for the deployment and arrangements of 5,000 ninja. "Let's go." Natsuki took the initiative and said, "We'll go to the ninja tool shop." He had projection magecraft and did not need to buy ninja tools, but Nawaki and Nono needed them. "I'll go too." After Kushina finished speaking, she looked at Natsuki. "Of course." Natsuki smiled and said, "You can buy some ninja tools too. You'll definitely use them in the future." The meaning of a Ninetales Jinchuriki's existence was to go to the battlefield. But if the Ninetales Jinchuriki appeared in a war, it meant Konoha had reached a critical moment of life and death. Kushina's gloom over being unable to go to the battlefield lessened a little. The 4 of them arrived at the nearest ninja tool shop. The ninja tool shop did not only sell common ninja tools, such as kunai, but also special ninja tools, such as explosive tags. "You should take more explosive tags." Natsuki said very generously, "I'll pay." "Don't hold back." The usefulness of explosive tags was undeniable. If one was lucky, a single explosive tag could kill a ninja. Its only flaw was that it was expensive, but being expensive was not Natsuki's flaw. He had so much money now that he could not spend it all. Natsuki suddenly had an idea. Could he project explosive tags? But after thinking about it, Broken Phantasm could make any ninja tool equivalent to an explosive tag, so there was no need for him to project explosive tags. "Since you said that, I definitely won't be polite." Hearing this, Nawaki revealed a happy smile. Natsuki glanced at him. He wondered whether Nawaki would still have the possibility of dying to an explosive tag trap when they went to the Land of Rain battlefield this time. After the 4 of them bought ninja tools, they returned to Mito's residence. The only thing they could do next was wait while training. The next day, Natsuki saw an unexpected visitor, Might Due. "Due, why did you come here wearing hospital clothes?" Nawaki asked in confusion. I ran out of Konoha Hospital. Dewey scratched his head and said. Nawaki could not help freezing. He never would have imagined that this thick-browed, wide-eyed guy would actually have such courage. Konoha Hospital is very busy right now, preparing medicine for the war. No one has time to watch me for the moment. Dewey paused, then stated the reason he had come. Natsuki, these are the 3 taijutsu techniques you wanted. He took out 3 taijutsu scrolls and handed them to Natsuki. After hearing that Suna had declared war, he guessed that Natsuki and the others would most likely go to the Land of Rain. Thank you. Natsuki put away the 3 taijutsu scrolls, then took out 2 taijutsu scrolls and said, I'll give you these 2 taijutsu techniques. What he gave him were Zeph Template's Head Chef Flying Kick and Head Chef Drop Kick. As for the Shuzo Template's abilities, there was no rush. He planned to teach the Rokushiki to Tsunade, Nono, and the others in the future. But before that, he needed time to create ninjutsu on his own so they would be convinced. I still have to stay in the hospital for a while. Dewey gave a thumbs up and said, your youth will go ahead first, and I will follow soon. After saying that, he did not stay long and turned back toward Konoha Hospital. Dewey really is one of a kind. Nawaki said with emotion. A normal ninja would never hand over the ninjutsu or taijutsu they had learned so casually. It's just that his behavior is sometimes too strange. Kushina shook her head and said. Natsuki, why do you want to learn taijutsu again? Nawaki glanced at the taijutsu scrolls in his hands and asked. Hearing this, Natsuki could not help thinking that it was a good question. He had been worrying that he would not have a chance. My battle with Dewey made me realize that my taijutsu has major shortcomings, so I want to learn a few taijutsu techniques to improve it. Natsuki paused, then said, and while I'm at it, I'll see if I can create a few new taijutsu techniques. Nawaki looked at him with a face full of question marks. What did he mean by creating a few taijutsu techniques while he was at it? Then I want to learn the taijutsu you create. Kushina's eyes lit up as she said. Shouldn't you at least doubt whether he can create them first? Nawaki retorted. What is there to doubt? Kushina asked in return. Natsuki will definitely be able to create them. Nono agreed. Nawaki raised his head and looked at the sky, feeling as if he were the abnormal one. But the abnormal one was clearly Natsuki. As expected, even among geniuses, there were differences. As a genius, he was really not worth mentioning in front of Natsuki. Forget it. I'm going to train. Nawaki waved his hand and said. He had to learn water release and water breathing, so time was still very tight for him. Natsuki also wanted to learn the 3 genjutsu before going to the Land of Rain, but unfortunately, war waited for no one. By the 3rd day, they received a notice from the Umbu telling them to gather at Konoha's village entrance immediately. Kushina, we'll be leaving first. You don't need to worry too much about us. Even if you don't trust us, you should trust Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki reached out, pinched her cheek, and said. Kushina said reluctantly, be careful. Maybe it won't be long before you hear our names. Nawaki clenched his fist and said. He was going to participate in the war for the sake of peace, but he was still young, so he also wanted to make a name for himself on the battlefield. After all, the reputation of the Senju clan had to be supported by him and Tsunade. After saying goodbye, the 3 of them arrived at Konoha's village entrance. At this moment, densely packed ninja had already gathered there. They quickly saw Tsunade. She stood in front of the 5,000 ninja, reading a scroll. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki walked forward and greeted her. When are we setting off? Nawaki asked curiously. We can depart now. Tsunade put away the scroll and said, I just confirmed that there are no issues with the list of deployed ninja. Natsuki looked around and spotted some familiar faces, such as Hitaki Tsukumo and Hyuga Hizashi. His heart stirred, and he thought that he could find a chance to spar with Tsukumo. With his current strength, he already had a certain degree of confidence in winning. At that time, he could unlock Sasaki Kojiro Template's Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye gave him a feeling similar to Observation Haki, which could just make up for the regret that the Shizo template did not have Observation Haki. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested. Patreon. com/blown leaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, New Teammate 1878 words. Although 5,000 ninja were many, under Tsunade's command, they moved toward the Land of Rain in an orderly manner. As Tsunade's students, Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono naturally followed behind her on the journey. By evening, the large force of 5,000 ninja successfully arrived at the northwestern border of the Land of Fire. Further ahead, they would enter the Land of Rain. Tsunade stopped and ordered everyone to set up camp where they were. After the main tent was set up, she called Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono inside. Although I am your leading sensei, as the commander, I have to sit in the main camp, and cannot go out casually. Tsunade spoke. Sis, are you planning to have another Jonin serve as our leading sensei? Nawaki asked in confusion. There are currently no available Jonin. Tsunade shook her head and said, if I can't go out, Natsuki will temporarily act as the leading Jonin. I think that works. Hearing this, Nawaki quickly said, Natsuki's strength is comparable to a Jonin. He is fully capable of acting as our leading Jonin. Nono also nodded in agreement. But in the end, you are still too young. Also, a full ninja squad has 4 people, and you only have 3. Tsunade continued, so when the time comes, I will assign someone to be your temporary teammate. Sis, didn't you just say there are no available Jonin? Nawaki scratched his head and asked, are you going to assign a Genin or Chunin? Won't that hold us back? You're looking down on your teammate before even meeting him. Tsunade glared at him and asked, did you forget everything I usually teach you? That's not what I meant. Nawaki quickly shook his head. With geniuses like Natsuki and Minato as comparisons, he felt that the strength of most Genin and Chunin was not very outstanding. But if there really was such a genius, they would not be joining their squad as a temporary teammate. Hiruzen would definitely have already arranged a leading sensei and teammates for those geniuses. All right. You and Nono leave first. Natsuki, stay for the meeting. Tsunade waved her hand and said. After Nawaki and Nono left, she sent the Umbu to notify the other Jonin. Before long, all the Jonin gathered in the main tent. When they saw Natsuki, they were surprised but not too much. Geniuses always received special treatment. Especially in the Chunin exam that had just passed, Natsuki had displayed astonishing strength. Although they had not gone to watch as spectators, as Jonin, they each had their own intelligence channels. In addition, Natsuki had already been a genius they paid close attention to, so it was not hard for them to learn what had happened during the Chunin exam. After all, they could find out through Inazukagaku. Tomorrow we will enter the Land of Rain. I will now explain the situation. Tsunade got straight to the point and said, our objective is to intercept Suna. Everyone nodded slightly, their expressions turning solemn. Suna and Konoha were both among the 5 great villages, and Suna was powerful. Intercepting them would not be simple. However, before setting out, they had already guessed what their mission would be, so they were mentally prepared. In fact, compared to AIM, Suna was easier to deal with. At this time, Hanzo was indeed very troublesome. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fight 3 great ninja villages at once during the Second Shinobi World War and still escape unscathed. According to the latest intelligence, Suna has deployed 6,000 additional ninja, led by Chiyo. Tsunade continued, they moved ahead first and have already built a defensive line in the eastern region of the Land of Rain. Wars between ninja rarely involved large-scale frontal battles. The Fourth Shinobi World War in the original work was an exception. Under normal circumstances, they relied on defensive lines to engage in small-scale battles. The so-called defensive lines were outposts and strongholds. Aside from that, there were also battles over logistical supply routes. In the original work, the most classic example was the Battle of Canopy Bridge during the Third Shinobi World War. Konoha sent the squad of Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin to blow up the bridge. I will now assign the missions. Tsunade looked at Tsukumo and said, Tsukumo, lead a team to eliminate Tsuna's frontline outposts. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Tsukumo immediately responded. Because they were in wartime, and Tsunade was the commander, he addressed her by position. Hizashi, lead a team to cooperate with Tsukumo and eliminate Tsuna's frontline scouting and patrol squads. Tsunade then looked at Hyuga Hizashi. Although Hizashi was young, his status in the Hyuga clan was not ordinary. In this war, the Hyuga clan had appointed him as the person in charge in order to build up his merits. Logically speaking, they should have been building merits for Hayashi. He was the future clan head of the Hyuga clan. But as a member of the main family, unless necessary, he would not leave the village. Because they did not have the caged bird. If an accident happened, it would cause the Byakugan to be lost. The branch family of the Hyuga clan was different. The caged bird would automatically destroy the Byakugan. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Hizashi quickly replied. The Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan, was the most suitable for reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Even the Inuzuka clan and Aburame clan had difficulty comparing to them. There was no helping it. In war, the Byakugan was a strategic-level asset. In the original work's Third Shinobi World War, Ao of Kiri obtained one Byakugan and directly gained the title of Byakugan Killer. Shikisuk, lead a team to establish a defensive line within a safe distance. Tsunade paused, then said, bring all the ninja skilled in Earth Release. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Nara Shikisuk said in a deep voice. Next will be the assignment of each ninja squad and the details of their missions. After Tsunade finished speaking, she spread out a map. Everyone gathered around the map and began discussing. Although Natsuki participated in the meeting, he did not speak. The reason was that he was a warrior, and not good with words. To describe it with a saying from his previous life, he did not know where he was, he only knew he had enemies to cut down. Tsunade's voice suddenly rang out. Natsuki came back to his senses and looked at her. Your squad will follow Hizashi and deal with Tsuna's scouting and patrol squads. Tsunade instructed. Natsuki nodded. To sum up, his mission came down to 3 words, scout warfare. The reason Tsunade gave him this mission was probably because his abilities were very suited for ambushes. Whether it was Shadow Assassin, the Logia-type smoke fruit, or presence concealment. Of course, Tsunade only knew about his first 2 abilities. She did not know he also had presence concealment. In fact, when it came to reconnaissance, his clairvoyance and night vision could also be useful. The Jonin meeting lasted 3 hours before finally ending. After the other Jonin left, Tsunade stopped Natsuki again. Go call Nawaki and Nono over. Tsunade explained, you should meet your temporary teammate. Natsuki suppressed the curiosity in his heart, and left the main tent. The 3 of them were Tsunade's students and also a ninja squad, so they had an independent tent. Nawaki, Nono, come with me to the main tent. Natsuki walked into the tent and said, Tsunade-sensei is going to introduce our new teammate. Who is it? Nawaki asked impatiently. I don't know. Tsunade-sensei didn't say. Natsuki guessed, but his strength definitely won't be bad. No matter what, Tsunade would not set them up to fail. Then let's go see who he is. Nawaki was the first to run toward the main tent. Natsuki and Nono followed him into the main tent. As soon as they entered, they saw a middle-aged ninja. The most eye-catching thing was the huge pot he carried on his back. Nawaki froze, looked at him, then looked at Tsunade, his face filled with disbelief. He was only 1 step away from asking, this is our new teammate. Are you sure you didn't find a cook? His name is Mariboshi Kosuka. He is your new teammate, and also a genin. Tsunade introduced him with a smile. Nawaki could not help raising his voice. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and thought to himself that Tsunade had indeed not set them up. Kosuka, the eternal genin, but his true strength was that of a jonin. He specialized in Konoha-style swordsmanship and water release, and his water release had been taught by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Watch your manners. Call him Kosuka-senpai. Tsunade raised her hand and flicked Nawaki hard on the forehead. Kosuka-senpai. Natsuki called out sincerely. Seeing this, Tsunade could not help feeling satisfied. Natsuki was still the sensible one. You're too polite. Kosuka said with a smile, I'll have to trouble you to take care of this old man. Nawaki wanted to speak but stopped. Kosuka-senpai, you're too modest. I've heard your story. Natsuki quickly said, aside from the second Hokage-sama, you are Konoha's strongest water release ninja. Nawaki asked with a puzzled expression, why haven't I heard of him? I wouldn't say I'm the strongest in water release. I'm not as good as Hiruzen. Kosuka said modestly. Nawaki could not help freezing. Although he did not know Kosuka's true strength, anyone who dared to directly call him Hiruzen was definitely not an ordinary person. He quickly put away his contempt and became very well behaved. It had to be said that although Nawaki had many flaws, he also had quite a few strengths. It's already late. All of you go rest. After seeing that they had already gotten to know one another, Tsunade reminded them, tomorrow, go find Hizashi to receive your mission. Natsuki and the others nodded, then turned and left. As soon as they returned to the tent, Nawaki could not help asking, who is Kosuka-senpai? He is a student of the second Hokage-sama. Natsuki replied. Why didn't I know second grandfather had such a student? Nawaki scratched his head and asked. Because his situation is very special. Natsuki told him Kosuka's story. There's actually a genin like that. Nawaki paused, then said, he really is worthy of respect. If it were him, he definitely could not spend his whole life as a genin. Natsuki nodded, yawned and said, sleep early. We still have a mission tomorrow. After saying that, he took out his sleeping bag. Nawaki and Nono did the same. But just as Nawaki took out his sleeping bag, he saw that Natsuki and Nono's sleeping bags were placed right next to each other. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt very much like a third wheel. Nawaki shook his head, got into his sleeping bag, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, they woke up. The main force would remain here temporarily under Tsunade's command. Only after the defensive line was established would they move in one by one. Natsuki and the others met up with Kosuka, and arrived at Hizashi's tent. To be continued. Chapter 99, Nuclear 2515 words, this is your mission. Hizashi handed Natsuki a mission scroll. Natsuki opened the mission scroll and glanced at it. The contents were simple. They were to eliminate one of Suna's scouting and patrol squads. The enemies were 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin. The squad in charge of reconnaissance already found the general location of Suna's scouting and patrol squad last night. Hizashi opened a map, pointed at a red dot on it, and said, this is your target's range of activity. The purpose of a scouting squad was to monitor whether enemies had invaded a certain area. They did not have fixed outposts and would patrol that area. Once they discovered an enemy, they would notify the main camp. There is definitely a sensory ninja among the scouting and patrol squad. Hizashi reminded them, you must be careful. If they discover you first, you will fall into a passive position. Natsuki and the others nodded. I wish you success on your mission. Hizashi said seriously. Natsuki and the others turned and walked outside. Do any of you know sensory ninjutsu? Kosuka asked. I don't, but my summoning beast is a ninja dog. It can track sense. Nawaki answered. Nono shook her head and said. Natsuki paused, then said, my summoning beast can also scout. It seems our squad is very well-rounded. Kosuke praised them. He had heard of Natsuki and Nawaki's names as geniuses before. And geniuses often would not learn sensory ninjutsu. After all, normal geniuses were usually better at fighting. I also know sensory ninjutsu. Kosuke continued, after entering the activity area, the three of us will find our target as quickly as possible. It rains all year round in the land of rain, so the ninja dog may not be useful. Natsuki reminded him. That is indeed a problem. Kosuke could not help nodding. Natsuki's attention to detail was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had forgotten about the weather factor just now. Then the two of us will be responsible for sensing. Kosuke continued. After a brief conversation, everyone began traveling. After arriving in the land of rain, Natsuki summoned his crow, Black Feather. The 4 people and 1 crow soon arrived at their destination. Be ready to fight at any time. Natsuki reminded them. Kosuke formed hand seals and used sensory ninjutsu. The situation in the surrounding area was fully grasped by him. No enemies have been found within 1 kilometer for now. Kosuke said. A sensing range of 1 kilometer was already quite good. An ordinary Byakugan's range was also about 1 kilometer. But sensory ninjutsu had a problem. Its precision was far inferior to the Byakugan. In other words, quite a few concealment-type ninjutsu could evade sensory ninjutsu. Natsuki nodded. He then used presence concealment. Kosuke subconsciously looked at him, surprise appearing on his face. He was still maintaining sensory ninjutsu, but just now, he sensed that Natsuki's presence had become extremely faint. It was the kind of faintness where, without repeated confirmation, he would have thought it was an illusion. If he had not been using sensory ninjutsu, he definitely would not have discovered Natsuki. Kosuke estimated that Natsuki had used a concealment-type ninjutsu of at least B rank. As expected of Konoha's most famous genius over the past 2 years, he truly made people see him in a new light. Wait here for a moment. Natsuki looked around and quickly climbed onto a nearby boulder. He immediately activated clairvoyance. Clairvoyance had a range of 4 kilometers, but it could not see through objects. Fortunately, the terrain in the land of rain was relatively flat, with not many obstructions. In an instant, his field of vision expanded greatly. In only a moment, he discovered Fortuna Ninja 3 kilometers to the northeast. Natsuki immediately began thinking. He was deciding which ability to unlock first. In the end, he decided to first complete Bixlo templates Doll, Heavy Child Formation, and Shuzo templates Jeppo. The former had no additional conditions, and only required him to defeat 5 Jonin. The latter required him to defeat 5 Tokubetsu Jonin, or Jonin in the air. I found their traces. Natsuki returned to Kosuke and the others. Nawaki asked in surprise. Where are they? Kosuke was more confused. Because his sensory ninjutsu had not detected them. About 3 kilometers to the northeast. Natsuki replied. Kosuke's face was immediately full of question marks. Your sensory ninjutsu can actually exceed 3 kilometers. How had he never heard of Konoha having sensory ninjutsu with such a long range? Kosuke-senpai, Nawaki, head over immediately and stop when you are 1 kilometer away from them. As the captain, Natsuki immediately gave the order. The reason he told them to stop 1 kilometer away was because there was definitely a sensory ninja in Suna's scouting and patrol squad. Under normal circumstances, 1 kilometer was the limit for sensory ninjutsu. Stopping 1 kilometer away could prevent them from being detected. What about you? Nawaki immediately asked. I'll attack first. Use my attack as the signal and quickly approach them. Natsuki replied. For most ninja, 1 kilometer was not far. They could cover it in the blink of an eye. Nawaki paused slightly, still somewhat unable to understand. But time waited for no one. He did not ask further and rushed toward their target with Kosuke. In fact, Kosuke could not really understand either. Did Natsuki have some kind of ultra-long-range attack method? But even if he did, at such a long distance, would the enemy not discover it in advance and dodge? "No, you can wait here." Natsuki looked at Nono and said. Nono nodded obediently. Although she was a medical ninja with combat ability, she was still a medical ninja. According to Tsunade, medical ninja should not fight on the very front line. White out. Natsuki directly took flight. Using the recoil of the smoke jet, he arrived in midair. Projection Magecraft. Natsuki stretched out his hand. Chakra surged out, and a bow appeared in front of him. He then held the bow with his left hand. Reinforcement Magecraft. A large amount of chakra flowed into the bow, making its body sturdier, and its range longer. Projection Magecraft. The sword of the Thunder God was projected. He held the sword of the Thunder God in his right hand, and began pouring chakra into it. This was also why he did not project Kurosawa. The sword of the Thunder God's material was special, and could withstand more chakra being poured into it. When he could no longer pour in chakra, Natsuki placed the sword of the Thunder God on the bowstring as an arrow. He looked at the Suna Jonin in the distance. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for ninja to attack targets 3 kilometers away. The reason was simple. Even the Hyuga clan, who possessed the Byakugan, could not clearly see targets 3 kilometers away. If they could not even see them clearly, hitting them was out of the question. Natsuki was different. He had clairvoyance and could clearly see targets 3 kilometers away. The prerequisite was that there were no obstructions. At the same time, Projection Magecraft and Broken Phantasm gave his arrow enough destructive power. Soon, Nawaki and Kosuke were in position. Natsuki released his hand. The sword of the Thunder God instantly vanished from the bowstring. It flew into the sky at extreme speed. 3 kilometers away, Suna's ninja squad. The middle-aged Jonin was chatting with his 3 students. But chatting was just chatting. He had not lowered his guard and still had one of his students maintain sensory ninjutsu. Once there was any disturbance nearby, it would immediately draw their attention. Suddenly, he heard something cutting through the air. He subconsciously raised his head and saw an arrow. More accurately, it was an arrow that looked like a sword. The middle-aged Jonin reacted very quickly and subconsciously drew a short blade to slash at it. The instant he struck it, an unprecedented sense of danger surged into his heart. The sword of the Thunder God suddenly exploded. His 3 students were directly caught in the blast while completely unprepared. The violent chakra airflow cut into their bodies like sharp blades. Blood splattered everywhere. They died on the spot before they could even scream. A horrified expression appeared on the middle-aged Jonin's face. But as a Jonin, his reaction speed was naturally not slow. He subconsciously erupted with all his speed and retreated, while raising both arms in front of himself. Even so, he was still affected. Both of his arms became covered in blood. But the middle-aged Jonin had no time to check his injuries, nor did he have time to look at his 3 students. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. The violent explosion immediately startled Kosuke and Nawaki. The 2 of them immediately rushed toward the explosion site. Kosuke arrived first. He glanced at the corpses of the 3 Suna Chunin, and his pupils could not help shrinking. What kind of attack had caused this? And the most terrifying part was that they had not dodged it. One had to know that there was a sensory ninja among them. But he had no time to think further and chased after the fleeing Suna Jonin. At that moment, the sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Kosuke raised his head, and could not help freezing. He saw the sword of the Thunder God flying at extreme speed. As a student of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, he naturally knew the sword of the Thunder God. What did this mean? Why had Natsuki thrown out the sword of the Thunder God? The middle-aged Jonin looked back and saw the sword of the Thunder God, and he could not help cursing angrily. He threw out a kunai without hesitation. The sword of the Thunder God exploded. But he was still caught in the blast. Because the sword of the Thunder God was too fast, and the explosion range was also large. The middle-aged Jonin only felt a burning pain on his back. He could be certain that the skin on his back was already a bloody mess. Kosuke, who had witnessed everything, had an expression filled with disbelief. What was going on? Why had his teacher's sword of the Thunder God exploded? Stop right there. Nawaki's voice rang out. Because the two sword of the Thunder God explosions had affected the middle-aged Jonin's speed, he had also caught up. Samahata, flying chain slash. Nawaki gripped Samahata's hilt and swung it hard, causing the hilt to extend more than 10 meters. Samahata smashed toward the middle-aged Jonin like a hammer. Body flicker technique. The middle-aged Jonin quickly dodged. Kosuke also reacted and formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon roared and flew out. At the same time, Natsuki drew the bowstring again. Broken phantasm combined with the explosion of the sword of the Thunder God was indeed powerful. But hitting a moving target from 3 kilometers away was not easy. Fortunately, he had Kosuke and Nawaki helping him, sealing off the middle-aged Jonin's movement. If it were one-on-one, with a Jonin's speed, the enemy would reach him in just a few seconds. At that point, using a bow to attack would be somewhat inadequate. Natsuki released the bowstring. The sword of the Thunder God tore through the air, and flew away at high speed. The middle-aged Jonin had just used Earth Release, Earth-style wall to block Kosuke's Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet technique, when he heard the familiar sound of something cutting through the air. His expression immediately changed drastically. The sword of the Thunder God exploded. The earth wall in front of him was already on the verge of collapse, and now that it suffered an explosion, it instantly shattered. Behind the earth wall, the middle-aged Jonin subconsciously dodged to the left. But he was still one step too slow. The aftermath of the explosion surged toward him. He screamed and flew out. Seeing this, Nawaki immediately leaped up. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. His body spun, and water flowed out with Samahata, all of it smashing into the middle-aged Jonin. The man's abdomen immediately caved in. He opened his mouth and spat out even more blood. A moment later, he collapsed and lost consciousness forever. Mission complete. Nawaki put away Samahata, and said excitedly. Kosuke looked at the corpse on the ground and felt dazed. Although he was a genin, because of his powerful strength and special status, he often took part in high-level missions. But not a single mission had ever been as strange as this one. Natsuki slowly landed on the ground. With the middle-aged Jonin's death, Bixlo Template's doll, Heavy Child Formation, and Shizo Template's Jeppo had both reached 1/5 progress. Natsuki nodded slightly. No wonder Archer was called a nuclear bomb swordsman. This kind of ultra-long-range strike was truly like attacking from another dimension. The only pity was that the sword of the Thunder God he projected was not powerful enough. Archer usually projected Kalidbolg. The weapon's original form was the demonic sword held by the hero Fergus Mac Roich in Celtic mythology. It was forged by fairies and contained the power of lightning. Judging from its lightning power, it was somewhat similar to the sword of the Thunder God. No, let's go over. Natsuki put away the bow and walked toward Nawaki and Kosuke. When Nawaki saw him, he asked, "How did you throw the sword of the Thunder God so far just now?" He knew that combining projection magecraft and broken phantasm allowed Natsuki to make ninja tools explode. "I used a bow," Natsuki answered. Kosuke could not help asking, "You mean you can hit a target from that far away?" "I have good eyesight." Natsuki blinked and said. Kosuke was immediately speechless. Let's take his body back and turn in the mission. Natsuki returned to the main topic and reminded them, the explosion was very loud. It will definitely attract the attention of other Suna ninja. Although he and Kosuke were both comparable to Jonin, the number of Jonin drawn over by such a loud explosion was unknown. He did not dare take the risk. What happened with the sword of the Thunder God exploding? On the way back, Kosuke could not help asking. It's the effect of the ninjutsu I created, projection magecraft and broken phantasm. Natsuki briefly explained it to him. Projection magecraft and broken phantasm were already known to Hiruzen, Tsunade, and the others, so there was no harm in telling Kosuke. No wonder Hiruzen said you would become the next sensei. Kosuke fell silent for 2 seconds, then said with emotion. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Scorch release user 2517 words. Hisashi looked at the corpse of the Suna Jonin that Natsuki and the others had brought back, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. How long had it been? How had they already completed the mission? Hisashi's mission was to lead a team responsible for eliminating Suna's frontline scouting and patrol squads. Team 1, led by Natsuki, was only one of the ninja squads under his command. But among so many ninja squads, the squad led by Natsuki was the first to complete its mission. And their mission was even among the most difficult, requiring them to kill a Jonin. The missions of many other ninja squads only required them to kill a Tokubetsu Jonin. After all, both Natsuki and Mariboshi Kosuke had strength comparable to Jonin. Even so, Hisashi had estimated that they would need half a day to complete the mission. Their enemy was a ninja squad led by a Suna Jonin. On top of that, the target's activity range was very large. There would be a contest between both sides. Completing it in half a day would already be extremely fast. But he had not expected Natsuki and the others to use less than half of that. You can go rest for now. Hisashi paused, then said, if there is a new mission, I will notify you in time. Understood. Natsuki nodded. The 4 of them returned to the front of their tent, but none of them went to rest. Although this battle had involved a Suna Jonin, it had been very easy for them. Kosuke-senpai. Nawaki ran up to Kosuke and asked, can you give me some guidance on water release ninjutsu? During the previous battle, he had already discovered that Kosuke's water release ability was indeed very powerful. Most importantly, the water release he had learned came from Senju Tobarama. The water release the 2 of them learned was the same, so they could be considered from the same source. No problem. Kosuke agreed without hesitation. After all, Nawaki was Senju Hashirama's grandson, and called Tobarama his second grandfather. If Kosuke did not teach him, how could he be worthy of the kindness Tobarama had shown by teaching him water release back then? In fact, even if Nawaki had not said anything, Kosuke would have taken the initiative to guide him once he saw him training. Natsuki glanced at them and did not pay any more attention. He waved to Nono. Nono, I'll teach you a taijutsu technique. Natsuki thought for a moment, then said, it's a taijutsu technique I created myself. It's called Soru. Nono paused slightly. She remembered that Natsuki had only said a few days ago that he wanted to create taijutsu. Had he already succeeded? This taijutsu was just created, so it still isn't perfect. Natsuki lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and said, you're the first one to learn it, so don't tell anyone else for now. Feeling his breath by her ear, Nono's body trembled slightly. She turned her head away and softly responded. Natsuki pulled her to an open space on the other side. After teaching her Soru, he also began training. But he temporarily stopped training the 3 genjutsu, and switched to training the 3 taijutsu techniques Dewey had given him. Because taijutsu was easier to learn. Unlocking Shizo templates Shurgon would also be very useful. Time slowly passed. By the afternoon, Natsuki had already gained a basic grasp of Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, and Konoha Strong Whirlwind. These three taijutsu techniques belonged to the same series and shared similarities. However, he still needed some time to truly learn them. Natsuki estimated that a few days would be enough. In fact, taijutsu itself was not difficult. The difficult part was whether the user could bring out its power. For users like Might Dewey and Might Guy, who trained wildly every day for years without stopping, the power of their taijutsu was naturally extraordinary. But even if Kakashi learned the 8 inner gates, he would not be able to bring out its true power. An even more typical example was Shino. Shino came from the movie Bonds. He was a medical ninja, who could use 3 medical forbidden techniques to open all 8 inner gates without dying. But when it came to power, not only could he not compare to Guy, he could not even compare to Dewey. As the sun set, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared in front of everyone who was training. Natsuki immediately stopped and walked up to him. Tsunade-sama has a new mission for you. After the Umbu ninja finished speaking, he took out a mission scroll and a map. Thank you. Natsuki took the mission scroll and began reading it. There was quite a bit of content. The beginning was a summary of the current situation. Overall, things were going smoothly. Everyone had done well, and Konoha had already established a preliminary defensive line. On the map, there was a red line in front of the area occupied by Suna. That was the result of everyone from Konoha's efforts today. But this was only the beginning. Suna had been caught off guard by Konoha today, and next, Suna would definitely launch an even stronger counterattack. Strictly speaking, in today's battle, Suna had been in the open while Konoha had been hidden, so Konoha held the advantage. But in the battles to come, both sides would be in the open, and victory would depend on strength. Konoha's missions had also changed. The next missions were roughly divided into 2 types. One type was to continue pushing the defensive line forward. The other type was to hold the existing outposts and strongholds, preventing Suna from occupying or destroying them. The mission Natsuki received was the second type. He looked at the map. A red dot at the very front of the map was the outpost they had to defend. The location of this outpost meant their mission would not be easy. But for their squad's strength, it was suitable. Of course, it would also make it more convenient for Natsuki to unlock his abilities. What mission? After the Umbu ninja left, Nawaki asked. To guard an outpost for 3 days. Natsuki answered. 3 days later, Konoha would open more outposts. Once this outpost became safe, a new ninja squad would come to replace them. Their squad had 2 combat forces comparable to Jonin, so having them guard an outpost with no danger would be a waste. When do we set out? Nawaki asked again. Natsuki put away the mission scroll and said, let's go. After the group left Konoha's main camp, they traveled while paying attention to their surroundings. With Kosuke in their ninja squad, they could prevent most accidents. By the time night fell, they finally arrived at the outpost. Inside the outpost was a Konoha ninja squad. They were under Nara Shikisuke and were specifically responsible for building outposts. After confirming Natsuki and the others' identities, they handed over the outpost and quickly left. We'll split into 2 teams. Natsuki thought for a moment, then said, Nono and I will be one team. You 2 will be the other. We'll take turns keeping watch at night. Both he and Kosuke had sensing methods, so they could pair with Nawaki and Nono, who had no sensing methods. You go rest first. Nono and I will keep watch. After Natsuki finished speaking, he went upstairs with Nono. The outpost had 2 floors. The upper floor had a dedicated spot for observing the surrounding area. For Natsuki, it was practically made for his clairvoyance and night vision. You can sleep. Natsuki took out a carpet and spread it on the floor. I can keep watch alone. I'll stay with you. Nono shook her head and said. Natsuki patted his thigh and said, you can use it as a pillow. Nono froze. After hesitating for a moment, she lay down, resting her head on Natsuki's thigh. She closed her eyes, a faint smile appearing on her face, and soon fell asleep. Natsuki lowered his head and looked at her. Her golden hair was slightly spread out, her body tilted to the side, and her small face was pressed flat, making her look rather cute. Natsuki smiled, then raised his head and activated clairvoyance. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. Just as Natsuki was about to call Nawaki and Kosuka, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He had spotted a figure 2 kilometers away. During wartime, the appearance of one person meant that 3 more people were nearby. The reason he only discovered them now was simple. During their advance, they had used various forms of cover. This was the drawback of clairvoyance. Fortunately, they eventually revealed an opening. Nono, go call Kosuka-senpai and Nawaki. Tell them we found a Suna squad. Natsuki woke Nono and instructed her. Nono quickly got up and went downstairs. Soon, she reappeared with Kosuka and Nawaki. Kosuka had just been about to speak, when his heart suddenly shook. He saw Natsuki drawing the bow. The sword of the Thunder God was placed on the bowstring, and its entire body flickered with chakra fluctuations. Although Kosuka had heard Natsuki's explanation during the day, hearing it and seeing it were different. And now, it was night. Could he really aim at the target? Kosuka could not help feeling somewhat doubtful. As he thought this, he formed hand seals and used sensory ninjutsu. White out. After Natsuki lifted himself higher, he released his hand. The sword of the Thunder God suddenly disappeared. In the distance, four Suna ninja were carefully approaching the outpost. They had 2 missions. The first was to occupy this outpost. The second was to find out the defensive situation of the outpost if they could not occupy it. At that moment, the 4 of them heard the sound of wind. They subconsciously raised their heads. The sword of the Thunder God had arrived above them and suddenly exploded. Firelight illuminated the night sky. Chaotic chakra airflow enveloped them. Screams rang out. 2 Chunin died on the spot, and 1 Chunin fell to the ground with serious injuries. Only their leading sensei, a Jonin, suddenly flicked both hands at the moment between life and death. 2 puppets leaped up, blocking above his head, and also blocking most of the explosion's power. How could this happen? The Suna Jonin survived, looked at his 3 students lying on the ground, and his face was filled with disbelief. Where had this attack come from? And when had they been exposed? But he could be certain that this attack had definitely come from very far away. Because if it had come from nearby, with his strength, he would have noticed it. After all ninjutsu had chakra fluctuations. But this attack felt as if it had suddenly appeared above their heads. The Suna Jonin had no time to save the student who was not yet dead, and turned to run. They had nearly been wiped out before even reaching the outpost. The outpost's defenses far exceeded his imagination. Now that he was the only one left, he naturally did not dare continue the mission. He was smarter than the Suna Jonin from the daytime. Not only did he use nearby cover, he also took out 2 puppets to use as shields. Natsuki shot 2 more Sword of the Thunder Gods, but neither achieved the desired effect. In the end, with the Suna Jonin risking his life to flee, he escaped the range of clairvoyance. I'll chase him, Nawaki immediately said. Natsuki grabbed his shoulder and said, he has already run far away. With his speed as a Jonin, none of us can catch up. Kosuka said with great experience, and he will soon enter Suna's activity range. It would be dangerous for us to chase after him. Kosuka-senpai is right. Natsuki agreed. Although he also wanted to kill that Suna Jonin to unlock his abilities, there was no need to rush. After all, the war had only just begun. He would have plenty of chances to unlock his abilities, so there was no need to put himself in danger. Our outpost's location is very important. Suna definitely won't give up. Kosuke smiled and said, Nawaki, come with me to set traps. He brought Nawaki along with the intention of guiding him, because he had already noticed Nawaki's personality. He was somewhat rash. That kind of personality could easily get him into trouble during war. No, and I will handle reconnaissance. Natsuki nodded slightly and said. At this time, the Suna Jonin who had escaped could not help collapsing to the ground. The arrows that seemed as if they could descend at any moment to claim his life had finally disappeared, and he was able to breathe. But the moment he thought of his 3 dead students, his eyes burned with fury. He had lost 3 students without even seeing the enemy's face. This battle had been far too frustrating. The Suna Jonin subconsciously clenched his fists. But right now, all he could do was rage helplessly. After resting for a moment, he quickly returned to Suna's main camp. Suna had 2 main camps in the Land of Rain. One was handled by Ebizo and resisted aim. This main camp was handled by Chiyo, and was used to deal with Konoha. Chiyo was the chief commander, but there were also 2 deputy commanders. One was called Raza, who possessed the magnet release, Gold Dust Kekkei Genkai. The other was called Pakura, who possessed the Scorch release Kekkei Genkai. The 2 were around the same age, and were both outstanding figures among Suna's younger generation. Many people believed that the next Kazekage would either be Chiyo's son, Reki, or Raza and Pakura. But after Reki was captured alive, the possibility of him becoming the next Kazekage had become much smaller. After all, this was a very serious mistake, or even a humiliation. If he became Suna's Kazekage, then when facing Konoha, who had once captured him alive, how could he hold his head high? Pakura-sama. The Suna Jonin walked into the tent and said with deep shame, I'm sorry. Our squad's mission failed and 3 teammates were sacrificed. Pakura frowned and asked, what happened? Losing 3 teammates in such a short time, had they run into Tsunade or Hatake Sakumo? But after listening to the Suna Jonin's description, she realized that was not the case at all. You mean you don't even know who attacked you? Pakura's expression darkened as she asked. The Suna Jonin admitted it. You may leave for now. Pakura suppressed the emotions in her heart and said. Yes, Pakura-sama. After bowing, the Suna Jonin turned and left. Pakura fell into thought. She did not remember any strong fighter in Konoha, who could use an attack from such a long range. Pakura thought about it and decided to personally take 2 squads to check the situation. To be continued. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.